So we'll now introduce our fields for the first track event of the day, which is the combined men's and women's open 5,000 metre championship. For the men, this is the 39th time this event has been conducted. Ridian Cowley has the most wins with 9. He's also the reigning champion, walking 19:09.48 last year in this event. In the men's record at the championship, it is 18:32.56, set by Perseus Karlström, the Swedish international. In the women's event, it is the 44th time that we've conducted the women's open walk. Kelly Wapshott has the most number of wins on 6. Jemima Montag, she is both the event championship record holder and the current champion with a time of 20:51.03. And let's introduce our fields. In the men's event, we have 9 starters. In Station 1 from Athletics Essendon, Danny Hawksworth. In 2 from Athletics Nunawading, Kyle Swan. Station 3 from Glen Huntly, our 9-time winner and defending champion, Ridian Cowley. In 4 from Knox, it is Eden Morgan. In 5, we welcome from Western Australia, Declan Tingay. In 6 from Collingwood Harriers, Adam Garganis. In 7 from Knox Athletics Club, it is Mark Blackwood. In Station 8 from Mornington Peninsula, Will Thompson. And in Station 9, we welcome from New Zealand, Quentin Rue. So 9 starters in our men's open. In our women's open, we have 8 starters. In Station 10, we have from Mentone Athletic Club, Rebecca Henderson. In 11, from Knox, Emily Smith. Station 12, from Western Athletics, Caitlin Sivia. In 13, we welcome back our record holder, the Australian record holder, from Melbourne University Athletic Club. It is Jemima Montag. In Station 14, we welcome from Queensland, Clara Smith. In 15, from Ballarat Harriers, Kelly Ruddock. In 16, from Ballarat YCW, it's Gemma Piatt. And in 17, from Knox, it's Shah Hay. So they are our starters in the combined men's and women's open 5,000 metre race walk.
On your marks.
So we're through the first 200 metres here in our open men's and women's walk, and wasting no time from Western Australia is Declan Tingay. So he's going to try and stretch this field out. He has the fastest time coming into this event, obviously come from interstate to try and get a fast race, and he's going to do just that. Looking really strong behind him too is Kyle Swan. Ridian Cowley, who's won 9 of these, in 3rd position. As this front group just starts to walk away a little bit from Jemima Montag, who is obviously leading our women's event. A lot of international representatives in this event, Olympians too. So a star-studded field to start things off on a beautiful Saturday morning here in Melbourne with the 5,000 metre race walk. And this first 400 metres will be collected in about 1:28, so certainly not wasting any time. Here's Declan Tingay, as Swan now pulls through the pack behind him. Of absolute class. So what was a 10-metre lead for Tingay now stretches out to 20 through the first 600 metres of this 5K event. Still plenty of race walking left, but Declan Tingay certainly looking really smooth as he stretches out the field. So gets the split on the watch. That's the most important thing you can do here. Will Thompson tucked in behind Crowley, and so too is Mark Blackwood. Rydian Cowley knows how to win these events. He's just going to sit off the back of Kyle Swan. Jemima Montag now comes through to lead out this women's event. In second place there is Rebecca Henderson of Mentone, and tucked in beautifully is Clara Smith from Queensland.
So as they come around the next time, we will get that first kilometre split for Tingay and then the chase pack. Also, we'll be keeping an eye on Montag. So 20:51 was the time she set last year, which was that Victorian record performance. Conditions today probably not as good as they were last year. And the wind is up a little bit here around the lake. But we'll just see. We know that Jemima is in sensational form after breaking that 20k record not too long ago, the Australian record. So she's moving well, looks in great form once again as she goes through the 800 in 3:14. But into the home straight now. Tingay is the hot favourite for this one. A lot of interest with Rydian Cowley though. He's won 9 of them, but this is the first time he's had so many Victorian bodies around him, and the Kyle Swan is the one who's leading the way. Rue, the New Zealander just behind, but also Thompson, who's had a massive big year. So coming down to get the first K. And for those who have just done park run, we've got a first K there of 3:39. That's certainly quicker than what I was doing this morning around the lake. We've got Cowley now going through 3:46. So they're on good pace here. And let's have a look and see if Jemima, so a bit over 4 minutes, would have her well and truly on that race record pace and Victorian record pace. So 4:02, yeah, that's a smoking start, Jemima Montag. But also Henderson and the Queenslander Smith, they're opening up beautifully here too in that first kilometre. So conditions can't be too bad. Let's just see how they're pacing themselves. But Jemima Montag on that, she will absolutely smash the Victorian record if she can keep that pace going.
So as Tim mentioned, we are through, or well through, the first kilometre, and Declan Tingay is on that Australian record pace at the moment. He's doing it all on his own, so he is stretching this field of Victorians behind him. He's come across from Western Australia, must have been one of the few men to get a flight out of there, and he's made his way to Victoria now, and he's going to stamp it with a little bit of authority. So Tingay making an unnatural event look incredibly natural. And Rydian Cowley now just goes around Swan. So as we mentioned, he's won 9 of these. He's going for that double figure. As Tingay gets the split, looks really smooth out in front. These 4 working really well together as well. As I mentioned, Cowley now goes to the front. He's going to lead out Swan. Behind them there is Quinton Rue. And tucked in really nicely is Will Thompson of the Mornington Peninsula. So gets the benefit of the sit as Jemima Montag now makes her way into this home straight. And that is absolute textbook technique for a race walk, you would say, from Jemima Montag. An absolute class athlete.
Yeah, always a pleasure to watch her, but also Henderson, you know, what a year she's had as well. So Becca Henderson got the Queenslander right with her, which is nice because it just gives her that surge, that little push forward. But Henderson also in great form as they're coming through, 9 laps to go. Not much change in that chase group at the moment. Thompson, as we said, is just getting the benefit of the sit behind Rue there. Great year for Thompson last year, big breakthrough year. Obviously, Rydian's our class Victorian, has been for so long. And Swan now the up-and-comer. Can he challenge and try and, you know, Rydian's now going for 10 of these championships. And I'm seeing a little bit of a gap forming there too, Mitch. So Rydian, I think, in this little early stage here is trying to just get a little bit of a break as we see Tingay coming through to get 8 laps to go.
Yeah, well, you'd think Rydian would have a pretty well thought out game plan given that he has won 9 of these. So he certainly knows what he's doing. Tingay, though, coming down the line, gets the split once more time, hasn't missed those, not even with a flinch. And Cowley now just going to try and separate. You're right, Tim, that little lead that he had now starting to stretch out to a few metres. So Swan behind him there. Our man from New Zealand in Rue not trying to spot any room. And as we mentioned once more, Thompson, the benefit of the sit behind them all. So Jemima Montag enters the home straight now as well. Rebecca Henderson still leading out Clara Smith, but it is all Declan Tingay at the moment. He would have a lead of about 80 metres over this field, and a class field is that. We have Olympians behind him. They're 9-time state champions. So he's certainly showing that he has the class and he has the form to be able to put Australian race walking where it always is, towards the top. So 7:19 through 2 kilometres. So he's gone 3:40 again for that split. So Declan Tingay maintaining this Australian record pace at the moment. If he can keep this up, he won't just give it a nudge, he will obliterate it. So Declan Tingay, you're seeing a really, really class athletic event on the track right now. Rydian Cowley, that gap just starts to extend a little bit, and the man who's going to try and go with him is Quinton Rue from New Zealand. So Swan just dropping back a little bit there. Thompson on the shoulder of him. But we're watching absolute poetry in motion down the home straight right now, and Declan Tingay, Jemima Montag about to come through the 2 kilometre mark as well in that 8:03. So certainly flying too, Tim. We've got some fast pace walking on the track this morning.
And let's go back into the infield now for the first presentation of the day. And there will be quite a few that will be rolling through in the 12 hours of activity here at Lakeside. But it is for the women's under 14. Here, so 18:32 is the championship record. I called that with Perseus Karlström, the Swedish international, a few years ago here at Lakeside Stadium, and we're in awe of that performance. But Tingay at the moment is ahead of that schedule. So if this young man from Western Australia can keep it up, we are seeing a little bit of athletics history here today. As we see, Rydian Cowley has made a big move here. He's gone with Rue. Rydian wants that number 10 next to his name. 10 Victorian Championships is no mean feat, especially in a very competitive event like the 5,000 metre walk, which has included some legends like Jared Talent in this modern generation of walkers. So Rydian Cowley wants to get that number 10, and he'll could be rewarded with that today. Thompson going along nicely at the moment. Swan just dropping back a little bit off the back of Thompson as we see Jemima Montag into the home straight once again. So as they come around on this lap, we will be hitting the 3 kilometre mark. So we'll get the split there once again for Tingay and the other competitors as they come through. But this is certainly shaping up to be quite an historic morning here at Lakeside Stadium, Mitch.
No, it certainly is, Tim. And this is an important kilometre here. If you can maintain the pace through 3K, you're over the hump. You've got 2 kilometres to go. And if you're on that national record pace, you're just narrowing in and trying to get there as best you can. So Declan Tingay makes his way down this home straight. He will be reaching that 3 kilometre mark as he goes through where we see the bell. 5 laps to go as we see towards the Victorian Championship. It's Rydian Cowley starting to stretch away from Will Thompson. Swan behind him there. Rue just towing him through really nicely. But let's get this 3K split. 10:57 we'll call it. So this man is flying. He's not slowing down. He's only getting faster. So he was on that 18:20 pace through the first 2 kilometres. And he's going to be in the 18 teens as he makes his way through the 3K mark. So as we see the battle for the Victorian title, it is Rydian Cowley going for number 10, and in the process of that just makes his way around Quinton Rue of New Zealand. Back further is Will Thompson, and so too Kyle Swan. So Rydian Cowley certainly going through the motions here. He's going to get an 11:29 just about through the 3K mark, so he is flying as well. We look at the names on these record sheets: Jared Talent, Dane Bird-Smith, Jared Talent, Declan Tingay may be able to go over. Well, the national record, certainly not the state one, unfortunately, is Western Australian, but he is flying as he makes his way around the 200 mark. Rydian Cowley, Tim, though, he's now gone around Rue, and he's going to ask a few questions as he gets towards the latter stages of this walk. Jemima Montag now in this home straight, leading out the title and also doing it at a ferocious pace. We'll get the split here. Tim's got his pen ready. He's got a better maths mind than me, so I'll be interested to see what pace this is. 12:06. 4:02 kilometres. And she is well and truly underneath what she was able to walk last year. So Declan Tingay has made his way around again for another lap. It seems like you blink and this bloke's right back in your face. So Declan Tingay, bang with the split. He's got it perfectly. As we now see Rebecca Henderson and Jemima Montag, Clara Smith of Queensland coming down in this home straight. We will hand over to Tim for a presentation on this home straight.
So coming down, 3 laps to go now for Tingay. As Mitch says, he's just flying through here. So we're going to be getting the 4-kilometre split in 200 metres. So Tingay, this is sensational walking here. It will be obviously subject to the judges' decisions. We can't necessarily call a record until they have conferred. But Tingay going around now, going through the lap field and actually approaching Jemima Montag, who is flying along at 4-minute K pace. So that gives you the indication of just how quick Tingay is going at the moment. He's probably 40 metres now off the back of Jemima, and Jemima is also motoring. One figure to be bear in mind, 20.03. I think Jemima not quite on that at the moment, Mitch, but then again, if she does a pick up over the last kilometre and a half, then we might see her challenging that Australian record, 20.03.
Well, you just never know with class athletes. They can always find another gear. So this 4K mark, 14.38 for Declan Tingay. So if you were to turn your attention to the 200-metre mark, you will see two of the most beautiful race walkers that this nation has produced over the last few years in Tingay and Jemima Montag. So Montag looking really smooth as she enters the straight. Tingay, what was 40 metres on the back straight, Tim, has quickly become 20. So he is not messing about. He's flown through that 4-kilometre mark and he's looking good.
Yeah, so he's dropped pace to 3:41, but that is still pretty remarkable walking. So 3:41 from kilometre 3 to kilometre 4. Let's get behind him as he comes into the home straight. He's going to get 2 laps to go. Jemima's got 3 to go. So she's 1,200 out. We've got the boys, the other boys, 15:21 through the 4-kilometre mark. That's Rue and also Cowley. Cowley going for championship number 10, subject to the judges. As we see Tingay now going past Montag. I wonder if they'll have a little bit of encouragement for each other. Both of them such great walkers, so supreme on the Australian walking scene, and we're witnessing some absolute history here today.
We certainly are in for an absolute treat here on a Saturday morning, and I reckon no words were exchanged. I think it's pure tunnel vision for these two competitors as they go after fast time. So Tingay, as you mentioned, makes his way around Jemima Montag. Might be able to get a little bit of a pull there, as now we see in this second position, it is Quinton Rue of New Zealand who goes past Cowley. So now he might be able to get a little bit of a pull off Rue. He's certainly got about 60 metres back to the second place for the Victorian title, does Riddian Cowley. So he's looking primed for that number 10. But if we turn our attention to the 200-metre mark, it is our race leader from Western Australia, Declan Tingay, who is chasing a national record. If it's all approved by the judges at the end of it, obviously that has to be kept in mind in this race walking event. But Declan Tingay is going after history right now on a Saturday morning at Lakeside. Our Western Australian, he's looking really smooth, Tim. It might be starting to get a little bit hard with 400 metres to go, but we need this crowd to get right around him because, as we mentioned, he is chasing history right now.
So 1 lap to go now for Tingay, 2 for Jemima. I missed her 4K split, but when I looked up, she was well ahead of schedule still. So Jemima walking beautifully. 1 lap to go, Tingay. He clocks his split there. He'll analyse those all later, but I think the splits are looking pretty good at the moment, Mitch.
Yeah, they certainly are. So he was just under 17 minutes. Keep in mind here that he needs to walk under 18:38.97 to get that Australian record held by Olympic bronze medalist Dane Bird-Smith. So he's certainly in really world-class company if he can knock this one off. Tingay looking so smooth up this back straight. The other thing to keep in mind is that he has done this relatively on his own for 5,000 metres at a windy lakeside track. So Declan Tingay on the broach of history right now as he has 200 metres to go, our man from Western Australia. And Tim, he looks smooth as butter.
Yeah, let's get behind him. But Rue's coming through to get the bell. Also, Ridian Cowley, could this be championship number 10 for him? Will Thompson's about 50 metres, maybe 60 back. Seeing a little passing move here with the Queenslander. Smith just getting ahead of Henderson as they come through. But let's get behind this champion. So coming through now. Time check 18:02, so we're well and truly inside that time, I think. But what a performance here. 18:38.97, the existing Australian record. This is subject to ratification, obviously. Time check now 18:50. What a performance. Declan Tingay, big cheer for him. What a race. 5,000 metres. Look at that. 18:24.55 unofficial. We'll wait for the judges. Jemima Montag also, crowd favourite here, just going past Shahay at the moment. So Jemima coming through to get the bell as we look down the track, and we'll see Quentin Rue now up by about 15 metres over Ridian Cowley.
Well, that is phenomenal what we've just witnessed from Declan Tingay. As I mentioned, he's just broken a record waiting ratification now from the judges, potentially, of an Olympic bronze medalist, as we now see Quentin Rue of New Zealand come down this home straight. And only a matter of 20 metres behind him is Ridian Cowley of Victoria. So we will throw our support behind Quentin Rue. He's performed really, really well. He's going to dip under that PB, I believe, of 19:18. And that's a phenomenal performance. But with 10 Victorian titles awaiting ratification, Ridian Cowley comes across. The hands in the air. Well done, Ridian Cowley. A sensational athlete, rocks up every year and performs year in, year out, obviously with 10 Victorian titles potentially to his name. As we now see Will Thompson as well of Mornington Peninsula, a huge PB. 20:30 coming into it, 19:28, stops the clock. So he'll be your silver medalist. And as we see down this home straight now, it is going to be Kyle Swan of Athletics Nunawading in this men's open 5,000 metres. So Clara Smith as well coming down to get this bell in the women's open event. Kyle Swan takes the bronze there. And as we see at the top of the home straight, the leader in our women's open 5,000 metre walk is Jemima Montag, 19:55 on the clock. So she'll be outside of that 20:03, but she is going to be absolutely flying down this home straight here, Tim.
So 20:03 right now, so that's the difference between Jemima and the Australian record. But this is a new Victorian record subject to ratification and the judges. Let's get behind Jemima Montag. What an absolute icon of athletics in Victoria. Stopping the clock, 20:17 unofficial. Let's wait for the official time there and also the judges' decision. But Jemima Montag in absolutely stellar form at the moment. Congratulations. What a walk here this morning at Lakeside Stadium.
Oh, just phenomenal. You need to understand, this is over 5,000 metres, as Tim mentioned, in that park run this morning. There wouldn't have even been about 80% of people that would get under that time running. So we have seen an absolute spectacle of race walking prowess on the track this morning as Clara Smith comes around with 200 metres to go in this women's open event. Our Queenslander performing really, really well. So too is Rebecca Henderson of Mentone. So she is in that silver medal position currently for the Victorian Open Championship. As Clara Smith now with 100 metres to go has a time of 22:42 to her name. So I dare say she's going to go well and truly under that. Will be a representative at the Race Walking World Cup later on this year for Australia. So Clara Smith of Queensland comes down. She's been able to gap Rebecca Henderson of Mentone. A fantastic performance.
So great walking there from the Queenslander. She'll be just on that 21:30 mark. She'll be very, very happy with that. And Henderson also coming through. Another good performance here for Rebecca. So in well under the 22 mark. We see the embrace there of Jemima waiting at the finish for the other competitors to come through. So silver in the Victorian Championships there, subject to the judges for Henderson.
Well, great camaraderie at the finish line as well. Jemima Montag waiting on them as we now see, I believe that's Eden Morgan potentially, or is it Mark Blackwood? We'll get a read on the hip. I believe it is Mark Blackwood of Knox coming down now. So Mark Blackwood came in with a time of 23:04, and he's going to go well and truly under that. So great race walking there from Mark Blackwood. Adam Garganis now in the home straight, still with some walking to do. Shahai, as these walkers make their way around this 5,000 metre event. But a lot of PBs here this morning, Tim, so obviously the conditions were ideal in the end.
So Kelly Ruddock, Ballarat Harry, is coming through now, so she's going out into lane 3. She'll be taking the bronze medal, subject to the judges in this Victorian Championship. So Kelly Ruddock, great history in race walking herself, representing Australia at the World Championships, and good to see Kelly back on the track here at Lakeside. Under 23 minutes, she'll be pretty happy with that as well, as Shahai gets 1 lap to go. So Gemma Piatt, she's coming into the home straight now. I think she'll have the bell lap as well to face. Down the back, we've also got Garganis. Hawksworth just coming around the bend at the moment. And Emily Smith out there for the Knox Athletic Club as well. So Piatt coming through. Should be 1 lap to go here for Gemma.
So a few of our athletes here will hear the sound of the bell after 4,600 metres of race walking. And as we mentioned, it is a historic morning here at Lakeside Stadium, obviously awaiting confirmation from our judges. We may have seen an Australian record tumble and a Victorian record at that. So Adam Garganis of Collingwood now starts to move his way out into lane 3 in this men's open race walk event. One of the tougher events you will see on an athletics track. An absolute and ultimate respect to all of our race walkers. As Adam Garganis now comes down to finish off his 5,000 metres. And Shahai of Collingwood, let's try it for the 3rd time, Knox coming down this home straight.
So currently in 4th place in the Victorian Championships, Shahai coming through for the Knox Club. She'll be just under that 25-minute mark. So great performance there, Shahai clocking off. So next one coming through, Gemma Piatt from the Ballarat YCW Club, just rounding the bend the last time now. Good move there by Caitlin Sivia from Western Athletics. She's just gone past a couple of the other walkers out there and moving nicely down that back straight. As you see, Piatt just starting to edge out now. So next finisher, Gemma Piatt, Ballarat YCW. Crossing the line now, and that leaves Sivia in next position. Then we'll have Eden Morgan, Danny Hawksworth, Emily Smith in that order, completing this 5,000 metre walk competition. So Sivia to move out into lane 3. So time check now, 26 minutes. And Sivia from Western A's, next one through. Then Morgan. And looks like on the bell lap now, Danny Hawksworth. Also Emily Smith. So we've just got the official time there on Tingay, 18:24.5. Once again, we will be waiting on the judges, but 18:24.5. So if ratified, that's a new Australian record, also a new championship record here, Mitch, for the 5,000 metre walk for men.
I feel like off the microphone, Tim, I've been sitting up here for about 15 minutes in just absolute disbelief. I think we all need to just... that is absolutely flying. And the calibre of athletes that Declan Tingay may have just knocked off the pedestal of holding that record is phenomenal. Great camaraderie from the walkers as well down there. All just chilling out now. They've all gone through the same pain and say, hey, how'd you find that one? For me, I was tired watching it from the top. As we see our final two athletes come down here now, and that is going to be Danny Hawksworth of Athletics Essendon. And so too Emily Smith of the Knox Athletics Club.
So let's get behind them. Our final two finishes here in this very exciting 5,000 metre walk. The 2021-22 Victorian Track and Field Championships.
So good morning to all of those who have just joined us here at Lakeside for a massive Day 5 of the Victorian State Championships. An absolute treat this morning with the 5,000 metre walks. We'll get to those presentations shortly. But if you have just arrived at the track and you are competing today, first of all, good luck. Second of all, you do need to check in at least an hour before your event. And if you're wondering where that check-in is, it is up here at the top of the grandstand on the decking boards towards the left here. Not underneath the stadium as it has been in the past. It is up the top here in the grandstand to check in at least 1 hour before your event. So please make sure you do that. We hope you have a beautiful Saturday here at Lakeside for Day 5 of the Victorian State Championships.
How long before you want them on the line? 3 minutes?
They'll intro themselves too. Yeah.
4 minutes?
Hi, Possums. Come on. Gordon would like to speak to you. Come on.
There's straight up bang.
Yes. Come on, we saw you run.
Alright, everyone, can I have you on the line station number order, please? Starting with 1.
Meter off it, thanks.
A metre, thanks, Peter. Metre back from the line, you'll start line to first line, everyone. Right, 1. So they're obviously going to introduce you, then we'll get going. Probably about 20 minutes looking at this, so let's let you go around.
They're making a presentation first, so try to relax. Then they'll introduce you, and then we'll start you. So just relax while they do the presentation.
Peter off the line once we line up.
Number 3 for the men's under 14 3,000 metre race walker will be Damien Baldy of Knox. So too in station number 4, Daniel Pashutin of Knox as well. In station number 5 in the women's under 15 3,000 metre race walk, representing Box Hill, it will be Madeline McGregor. In station number 6 in the women's under 16 event, representing Mentone, Brooklyn Towler. In station number 7, representing Knox, Ariana Pashatina. In station number 8 in the men's under 16 3,000 metre race walk, it will be Riley Coughlin of Knox. And coming across from Tasmania in station number 9 will be Oliver Morgan. These are all your competitors here in the men's under 16, women's under 16, women's under 15, women's under 14, and men's under 14 3,000 metre race walk.
On your marks.
So we are underway here in our combined 3,000 metre race walk event. And we will let them sort themselves out. As I mentioned, there are 3 different age groups in this event. So I will do my best to call them appropriately and correctly, more importantly. So we'll get a read on these hip numbers as they make their way through. But it is nicely spread out through the first 200 metres. And that is going to be Riley Coughlin of the Knox Athletics Club coming through first there, and closely behind him from Tasmania, Oliver Morgan. Leading our women's event is Madeline McGregor. And right on the shoulder of her is Brooklyn Towler. And Ariana Pashatina of Knox. So it is Riley Coughlin of the Knox Athletics Club. Just stretching it out a little bit on this back straight. 7.5 laps of race walking. And make that 6.5 ahead of him now. Behind there is Oliver Morgan of Tasmania, as the rest of the field makes their way up the back straight. So on the home straight now, we do have another presentation for our women's open javelin. Coughlin firmly in control of the entirety of this race, but more importantly of the men's under 16 race walking event. Oliver Morgan joining him in that category, and he is the man, we'll call it 40 metres behind. So we now start to see a contingent of Knox athletes make their way through. So a beautiful morning for athletics here. As I mentioned earlier, if you have just arrived, firstly, good luck for day 5 of the Victorian Championships, but please make sure you do check into your event at least 1 hour before it. If you're looking for that check-in, it is up here in the grandstand on the decking area, so at least 1 hour before, please do make sure you check in. So Baldy and Pashatina of Knox looking really comfortable in that men's under 14 race walking event. There's Ariana Pashatina. So Riley Coughlin in this men's under-16 race walking event. Coming down 5 laps to go. Looking really smooth and in control at the moment. Chasing him down is Oliver Morgan of Tasmania. As we turn our attention now back to the home straight for another medal presentation. This time Walk state champion, obviously awaiting the judge's decision. It is Riley Coughlin of the Knox Athletics Club, and he's done this relatively on his own. As I mentioned, 13:40 was the PB coming into it, and he's going to get underneath that time in emphatic fashion. So well done to Riley Coughlin of the Knox Athletics Club. As on the home straight now, we do have our champion of the men's seated open javelin event, representing Malvern Harriers with a throw of 31:30, Kate Faulkner. Congratulations there to Kate, the champion of our men's open-seated javelin event. As in this under-14 event now, we do see a new race leader. So Damien Baldy at the bell just moves around Daniel Pashutin, and he's going to do it with authority. So he's going to try and stretch it out over the final 400 metres as our man across the Tasman, Oliver Morgan from Tasmania, going to come down and finish off his campaign in the 3,000 metre race walk. 14:40 to his name coming into this, so he's going to dip under that time, the little finger roll, and he's happy with that, the fist pump to follow through. So well done there to Oliver Morgan. As the rest of our competitors duke it out over this 3,000 metre event. Adeline McGregor at Box Hill in that women's under 15 event. And Charlotte McDonald in the under 14 event behind her there. So I believe 200 metres to go in the women's under 16 title, being fought out by Ariana Pashutina, as Madeline McGregor of Box Hill gets the bell. So that men's under 14 race walk, well, it was tight coming into the final 400 metres, but it is Damien Boldy who's just going to move right on past Daniel Pashatine at the bell and certainly extend his authority to about 30 metres as he comes into the home straight. But all attention on Ariana Pasciutino, who's going to take out this women's under 16 3,000 metre race walk state title. A 15.10 to her name, so she will just be outside of that personal best, but it doesn't matter when you have a state championship on the line. So well done there to Ariana Pasciutino, who's going to be your state champion for the women's under 16 race walk event. As we see Damien Baldy now come down to claim the men's under 14 3,000. He had a 17.28 to his name. So 15.48 to take it out, and not too far away is Daniel Pashatine with a 16.08 to his name. He'll dip under that as well. So fantastic walking from our men from Knox in the under 14 event. There's 150 metres to go is Madeline McGregor of Box Hill in the under 15 women's. So it is going to be Madeline McGregor to come down and take out the women's under 15 3,000 metre race walk event. 16.54 on the clock, a huge PB from our Box Hill athlete there, as we also see from the Mentone Club, Brooklyn Towler going to take out a silver medal in the women's under 16 event. 18 minutes to her name previously before this, so that is a PB as well. Well done there. So on the home straight now, we do have a presentation for our men's ambulance javelin event. In third place, Medalist in the women's under 14 3,000 metre race walk. So on the home straight, we do have another presentation, this time for our
Let's turn our attention back to the infield. So a little bit of a break in the track program. Next up will be a very exciting men's under 23,000 metre championship. Once again, there'll be spots on the line or qualifications for that World Under 20 Championships to be held later in 2022.
You're missing me today. Well, no one rakes that sand as good as me. We've got goals, eh? You do it, mate.
So on the home straight now, we do have another presentation keeping in theme with our race walk for the women's under 14 3,000 metre race walking event. With the silver medal in a time of 20.12 representing Ballarat YCW, it is Charlotte McDonald. Now gold medalist for the women's under 14 3,000 metre race walk representing Knox in a time of 18.02, Mietta Morgan. Congratulations there to our two medalists in the women's under 14 3,000 metre race walk.
Just step back away from the starting line there, please. So 1, 2, 3, Huntley Lachlan. Here it comes. 3, 4, 7, 8, 9.
Alright, just squeeze along this way a little bit, please. Along this way a bit, please. We're waiting for the introductions and they're going to do another medal presentation, then they'll introduce you, then they'll start you.
So draw our attention back to the infield for the next presentation. It is the men's under 14 3,000. Our premier events of today lining up ready to go. It is the final of the men's under 23,000 metre state championship. 15 starters awaiting starters orders there, and they are in Station 1 from Mornington Peninsula, Zachary Dyer. In Station 2 from Glen Huntly, Lincoln Belgrove. In 3 from Knox, Nicholas Martin. Also from Knox in Station 4, Bradley Hall. Station 5 from Mentone, it's Hudson Bucci. In 6 from Geelong Guild, Ethan Grills. In 7 from Sandringham, William Garbalotto. In 8 from Box Hill, Jordan Abbott. In 9 from Knox, it's Reese Hadfield. In 10 from Athletics Essendon, Archie Noakes. In 11 from Box Hill, Douglas Buckridge. In 12 from Geelong Guild, Zach Norton. In 13 from Box Hill, Thomas Diamond. In 14 from Glen Huntly, Logan Janetsky. And in 15 from Eureka, Ben Ludbrook. Victorian record 7:58.65 set by Paul Patrick in 1991. The Australian record 7:52.11 set by Jude Thomas from Queensland in 2021. 8:15.00 is the world under 20 qualifying mark. 3 men in this field already have it.
On your mark.
So we'll just watch them settle. Noakes goes out to the lead. I think Hadfield might be up there early as well. We'll be watching for where Diamond positions himself. Also, Buckridge. Looks like a slower start. Janetsky going around. Maybe going to force the pace a little bit. The runner from Glen Huntly. But all the top runners there, Mitch, are in the mix. Our 3 that have got the qualifier are 1, 2, 3 across the track as they start to settle.
Yeah, well, they're not going to give each other an absolute inch of room right now. So as you mentioned, they've already got that qualifier, so now just trying to fight it out for a state championship. Thomas Diamond obviously claimed the win last week in the 1,500 metres. Archie Noakes got it for the 3,000 metre steeplechase as well, as we now start to see a little bit of movement there from Nicholas Martin of Knox. So he certainly may not want this to be a kicker's affair, because if it is, these class athletes are going to get absolutely moving in the latter stages of this race.
Yeah, this is probably exactly what we want. Someone like Martin, who's coming in as one of the slower seeds, and he won't mind me saying that, but he'll want a time here today in such a good field. And we saw Martin do this last week. He doesn't lack ticker, and this guy is now starting to stretch them out, and we're starting to get a pace which might lead them towards that 8:15 mark.
Well, as they make their way through the 400, it is 70 seconds. But on the home straight as well, we do have to recognise our women's under 15 3,000 metre walk state champion with a time of 16:53.72, representing Box Hill, Maddie McGregor. So congratulations there for our state champion in the women's under 15 3,000 metre race walk event.
So Ludbrook, the next one to make a little bit of a move in the Eureka uniform. So it's Martin Noakes, Ludbrook to the outside there of Diamond. Janetsky just in the clutch position there. His mate Garbelotto right alongside him right now, and Buckridge starts to make his move.
Yeah, well, Buckridge just gave a little bit of a shove there and said, I don't want to be too far away from it. He was obviously second in that 1,500 metres, just ran out of wheels a little bit at the hands of Thomas Diamond. So these boys now do not want to spot each other any room. It is going to be Garbelotto who moves through a little bit now. Janetsky with that bleached blonde hair just getting on the shoulder now, so starts to move through. This is where it'll get a little bit argy-bargy and everybody wants to find a spot to be able to move through late, but it is going to be our faster competitors at the front as Archie Noakes is done waiting now. He wants to really string this out. So Diamond going to go with him. You watch Doug Buckridge get right on the shoulder, Garbelotto, Janetsky, and now we start to see the class of the field just move through the motions.
So we're probably going to see a little bit of splitting up of this 3,000 metre field as the moves start to come, and it is an early move. We're only 2.5 minutes into this event, and they are really starting to move it. So we're looking now at Noakes, Diamond, Janetsky, Buckridge, Garbelotto, Ludbrook working hard to get on. So too is Hadfield. They don't want to be getting too much separation early on as they go through with 5 laps to go.
So that is a 7:52, I believe, through the first kilometre. So Archie Noakes certainly not messing around. Didn't want it to be too much slower than that. Underrated that he's the fastest qualifier into this 3,000 metre event. So Archie Noakes just clips the rail a little bit there and turns his head to Thomas Diamond and says, at least spot me an inch of room, please. So Diamond on the outside of him, Buckridge on the inside, Janetsky, Garbelotto, and we see Reese Hadfield on the back of that. And our Eureka athlete is tucked in beautifully there, and Ben Ludbrook. So they're just going to try and get onto the heels of these faster competitors at the front. So it's Noakes getting the run of the race, I would say, just on the rail there. Nobody really infringing upon him. And as I say that now from Sandringham, William Garbelotto just gets right on his shoulder and whispers, let's do this thing. So he's within touching distance. Behind him, Diamond, Janetsky. So too, Buckridge. There's a lot of class at the helm of this right now, Tim.
And we're seeing Norton on his return to track racing. Gee, it's really coming back in. We're seeing the likes of Norton now going past Bucci. But big separation now between group number 1, group number 2. I think we're going to see a championship race here. I can't see the 8:15 off that slower type of first kilometre, and Noakes controlling it. Garbelotto deciding he wants to get a little bit of fresh air out there, just getting to the side of Diamond, which isn't a bad position to be. Janetsky just trailing along. And yeah, it's a Hadfield and Ludbrook just sticking into that bunch beautifully. So lead a bunch of 7.
Yeah, well, they're certainly going to get dragged along. They're around that 8:40 mark, these two athletes, so they can come through for at least a PB, and we well within contention of a medal at the moment with those 7-place competitors. But I think Doug Buckridge is looking really strong just behind Thomas Diamond there. As I mentioned, the 1-2 puncher Box Hill in the 1,500. There's a few boys trying to break up that party in the 3,000 metres as we now start to see the real Slim Shady start to stand up there. It is going to be Janetsky who gets to the front. Noakes right on the heels of him. Garbelotto not going to spot too much room. And now Thomas Diamond away from me yet. So we are going to see these boys move through the motions. These back two might drop off just a little bit. Hadfield starting to feel the pinch just on that. Doug Buckridge hasn't had to do a lot in the Box Hill colours at the back here, so he's looking really smooth, and Diamond just covered that move to perfection.
So 1,200 out. So Janetsky leads. All the top ones there. Garbelotto puts the hands out on Diamond and says, just give me a bit of space in here. This is going to be true championship racing. They are coming together again. That was Buckridge and Garbelotto in that instance. But Janetsky leading the way nicely. Mitch has gone for Noakes. I've gone for Diamond. So we're going to have the big dollars floating up here in the commentary box here, Mitch.
Yeah, it certainly will be as my car broke down this morning. You know, I've got plenty of it. So I'm willing to put it all on Archie Noakes at the moment. He looks really smooth in second place. Diamond, very class, and Will Garbelotto, well, you think he's done, but he pegs it straight back, so he just goes around Doug Buckridge. He wants to slot between our two Box Hill athletes there, and he's done that to perfection, and it is going to be Janetsky leading it out. Archie Noakes behind him there. He's never been too far away from it. The head is back on Thomas Diamond, but that doesn't mean too much. Behind him there is going to be Garbelotto and Buckridge on the back of this pack. So these 5 now, these are the 5 that we thought it would be, and they're starting to ramp it up, and it's going to get really interesting with 800 metres to go. We have woken up Doug Buckridge. He just follows the move of Diamond, so we learned a little bit in the 1,500 as they have 800 metres to go in this men's under 23,000 metres.
So Noakes takes the lead now. Diamond follows. Janetsky still on the rails. Buckridge to the outside going for his club mate there in Diamond. So we're just seeing that big split. Hadfield falling off. It's now a race in 5. Janetsky and Garbalotti. You can see stress on Garbalotto's face. Has he got another surge down the back straight? But out front it is Archie Noakes and Thomas Diamond. Janetsky on the rails. Buckridge to the outside and Garbalotto just hanging on.
Well, it's too hard to give up on Garbalotto. As we mentioned, it looked like he was done and he pegs his way right back. So it's Archie Noakes on the rail, Diamond on the outside of him, Janetsky, Buckridge and Garbalotto. These 5 looking really smooth. It's a train in motion at the moment and leading at the helm's going to be Archie Noakes on the rail. So he's had it all his own way, hasn't had to do too much on the outside. Thomas Diamond has just been a constant pressure on the shoulder of a race leader as he now starts to think maybe it's time for me to do a little bit of the work. So Archie Noakes looks down at the legs and says, give me one more gear. Here comes Doug Buckridge and Garbalotto on the outside of there. Janetsky on the rail, 7:18 on the clock. And let's see what they can ramp it up with 400 metres to go.
The bodies coming together once again, that time Janetsky and also Buckridge. And we're seeing Diamond now trying to surge past the outside there of Noakes, but Noakes holding firm on the inner rail there. A little bit of a gap now to Garbalotto. Is he done? He's tried so hard, but I think his race is run. Now they're starting to kick it down on the back straight. It's Noakes and Diamond and Buckridge. Janetsky starting to drop here. It's on, Mitch.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Thomas Diamond, he did it last week. Geez, this looks eerily similar. And the man who's going to chase is Doug Buckridge. So he had to settle for silver last week. Can he get on the shoulder of the class athlete in Diamond and go for gold? But he's certainly trying to take that ability away from him right now. So Thomas Diamond, he finds one more gear. We didn't think he had one, but he's invented one down this home straight. Thomas Diamond with the head back. He was your 1,500 metre champion, and he will be your 3,000 metre champion. He says, my time is now, and he's taken it out there. Doug Buckridge for the silver. Archie Noakes did so much work, and he's going to come through for the bronze. Janetsky for 4th, Garbalotto for 5th. Those were the 5 that we thought it would be, Tim, and they've sorted themselves out in a beautiful order. There's going to be a PB here, I believe, for Reese Hadfield of Knox, and coming down with real authority is going to be Zach Norton of Geelong Guild as well. So too is going to be Lincoln Belgrove. But Thomas Diamond does the double, and that is sensational racing as we now see Ben Ludbrook of Eureka come down at 8:48. So too Hudson Bucci, and behind him there is Nicholas Martin. So Ethan Grills of Geelong Guild coming down with an emphatic finish in this home straight. Sensational racing from our men's under 20 athletes here. But it's going to belong to Thomas Diamond.
And I think my bank balance is looking a bit healthier now, Mitch.
I'll be transferring that dollar a little bit later, Tim.
Zachary Dyer now coming through. Finishing at about the 9:30 mark. One runner still out on track. It'll be Jordan Abbott coming through from the Box Hill Athletic Club. Let's get behind Jordan Abbott, final finisher here in this very exciting men's under 20 3,000 metre event. And we'll now throw back to Mitch for the next of our presentations.
So on the home straight now, we do have our there to our 2 competitors in the women's under 16 3,000 metre walk. So on the track now, we do have our men's under 16 3,000 metre competitors for our race walking event. Our invitational silver medalist representing Tasmania with a time of 14:13.71, Oliver Morgan. And our state champion in the men's under 16 3,000 metre race walk in a time of 13:26.22, representing Knox Athletics Club, it is Riley Coughlin. Congratulations there to our competitors in the men's under 16 3,000 metre race walk.
Come in.
We might just go to a presentation now.
Roger that.
Ross, this is Andrea.
So we'll do our next presentation, which is for the women's under 15 javelin throw. Our bronze medalists with a best distance of 28.39, representing Athletics Essendon, it is Chantal Leslie Hughes. Our silver medalist with a best of 30.08 from Ringwood, it's Gemma Whittaker. And our gold medalist and Victorian state champion with a best distance of 32.44 metres, representing Doncaster, Jessica Nolan. So congratulations to Chantal, Gemma and Jessica, our medalists in the women's under 15 javelin throw championship. Just an update from the women's under-18 long jump competition. Currently with a best of 6:12 in round 5, Mia Skerry leads the way. They're into round 6. That's the women's under-18 long jump competition. So just another update in the field. And in the under-16 jab, it looks like Alyssa Benbow from Eureka, 39.56, leads the way there. And we will be going to the next of our presentations. Victory 70 and medal presentation now for the men's under-17 discus throw. Our bronze medalist with a best of 40.54. Representing Glen Huntley, Charlie Sheen. In second position, our silver medalist with a best of 48.83. Representing Bendigo Harriers, Jake Gavriladis. Now champion, the gold medalist with a best of 49.62 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Mackenzie Leaf. So congratulations to all our competitors in the men's under-17 discus throw. So introducing our field now in the women's under-20 3,000 metre championship. There are 5 starters. In Station 1, representing Collingwood Harriers, Michaela Young. Station 3, from South Melbourne Athletic Club, Ola Evans. In 4, from Western Athletics, Abigail Thomas. Station 5, from Athletics Chilwell, Zoe Woods. And in Station 6, from Mornington Peninsula, Kiralee Turver. Victorian record 8:56.93 set by Susie Power in 1994. Donna Gould from South Australia has the Australian record 8:44.10. Victorian country record Georgie Clark 9:09.46 set in 2001. 9:32.0 is the world under 20 qualification standard. So underway now here. Smallish field of 5 here, Mitch. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. I think it might be quite a strategic. 3 medals up, 5 runners in contention. Not a big difference, really. You know, you're looking probably Abigail Thomas, the form runner, the Western Athletics competitor, and she's the one, I think, who has taken the lead here. To the outside there, you've got Turver from Mornington Peninsula, and Zoe Woods is just sitting in on the rail with Evans and also Young just to the rear of her.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tightly bunched affair, Tim. And as you mentioned, Abigail Thomas is the form competitor, so she might try and stretch it out just a little bit in the early stages to test the waters. But I have a feeling they're all going to be nicely bunched, as you mentioned. 5 in it, so 3 medals up for grabs. As we turn our attention to the home straight, we do have our men's under-18 discus event presentation. Abigail Thomas, we said, may try and test the waters early, and that's exactly what she is doing. The fastest competitor in this field, Abigail Thomas from Western Athletics, just stretching it out. Call that gap about 15, 20 metres, I'd say, Tim. As we see on the outside shoulder there, Kiralee Turver of Mornington Peninsula. Just trying to get the best of Zoe Woods of Athletics Chilwell on the inside rail. But it is Abigail Thomas looking really smooth as well, doing it on her own out in front here, Tim.
So good to see the chasing bunch just sort of working together there. Definitely Woods and Turver doing the work. On the inner rail behind them there is Young from Collingwood Harriers and Evans from South Melbourne just sitting to the outside. So group of 4 in the chase position. 25-metre lead now to Thomas from Western Athletics. And it'll be interesting to see what they go through in that first 1K split. Mitch, that'll tell us a lot about how this is going to unfold.
So we will look at 800 metres going through in about 2:43. So certainly moving quite nicely there, Abigail Thomas, as we turn our attention to the home straight for our presentation of the women's under 14. Now also keep our eyes fixated on this home straight as Abigail Thomas will come down for this first kilometre split. The pen is in hand of Tim Crosby up here as we see a 3:24 rush over the clock. Leading out this second pack from Athletics Chilwell is Zoe Woods, been doing a fair bit of the work. Michaela Young behind her there, so too Ola Evans, and just at the back of it is Kiralee Turver.
So with a 10:08 seed time coming in, Abigail's just a little bit off that, but not far off at all. So she's just cruising along now at about her, true velocity for what she should be running a 3K in. So very honest running there from Abigail Thomas from Western Athletics. Woods is still looking quite strong. She is renowned for her strength and her real grit over these longer endurance events, and it's Zoe Woods who's certainly taking the lead there. Looks like we might be getting a little bit of separation now as well as Turver just starts to drop off the chase pack.
So Abigail Thomas just extending that lead here in the women's under 23,000 metres. As we did mention, the fastest seated athlete coming into this, and she's certainly making that known to the rest of her competitors. As she moves through, looking really smooth in the process of it. We see the rest of our competitors now come through here. So about an 80-metre gap for Abigail Thomas in the women's under 23,000 metres. As we turn our attention now to... this out as well, obviously, as you mentioned, hasn't got the foot all the way on the gas and doesn't really need to with 800 metres to go. 7:34 hits the clock now. She's looking really smooth in the process of this, but the battle for second and third right now has not changed all that much over the last few laps. It's still Zoe Woods at the front of it, and behind her is Michaela Young. And looking really poised at the back of it all is Ola Evans. So these three are going to work off each other, and it'll be interesting to see what the tactics over the final 800 metres will be.
I think there's a little bit of a nervousness in that pack showing. Young just had a poke around the shoulder to see where Evans was, and she'll see that she hasn't dropped at this stage. So Wood's still controlling pace. Young seems very comfortable, and are we seeing a little bit of a gap now forming to Evans, the South Melbourne runner?
We certainly are. It is starting to separate a little bit there. Abigail Thomas comes through with 600 metres to go, and as the rest of the field now enters that back straight. But as we turn our attention to the home straight, we do have our medalists for the men's. Thomas get the bell at 9:03 on the clock in the women's under 23,000 metre event. And this battle for second and third, well, it seems just that at the moment, but the order of it is certainly up in the air. It's Zoe Woods still leading it out, and just behind her there is Michaela Young.
So Woods has done all of the leading in this little group. So Michaela has had the benefit of the sit, but Woods is pretty plucky. So this is going to be a good last lap here. We'll see if Young tries to make a move and what Woods does to respond. But gap now to Ola Evans is getting out to about 25-30 metres. So I think it is a race in two now for the silver and bronze, as we see Abigail Thomas 200 metres out, and she'll be taking victory here in this women's 3,000 metres under 20. But down the back straight, no change, Mitch. I'm not sure when the moves are going to come and who's going to make them, but it's going to be a very enticing battle. 250 out. Well,
you can feel the pressure mounting on that back straight as the moment, so it would be interesting to see whether or not any moves are made. These two have been working really hard, and as I say that, Michaela Young now just goes around the outside of Zoe Woods of Athletics Chilwell, so that's a fantastic move. But as we come into the home straight, it is going to be Abigail Thomas, and to quote the great Stevie Wonder, signed, sealed, delivered, and it's yours. Abigail Thomas is going to take the under 23,000 metre event in emphatic fashion. 10:21 solo, that is nothing to sneeze at. As we now see our second and third place getters, they're going to come into a little battle into this home straight. It is Young of Collingwood, but on the internal of her, she's left the door open here for Zoe Woods, so they're going to battle it out, these two down the home straight. Fantastic racing, and I believe it will be Young who just holds on for that silver. Zoe Woods for the bronze from Athletics Chilwell. Fantastic effort from these two women. As we now see Ola Evans come down for this fourth position, and a fantastic finish as well for Kiralee Turver of Mornington Peninsula. All five competitors about to round out this field. So well done there to Ola Evans. And Kiralee Turver of Mornington Peninsula now going to finish off her campaign here in the women's under 23,000 metre event.
So our next victory ceremony and medal presentation will be for the under-16 women's pole vault competition. For best clearance of 3 metres 10, representing Athletics Essendon in the bronze medal position, it is Kushnor Ranji. Our silver medalist with the best clearance, also of 3:10, representing Doncaster, Talia Grace. Our state champion, the gold medalist, also from Athletics Essen, with the best clearance of 3 metres 20. It is Suknor Ranji. So congratulations to all the competitors in the under-16 women's pole vault competition. So now attention back to the infield. It is the presentation for the under-16 women's javelin competition. Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 34.78 metres, representing Geelong Guild, Isabella Tarr. Our silver medalist with a best of 35.50, representing Athletics Essendon, Suknor Ranji. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a best of 39.56, representing Eureka, Alyssa Benbow. So congratulations, Isabella, Suknor and Alyssa, the medalists in the women's under-16 javelin competition. And our next victory ceremony and medal presentation ready to get underway. It is the Under-18 Women's Long Jump Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 5.66 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Catherine Baines. In the silver medal position with a best of 5.67 or maybe 6.9, depending on the handwriting, from Athletics Chilwell, it is Tiana Boris. Our winner and Victorian champion with a best distance of 6.12 metres from the Sandringham Athletic Club, Mia Skerry. So congratulations, Catherine, Tiana and Mia, and all competitors in the women's under-18 long jump competition. Next event on the track will be combined under 18 and under 17 women's 3,000 metres, scheduled to start at 11:35 a.m.
So first and foremost, a massive good morning if you have just arrived here at Lakeside Stadium for Day 5 of the Victorian State Championships. And if you are one of those recent arrivals, please do make sure you come and check in at your event at least 1 hour before it is meant to go off. And if you are looking for that check-in, it is up here at the back of the grandstand on the decking area, not underneath where it has been in the past. So if you are wandering around aimlessly, trying to find where you check in for your event, it is up the top here in the grandstand on the decking area. Make sure it is at least 1 hour before your event. As our next one on the track is going to be the continuation of 3,000 metre events with our women's under 18 and women's under 17 combined 3,000 metre event. We will call that soon. So on the track now, on the home straight, is our presentation for the women's under 23,000 metre event. In third place, representing Athletics Chilwell with a time of 10:44.72, Zoe Woods. In second place, representing Collingwood Harriers in a time of 10:43.88, Michaela Young. And our gold medalist representing Western Athletics in a time of 10:20.98, Abigail Thomas. Congratulations to our three medalists there in the women's under 23,000 metre event. So on the track now with the 200 metre mark, we are going to introduce our women's under 18 and women's under 17 3,000 metre field. Out of station number 1, representing Coburg Harriers, Niam Tabbitt. Station number 2, representing Sandringham, Molly Rager. In station number 3, representing Williamstown, Abby Goldsworthy. In station number 4, also representing Williamstown, Alexandra Schultz. In the under 17 event, out of station number 5, from Athletics Essendon, Emily Mifsud. In station number 6, representing Diamond Valley, Matilda Lestrange. In station number 7, representing Mornington Peninsula, Jasmine Sidebottom. In station number 8, representing Eureka, Daisy Sudholes. In station number 9, representing St Stephen's Harriers, Olivia De Costa Alves. In station number 10, representing Box Hill, Amelia Morton. In station number 11, representing St Stephen's, Yasmin Ostick-Smith. And in station number 12, representing Williamstown, Nessa Males. These are all of your competitors here in the women's under 18 and under 17 combined 3,000 metre event.
Runners 1 and 2, can you just take a step back, please? On your marks.
So a clean start here for our women's under 18 and under 17 3,000 metre event. We'll get a good look at these athletes as they make their way around and just see who is going to take out the running and do it early for our competitors. It's nicely strung out as they make their way down the home straight. And that is Daisy Sudholes. Behind her there is Tabbitt. So too Goldsworthy. And right behind her is Rager. So these four are going to move through really smoothly, but they have strung it out. So everybody does have a little bit of room to move and to be able to find their spot where they need to be. But it is Daisy Sudholes, the fastest competitor in this field with a 9:44 PB. So through the first 400 metres, it is a 76 on the clock. So Daisy Sudholes leading it out a 9:44. Just a matter of over 10 seconds away from that World Junior qualifier, which she already has in the 1,500 metre event. And she is going to lead out this field of women behind her. Tucked in nicely is Tabbitt of the Coburg Harriers.
So she's looking comfortable out front there, is Sudholes. Also Tabbitt. There's some males just to the outside of her teammate there in Abby Goldsworthy. Rieger in next position. So Sudholes in the under 17 comp leading the way. That leaves Tabbitt the leader currently of the under 18s. So group of 7 out front, the distinctive pink socks there of males. Just starting to lose a little bit of contact with that front group.
So through the 800, 2:37 on the clock. So Daisy Sudholes going to lead them out, as we mentioned. Tabbitt's just been tucked in nicely behind her there in the second place. right on the rail for these two athletes, so certainly don't have to do any more than they're asked of in this 3,000 metre event. As now we see Sudholz put in a little bit of a surge, maybe to try and break up this pack behind her. There are 4 athletes in it. Just off the back of it, I believe, maybe Molly Rager. She just latches right back onto it. So it is Tabbitt behind Sudholz. So we see a little bit of movement.
So Miles deciding just to run side by side there with Goldsworthy. So she's doing the extra distance out slightly into that lane 1. So Riger also still in the picture here. Then we've got Miles. Also Emily Mifsud. They're both in the under-17 competition. I think DaCosta Elves might be in that next position in the... Oh, sorry, she's coming... sorry, Ostic Smith just coming through in that position through 5 to go. So, for good opening K, and what we're seeing here is Sudholz just starting to assert her authority while the rest start to sort themselves out in that competition for both the under-17s and under-18 medals.
Yeah, she certainly is, Tim, and she did it really effortlessly as well. She just moved away with grace and poise, and now, what was a 5 metre lead, 10, 15, maybe it might even be 20 by the time she comes back around this start-finish line. So Daisy Sudholz doing it her own way here. You could almost argue bided her time through the first kilometre and really found her rhythm, and now she's starting to move away from the field. So it is Tabbitt still behind her there, Goldsworthy and Schultz of Williamstown. Just getting on the shoulder of Tabbitt, and on the back of them is Molly Rager.
Yeah, so sorry, it is Schultz at the Williamstown runner. She is also in that under-18 competition with Tabbitt and has now taken the lead in the under-18. So leading the way in the 17s is Sudholz. Now it's Schultz. Goldsworthy, a teammate, going with her. Then we've got Tabbitt and Rager. So that battle in the under-18s is right on because they are all running together, 4 adrift.
Yeah, all 4 right next to each other, which is really interesting. So they'll all know that as well, obviously. They're following the tail of Daisy Sudholz, but your under-18 women's event is happening right behind Daisy at the moment. So she's obviously leading our under-17 event, and she's leading it with authority. But our 4 under-18 women are behind her there in a nice group. So they're going to start to stretch it, and I believe that's going to be Goldsworthy and Schultz of Williamstown, who are going to work together. I'm going to dare say they may be training partners, as Molly Rager doesn't want to spot them too much room. And Tabbitt happy to get her turn at the back and get dragged along just for a little bit. So Daisy Sudholz leading out this pack of 4. And second place at the moment is Emily Mifsud of Athletics Essendon in that under-17 event.
And not far behind her also Nissa Miles in those pink socks. So Sudholz now leading by about 95 metres in the under-17 competition. We're seeing a little bit of activity in this under-18s, Mitch, as they get sort of through to the 3 laps to go position here, as Tabbitt just starts to ease back off that lead bunch of 3. So it's Schultz and Goldsworthy. Riger about 5 metres back. Tabbitt just trying to raise a little bit, not to lose too much contact as they go towards that last kilometre. But it is Schultz looking in good position as she starts to surge forward, and that gap to Riger just getting a little bit more, but she's still in a medal contention as we go through 3 to go.
Yeah, Goldsworthy not giving Schultz any sort of room whatsoever, and Riger just behind them there. So it is going to be Tabbitt who's feeling the pinch in this under-18 event. That is going to be about 20 metres back possibly from our 3 competitors in the under-18 event, but leading it all is Daisy Sudholz from Eureka. So obviously leading out the under-17 event, but also leading out our under-18 women here. We'll call it by about 60 metres as they approach the 2 kilometre mark. And that is going to sit at around 6:42, 6:43 on the clock for Daisy Sudholz. So about that 10-minute pace. So outside of her PB, but it doesn't matter, in a state championship is on the line. As we see now, they come through in 6:54 for our under-18 women. So Molly Riger just holding on to the back of these 2 Williamstown athletes in Goldsworthy and Schultz. And I think this under-18 event is going to start to take shape over the next 400 metres at least. And I think that is Alexandra Schultz who's trying to pull away from Goldsworthy now.
And also in the under-17s, it's getting quite interesting as we see. Mifsud's made a really good move to start to surge forward. She'll have Tabbitt in her sights, who is in the different age group, but it's good to have someone to chase. But behind her, the battle is really on for that next medal. So you've got Sudals well out in front, Mifsud in clear space in the under-17s, and I think it might be DeCosta Elves leading the way currently, but there's a group of three with Nissa Miles just drifting a little bit as they get into that last, towards the last 800 metres.
Yeah, it certainly is. So this pack's going to really take shape here for the under-17 bronze medal, and making their way around at the moment now from Diamond Valley is Lestrange. So she just goes around the shoulder of DeCosta Alves there, and she's going to try and just get a little bit of distance. As you mentioned, Mifsud now, she's separated herself into that silver medal position. And obviously it is Daisy Sudholz at the helm of it. So as we look at our under-18 women as well, Schultz starting to pull away from Goldsworthy, and Molly Reiger is just approaching the shoulder now of Goldsworthy. So there's going to be a little bit of chopping and changing there as we now see Mifsud just start to move past Tabit on the back straight. And there's a little bit of movement as well for that bronze medal position happening there, Tim. And I think we're going to see a new leader. DeCosta Alves takes it back away from Lestrange. And this will be really interesting over the final 600 metres, but 450 to go. Daisy Sudholz, she's had her all her own way, and she's looking really strong at the moment.
So nice little battle underway as we see Lestrange take that, move back into the bronze medal position. But I think what is also happening, they're starting to take a little bit of distance out of Mifsud, who's now running alongside Tabit. But in the under-18 competition, it is Schultz, Goldsworthy. Oh, no, make that Schultz Reiger. So the young Sandringham girl is now got into that silver medal position as they come down to get the bell.
Well, Daisy Sudholz has found another gear as well up the back straight, so she knows that she's home and hosed, but that just isn't enough for her. So as we look back here now, it is Schultz, Reiger, Goldsworthy, as we now see Mifsud come through with Tabit, and launching an attack at the moment is Lestrange. Behind her is going to be DeCosta Alves. So these three are going to battle it out here for these minor placings in the under-17 women's event. It is Mifsud who has the 20-metre lead, but Lestrange is certainly going to mount an attack on the back straight, you would believe. So coming into the home straight now, though, Tim, it is Daisy Sudholz, and she's going to take out this under-17 women's 3,000-metre event in emphatic fashion.
As we said, already has that World Junior Qualifier in the 1500. She's been running superbly right through this domestic season this year, and nice for her to cap that off at this championship with a championship title over the 3,000 metres. It's just going to be under the 10-minute mark, so a nice, comfortable run there, Daisy Sudholz, to take out the under 17 competition. As we look down the track, and it looks like Alexandra Schultz, she's got it all her own way now in the under 18. She's coming in for 10:22 time. She'll be a little bit astray of that, but Miss, that's a good run.
That's a fantastic run. She was going to have a little bit of pressure up that back straight, so she's obviously found one more gear to take out this women's under 18 3,000-metre event, and she's coming down to the line incredibly strong. So it is going to be Schultz who's going to take it out as we start to see Tabit now launch the attack for this women's under-18 event, and she just comes on the shoulder there. Molly Reiger's going to take second place, and Tabit comes through for an emphatic third as we now see our second place finisher, Lestrange, is going to come through for the silver, and Mifsud for the bronze. So those are our medals all sorted, and they certainly chopped and changed in that final 400 metres.
Certainly was a lot of activity over the final 400, and that's what happens in these 3,000-metre races. It's all about getting that pacing right. So some barnstorming finishes there, but gee, our two leaders in Sudholz and also Schultz, good wins there in the under-17 and under-18s for the 3,000-metre for women. So let's get behind Jasmine Sidebottom from Morning Peninsula, our final competitor there in the women's under-17 competition in the 3,000 metres. So for those clubs that have not provided their club helpers this morning, we are getting into a lot of trouble in some of our field events, and some may not go ahead. So if clubs are not providing their club helpers for this session, their athletes will not be eligible for medals or national selection. So clubs, please do the right thing by your athletes. We still require a number of club helpers to report in, and if they don't, the athletes will not be eligible for medals or national selection. So let's try and do just a little bit of a catch-up with some of our field events. It is hard with so many events on today, trying to keep on top of all of them. But in the javelin at the moment, we do have a combined under-17 and under-18 competition. Under-17s, we've got Caitlin Charles from Corio, Anna-Marie Petrovic from Chilwell, Sophie Wilcox Sandringham, Nevo Culligan Old Savarians, Zakira Cooper, Albury, Abby Trezise, Mornington Peninsula, Sienna Farrell from Old Melburnians, Amy Hawking from Aquila St Bernards, Sky Treble from Athletics Southwest, Jasmine Smith Doncaster, Tara Smith Diamond Valley, and Alejandro Ortega Aguilar from Wyndham Track and Field. In our under-18 women's javelin, we've got Elise Keegan, Nunawading, Chloe Kaufman from Glen Huntley. Also, Bianca Brown from Diamond Valley, Georgia Hill from Bendigo Harriers, Shaylee Ginger Ryan from Albury Athletics, Yufin Sukasoon from Coburg Harriers, and Ashley Rook from Yarra Rangers. So that's the javelin competition already underway at the scoreboard end of the stadium. Women 3,000. But nicely. No rudeness. Neil was very lovely.
That's right.
So let's go to our next presentation. It is the women.
So they're just going to do this medal presentation and start.
To the next event on the track, and it is the combined under-16 and under-15 women's 3,000 metre championship. In our under-16 competition, we have 6 starters. In station 1 from Mentone, Celestine DeBarg Tamai. In 2 from Morning Peninsula, Imogen Baker. In 3 from South Bendigo, Genevieve Nihil. In 4 from Albury Athletics, Hayley Whitsed. In 5 from Doncaster, Rachel White. And in 6 from Mornington Peninsula, Baya Pugh. We have 7 starters in the under-15 women's 3,000 metres, and they are in Station 7 from Ballarat YCW, Rose Ashman. In 8 from Glen Huntly, Madison King. In 9 from Collingwood Harriers, Natasha Gertler. In Station 10 from Ringwood, Erin Mariner. Station 11 from Williamstown, Piper Gay. Station 12 from Collingwood Harriers, Ruby Callahan. And Station 13 from Western Athletics, Liz Hall. So 13 starters all up into the combined under-15 and under-16 women's 3,000 metres.
On your marks.
So underway now. Look, I think Bea Pugh has probably taken the lead there. She is in that under-16 competition. Doesn't mind getting out hard. Rachel White's another one we'll watch out for. There's a few good names in this one, Mitch. Piper Gay's another one. Has had a great season. We're seeing her just tucking into that 3rd position. Imogen Baker just back off her.
So they are looking really strong here. As you mentioned, Pugh is going to lead it out from Rachel White. 2 people who love to get towards the front of the field. And they've strung it out really nicely here through the first 350 metres. Everybody has a little bit of room. There's only one on the shoulder. So everybody getting the benefit of that rail sit as we see Pugh leading out Rachel White in this under-16 event. And the under-15 is obviously thrown in here as well. So we will get them as they make their way around. But Tim, everybody's got a little bit of space, which is exactly what you want in a 7.5 lap race.
Yeah, Bea Pugh doesn't mind getting out there, and as we know, Rachel White's a natural leader, for want of a better term, and she doesn't mind just pushing pace out early too. So it is a good start here. It's starting to bunch up a little bit now, as we see the Glen Huntly runner there. I think that's Madison King starting to make herself or presence felt in that lead bunch.
The separation hasn't fully been formed yet, but certainly Madison King of Glen Huntly trying to do her best to create that environment for this field. She goes 1 out, 1 back on the shoulder of Bea Pugh, who's looked pretty comfortable there on the rail. As we mentioned, Rachel White, you said lack of a better term, does love to lead. So she's in an incredibly familiar position as we now see a big move from Piper Gay of the Williamstown Athletics Club, and the one to follow suit is going to be Madison King. So these two now in the under-15 event are going to say, hey, maybe we start to get the wheels in motion, and the under-16s are going to have to try and tag along. Yeah, it has been separated here, much like we saw the last one. So the under-15 girls, I should say, are going to separate themselves from the under-16 girls. As you mentioned, it is Baker, White and Pugh in the under-16 event. And it is going to be Piper Gay and so too Madison King in that women's under-15 event. So these two are more than happy to fight it out between each other, and they're looking really strong at that. King with the benefit of sitting on the shoulder here of Piper Gay. And Pugh, she's been let to do all the work here in this women's under-16 event currently. Rachel White behind her there, so too Imogen Baker, and Whitshead in 4th there from Albury. So there is plenty in it here, Tim, as they make their way around now. That's 1 kilometre done, 2 kilometres to go.
So let's now go to our next presentation. It is the women's under-18.
Women are certainly taking it to our under-16 competitors. They have only extended that gap on the rest of the field. It is Piper Gay leading out Madison King. And the pack of 3 under-16s that we saw has quickly become a pack of 4, with Whitshead of Albury now just getting on the tail of it. So she wants to be a part of the party here in the under-16 event. In the under-15s, as we mentioned, it's being led by Piper Gay and Madison King. And King looking really smooth there, a 10:30 to her name, so certainly a class athlete. She's going to sit right on the heels of Piper Gay, as we now see Whitshead go from off the pack to leading it. So she's right on the shoulder there of Rachel White, who we mentioned does love to lead, and they're going to try and extend away here from Pugh and Backer.
So Rose Ashman from Ballarat YCW, she's currently sitting in that third position in the under-15s. Not far off her, though, and running with her basically is Natasha Gertler from Collingwood. So that's the battle at the moment for that bronze medal, as we're seeing the two leaders there in Gay and also King just right out in front now. But a little bit of a change now we're seeing in the complexion of the under-16 competition as Whitshead, who, as you said, went from fourth to first. White's just off the back of her. Now we're getting a little bit of a gap to the two Mornington Peninsula athletes in Baker and also Pugh.
Yeah, well, that was a really interesting tactic from Whitshead there. She obviously backed in the pace that she was running and knew that she'd be able to reel them in. And it isn't a story of reeling them in now, it's a story of blowing them out, because she's trying to really separate the field at the moment. So Rachel White, the only one to go with there from Doncaster. And I think they're going to try and peg back a little bit of distance on these under-15 athletes even out in front. So Whitshead's certainly come alive in this second kilometre of the 3,000-metre event. It's still Piper Gay leading it out, Madison King behind her there. Those two have not changed even for a moment throughout this 3,000-metre event. And there's been plenty of change in the under-16s as we see Rachel White just on the shoulder of Whitshead, who I think is pegging back that distance to our under-15 athletes out in front. Back there is going to be Imogen Baker, and behind her is Bia Pugh. So the two Mornington Peninsula athletes are vying it out for the third position in the under-16, and this is a pack of under-15s now, and that is going to be Gertler. Behind her there is Ashman, and so too... Right.
So just correction there, it is the South Bendigo runner in the under-16s, which is Genevieve Neal in the next position. Then we've got that really good battle for that bronze medal position in the under-15s, and that's currently being battled by Ashman and also Gertler. So Ashman in the Ballarat colours, Gertler is in the Collingwood colours. But out front, we are seeing that gap remaining fairly static. King just content to sit on Gay. This is coming down now to get 2 laps to go. So we're into the last kilometre here of this 3,000-metre journey, and we're seeing two very, very good battles, Mitch. This is going to be really enticing over the last 2 laps, as King has just not moved at all. Gay's doing all the leading, and that gap now with Whitshead and also White, and I think White looks like she's ready to make a move.
Yeah, Whitshead's been trying to shake off the tail of White for a little while, but all gloves are off as we now see our first piece of movement in the women's under-15 event. So Madison King's waited for 800 metres to go to get herself to the front. Piper Gay just going to sit behind her there. So there's only been one real big breakaway amongst this pack, and this is between the two under-16 athletes. And what was a 20-metre lead has now crept back to a 15-metre one. So at the head of Whitshead, she's been able to pull Rachel White along with her. She's right on her shoulder. Madison King going to try and stretch out Piper Gay, and back a little bit further our two teammates in Baker and Pugh. So on the back straight now, these two are going to become 4, I believe, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not it stays that way as our under-16 women, Tim, are just creeping up on the shoulder of our under-15 leaders.
It's just remarkable to watch because we're seeing the difference in the height and the difference in style, and they're just going stride for stride, both of those two little lead groups, the under-15s and under-16s. It's remarkable how similar the form and the style of both are. And just watch the taller girls as they're just creeping closer. This could be an interesting dynamic if they do join in, and just see how that affects King and also Piper Gay. So Whitshead's done a great job, but gee, Rachel White has not been shaken here. And a couple of times she's looked like she's wanted to take the shoulder, but just sits back. And now I think we're seeing that once again, just easing out slightly in the lane. Whitshead looking a little bit fatigued. They're coming through to get 1 lap to go. It's on Piper Gay. Do not discount the little kick from this girl.
Oh, absolutely. It's like a heavyweight boxing match at the moment. Let's see who can throw the knockout punch. It's Piper Gay who gets back to the front of the women's under-15 and King behind her there. You've mentioned Rachel White's been waiting for a moment. moment. Well, I think that's now as she makes her way around Whitsed. So Whitsed done a lot of the work to bring Rachel back into this race. And now she's going to try and show the back door. So the 20-minute leads become 5. It'll be interesting to see whether the tactics change as they all merge together. It is Rachel White now starting to extend away a little bit from Whitsed in the under-16 event. Piper Gay going to try and shake King in the under-15, but it's Rachel White. She's moved about 5 metres clear, might even call it 10, and I have a feeling that Piper Gay and King are going to be the beneficiaries of sitting off Rachel White with 180 metres to go.
But as King goes again, so that was confusing for them because they had a body to get round, and suddenly King launches, Gay launches again. White's still leading Whitsed, but that's not over because Whitsed's starting to mount another challenge. Into the home straight. Let's get behind all of these girls. What a great race. Piper Gay, I think she's broken King. She's going to take the gold medal in the 15s. King's just going to come in for that silver. I think White's going to get gold in the under-16s, but great racing for all 4 girls here. It was on, and look at the time, 10:03. Piper Gay takes it. Great running, Madison King. Also Rachel White. Different tactic from her. Didn't lead. Whitsed, we love what we're seeing from this girl from Albury, and we're seeing Imogen Baker now. She'll come down to get the bronze medal in that under-16 competition. But wow, that just turned on. Under-15s and under-16s, all throwing it on the line, and what a great competition to watch.
Oh, that was sensational, wasn't it? You saw so many different race tactics come to light there, and evidently we did end up seeing a really, really good champion as we now make their way down into here, and this will be our bronze medalist representing Athletics Collingwood. It is going to be Gertler who's going to come down and stop the clock at 10:42. So a lot of PBs in this race as well, Tim. That's just evidence of how fought this race was. As we now see Nahil come down. Behind her is going to be Ashman. And wow, what a performance from these women out here this morning at Lakeside Stadium.
So DeBarg Tamai, she'll be the next one through from the Mentone Club. Comes in with a 12:20 time. She'll be well under that. As we're saying, it is just absolutely on here this morning at Lakeside, and the times being run by these young ladies are absolutely superb. Liz Hall from Western A's. I think there might be a little bit of a challenge here. But Liz just coming through. We saw her so good in the steeplechase. Taking a gold medal in that event. So Liz Hall comes through for the Western Athletics Club. And then we've got Ruby Callahan from Collingwood Harriers. And that completes the field there in the combined women's under 15 and under 16 3,000 metres. Another update in the field. We'll just go through our fields for the combined pole vault event, which is now taking place at the VIS end of the stadium. There's a few starting at 12 p.m. In the men's under 17, we've got Aidan Pigeon from Box Hill, Johnny Suarez from Box Hill, Athletics Chilwell, Noah Burns, and Alexander Jarman from Athletics Chilwell. So they're in the under 17 competition. In the under 18 competition for men, we have got Campbell Braden from Athletics Chilwell, Lachlan Monteith from Box Hill, Jack Weirlow Corio, Declan Foley from Ballerine, Tom Coughlin St Kevin's, Thomas Matthews from Box Hill, and Nicholas Smurden from Casey Cadinia. So that's the under 18 men's pole vault. In the combined women's pole vault, in the under 17s, Victoria Pape Silva from Geelong Guild is the sole competitor, and in the under 18s, we've got 2 competitors, Aranya Manchanaika from Athletics Nunawading and Abigail Delia from Casey Cardinia. So they're the fields in the pole vault competitions that are currently underway at the VIS end. Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the men's under 20 discus throw. In third place with a best distance of 32.15 metres, representing Diamond Valley, Will Jarman. Let's make that Athletics Chilwell. A little bit of a recording sheet error there. In second position, claiming the silver medal with a best distance of 37.01 from Diamond Valley, it is Ryan Blair. And there's no doubting the famous Geelong Guild uniform, even more poignant today on the day that John Landy passed. Our gold medalist with a best distance of 44.80 metres from Geelong Guild, Jacob Eastwood.
Meter off the line, guys. And let's make sure our feet are off the line, otherwise I will pull it. Keep your feet off the line, okay? We'll wait for the intro. And medal presentation as well by the look of it.
Richard, we're ready when you are. Sorry, I thought we might get in before the medal presentation, but no such luck. So just wait for that and then you'll be introduced.
'18 3,000 metre championship. So 14 starters taking their place on the start line now. The men's under 18 3,000 metres. In station 1 from Mentone, it's Sam Elberston. In 2 from Yarra Rangers, Kai Harris. Station 3 from Old Scotch, Nathan Munro. Station 4 from Bendigo University, Jaden Padgham. Asher Grodsky from Maccabi is in 5. Station 6 from Eureka, Ben Mornane. Tommy Clockow from Old Scotch is in 7. In 8, Matthew Venner from Knox Athletic Club. Will Lovett from Old Zavarians is in 9. Angus McAfee from Bendigo Uni is in 10. In 11, Nicholas Chambers from Glen Huntley. Bailey Wilson from Athletics Chilwell in 12. Tyler Murphy from Diamond Valley in 13. And rounding out the field in Station 14 from Bendigo Harriers, Harrison Boyd.
On your marks.
So underway now in this under-18s. Let's look at the records. 8:08.63 is the Victorian record set in 2012 by Zach Patterson from Knox. 8:01.26, the national record, Ryan Gregson, New South Wales and Victoria, set in 2007. The Victorian country record, 8:17.20, set by the very great Mel Norwood from Echuca. Went on to then represent Ivanhoe Harriers. So out front, Mitch, how's it looking? Boyd, bit of a surprise packet in the 21-22 season. Looks like him and Albertson just trying to share the lead. Venner just drifting back, and I think Padgham on the rails.
Yeah, you've called that beautifully there, Tim. So 4 class athletes right at the helm of this men's under 18 3,000 metres. You did mention the surprise packet of Harrison Boyd. Well, he's certainly going to surprise a few here as he gets right to the front and starts to throw the challenge down early to Sam Alberston, the fastest time going into this men's under 18 3,000 metres, but Boyd only 2 seconds back from that. Padgham on the inside of there, and so too is Matthew Venor of that Knox Athletics Club. So Venner, 2 out, 1 back there. Looking really comfortable as Sam Alberston. He does like to get towards the front. He does like to have a little bit of control over these types of races. And he certainly doesn't want to spot a like of Harrison Boyd. Too much room to be able to get away and cause a little bit of mischief in this men's under 18 3,000 metres. But it's tightly bunched. We have a few going wide to try and get their way into this field. Matty Venner sitting really comfortably on the outside there. And I think that may be Chambers possibly that's going to even go a little wider than that.
That's right. Another one I'll be watching for will be Munro from Old Scotch. He's sitting there in that 3rd position. So this guy's got a little bit of toe. His teammate there, Cluckow, also has got the goods as well. And they're just sitting to the outside there of Mornane in the Eureka colours. Padgham just drifting back a little bit in the Bendigo Uni kit. And Boyd content now just to sit in 3rd position as we do have a change in lead.
Yeah, so we will see one of our competitors that doesn't quite have the fastest time here, Nicholas Chambers, make his way to the front and make an honest race of it. So we talk a lot about championship racing. It had started that way, but I think Chambers is going to try and really nip that as best that he can and start to stretch this field out a little bit. You mentioned the toe of our old Scotch athlete and Nathan Munro. He wants to be right on the heels of Sam Albiston. And Harrison Boyd happy to spot a little bit of room just so he can keep himself on that rail. Matty Venner on the outside of him, Padgham behind, Cluckow not far away. And so too is Will Lovett from Old Zavarian. So it's pretty tightly bunched as they make their way down to this 1 kilometre mark. Sam Albiston's kept himself out of trouble but relevant at the same time. And Nathan Munro of Old Scotch right there on the rail. Matty Venner, beautiful, and so too Harrison Boyd. But Albiston wants to claim the first kilometre and he'll take it out in 3:03. And have a look at this little move here. Nathan Munro just gets right on his back now.
Yeah, so McAfee's at the end of that pack. Another interesting runner from Bendigo Uni. Great to see the Bendigo colours in this race and being contenders. But out front, it is Munro who is now getting alongside Albiston Venner, just in a beautiful position. Also Boyd, I think he's just watching what's going on, not doing a lot of the work early and just waiting for those final few laps to bring it home. Cluckow also moving along nicely. And Chambers just starting to drift through. We see Mornane now go alongside and past him as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic here by Harrison Boyd. He wanted to get out towards the front. I think he felt the pace pick up and he just went, all right, I'm going to spot a little bit of room to stay comfortable and wait for the later stages when I know the kick's coming. Matthew Venner with different ideas. He wants to just be right on the heels of Sam Albiston. And so too Nathan Munro. So all pretty close in time, these competitors. It'll just be interesting to see how the tactics work out in this 2nd kilometre. Boyd on the outside shoulder of him is going to be Padgham. And as you mentioned, in those Eureka colours moving through beautifully is going to be our athlete in Mornay. So Ben Mornay and 8:53 to his name. They're all around that realm of possibility. Old Zavarians in Will Lovett not too far away. But it's Sam Albiston who's kept himself towards the front of this race, doing the work there. Right behind him, I reckon, a danger man in Nathan Munro, and so too Matty Venner. So there hasn't been a lot of change in terms of where these athletes are, but the pace is certainly starting to ramp up a little bit. The probably biggest one to move is our man from Eureka.
So a few little gaps starting to form. McAfee's been asked the question, so too Chambers. Gap back then to our Chilwell runner in Bailey Wilson. And looks like he's got with him Tyler Murphy. So out front though, Munro looking fairly comfortable there. Albiston just doing the leading. Venner's been in good position the whole way round, so too has Boyd.
Sam Albiston just looks in total control at the moment. He looks really smooth, our Mentone runner. So too Nathan Munro. Boyd on the shoulder of Venner. Padgham not too far away. Mornay just behind them there. And so too Will Lovett. So this pack of 7 is just going to stride their way through here. 5:24 on the clock, 3 laps to go. Albiston, as I mentioned a few times now, had it his own way, the fastest athlete in this field. Nathan Munro on his shoulder. And as we mentioned, the man who's playing a little bit of tactics, Harrison Boyd, finds himself in a beautiful spot. Just slotted in there nicely in the 3rd position. Padgham's been a man who's been ping-ponged around this pack, and he finds himself in a settled spot of 4th. Venner on the outside back of him, and now moving through is going to be Lovett of Old Zavarians. Mornay just holding on to the back as the movement starts to be made. Albiston still at the helm of it. Munro, and so too Harrison Boyd. 5:59 on the clock, so they did ramp up that kilometre. Let's see if it gets a little bit hotter in the final one.
So the field just starting to stretch a little bit. There was a little bit of coming together as they came through on that previous lap, and that's what happens when they're packing forward. Albiston and Munro avoiding a lot of trouble out there. Boyd getting into a good position in number 3, but Lovett's the next one to make a bit of a move. Goes past Padgham. Bit of a gap back to Mornane, and it looks like Venner is also starting to struggle as they come through. 2 laps to go.
Well, this is an interesting one because we now start to see Nathan Munro just drop off the back of the 2 race leaders a little bit. Obviously hasn't spotted too much room, but slots himself into 4th. Padgham now around him, so that 4th quickly becomes 5th. And a really good surprise packet is Will Lovett of the Old Zavarians right behind there in 3rd place. So Harrison Boyd, he makes his way to 2nd. Sam Albiston has not moved an inch from the lead since we saw the gun go off, and he's going to try and stretch this field out a little bit now. Padgham puts himself in a beautiful position in 4th. fourth, and it's strung out. Can't shake Mornay, and Venner now just starting to drop off the back. So it is Nathan Munro at the back of it. Mornay starting to go around him. Padgham in fourth, Lovett in third, Harrison Boyd in second, and Sam Albiston leading it out with 600 metres to go. So this is when the movers and shakers begin to really make the earth shake. It is Albiston. Boyd just behind him there. I'm really liking the race from Lovett, and Padgham in fourth. These four are going to start to move away just a little bit. And with 500 metres to go, a state championship on the line for the under-18 men, it's about to get really, really fired up.
So it looks like as they hit the bell, a race in for Albiston, as we keep saying, controlling the lead. Boyd looking very comfortable. Lovett just to the outside of Padgham on the rails. Big gap now forming as Mornane dropping back. Venner in next position, and then Munro. But race in for 300 out. Albiston still leads.
Will be interesting to see what he has up the back straight, because this is usually where it starts to get really cooking. So we see Padgham now in third. He's just going to creep up on Boyd, and Albiston still looks strong in those Mentone colours out in front. Can't shake Lovett either. So the four are going to go really close together with 200 metres to go. 8:17 on the clock. Sam Albiston still leading it out. Harrison Boyd not far away. Padgham going to the arms, and Lovett still on the back of him. So these four have not moved over the final 400 metres of this event, and it's going to come down to the wire. So don't blink and you'll miss the final 100. Albiston with the look on the inside. Boyd now with the movement on the outside, and he doesn't move. He booms away down this home straight. Harrison Boyd bided his time, and he did it to perfection to claim the men's under-18 3,000 metre title. Padgham on the outside of Albiston. Lovett in fourth position. That's a PB for our old Zavarian runner. And Matty Venner is going to come down for that fifth place position. But Harrison Boyd, he just woke up the sleeping giant with 100 metres to go, and he absolutely barnstormed it down to claim that under-18 men 3,000 metre event.
I think the fireworks will be going off up in Bendigo town. A 1-2 for the Bendigo runners there, Boyd and also Padgham. So some great running and a great sign of what's happening up in the Bendigo region at the moment in distance running.
So that was a quality 3,000 metre event, and Sam Albiston is absolutely stoked to hold on for a medal there. And a really gutsy front running effort as we now see our old Scotch athlete in Cluckow come down. He'll finish off his 3,000 metre campaign, and so too will Bailey Wilson of Athletics Chilwell. But a lot of movement, and Harrison Boyd able to take out the men's under-18 event. As we now see Tyler Murphy of Diamond Valley come down. Great race there, and behind him is going to be Kai Harris of the Yarra Rangers Athletic Club, and he will dip under his PB of 10:30. As our final competitor rounds into the straight, and it's going to be Asher Grodsky of Maccabee Athletics Club, and he will round out the men's under-18 3,000 metre event.
So just a reminder, the Project Cloven Company are here until 6 p.m. today. So if you're heading to Nationals and want to get kitted out, then visit the team from Project. Make sure you get the right sizings and check out all of the gear that's available for Team Vic as we start to look forward to the National Championships in Sydney from 26th of March through to April 3rd. So in the outside part of the arena, we will be having the 12:30 discus throw competition for the men's under 14 with 7 starters. Harrison Cardy from Albury Athletics, Max Dmitrenko from Williamstown, Kai Norton, South Bendigo, Jack Berry, Geelong Guild, Jasper Seymour, South Bendigo, Theodore Eliadis from Casey Gdynia, and Zach Sanderson from Williamstown. So they're the competitors in the men's discus throw under 14 taking place outside the stadium. The next event on the track will be the final of the men's under 17 3,000 metres. Victorian record 8:14.63 set by Michael Power in 1992, and the country record 8:31.57 Dean Pepplinghouse from Eureka set in 1994. 12 starters on the line, and they are Jones Gorton from St Stephen's in 1. Jack Waters, Box Hill, is in Station 2. In Station 3 from Athletics Chilwell, Magnus Woods. Station 4, Cody Taggart from Eureka. Also from Eureka in 5 is Charles Chandler. In 6 from Williamstown, Oliver Burns. Station 7 from Mentone, James Pizer de Chiero. In 8 from Wendouree, Jacob Cheeseman. In 9 from Old Scotch, Harrison Carr. Station 10 from South Bendigo, Logan Tickle. In 11 from Athletics Chilwell, Daniel Scott. And joining him from Chilwell in Station 12, it is Jacob Sprunt. 12 starters, men's under 17, 3,000 metre final.
Okay, 1 metre from the line, please. On your marks. Stand up. On the line, be careful. Right. Just have another go at it. On your marks.
So underway now. On the inside there, it is Jones Gorton. We'll be looking to see who settles, and I think it might be Tickle from South Bendigo. Probably a little bit inspired, Mitch, after what happened in that previous race. Let's see if we can get back-to-back wins for the Bendigo region here in the 3,000 metres.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? That'd be pretty special. Also under 18, 17, so the age is quite close. And as you mentioned, he's going to get out there and feel incredibly inspired. So Tickle's going to lead it out in those silky red colours. On the outside of him is also going to be Charles Chandler. On the inside, once more, Jones Gorton. Making a little bit of move around the outsides, Cheeseman and Jack Waters at Box Hill with the hat on. Just tucked in behind them all. So too from Old Scotch is going to be Harrison Carr. So there's a few Harrison Carrs from Old Scotch. So don't get confused if you see that name a little later on, as they make their way around through 300. And Tickle looking really comfortable just to lead this out.
Yeah, it's a good start here. It's a decent start. Chandler looking quite comfortable. I'm glad he's chosen not to wear the pink shorts again, so the black does look so much better with the Eureka uniform. But Charles Chandler just looking nice there. Cheeseman very, very impressed with that start. He's decided he's going to put himself into this race, but it is Logan Tickle that does lead the way.
Well, a lot of country boys showing us how it's done right now here in the city, which we absolutely love to see. So Tickle of South Bendigo. You see Eureka stuck behind him there, and Windouree. So these three would have raced against each other plenty of times, more so outside than just the state championships.
When you look at that Vic Country record too at 8:31, I think there's guys in this field capable of that at some stage. I'm not sure if it'll come today in a championship race, but certainly looking at Tickle's sort of form, he could be launching towards those sort of times before too long, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. You get yourself in a race where you might be able to be dragged through, and that record could be absolutely obliterated. You just never know. But as you mentioned, in championship racing, it does prove a little bit harder to do, as Carr makes his way on the inside there in the all red of Old Scotch, and on the outside of him is going to be Jacob Cheeseman. So these four are going to work really well. Jones Gorton behind him there. On the back of that pack is going to be Jack Waters, and I believe that's Magnus Woods potentially, really throwing himself up there as well. So 800 metres, 2:21 on the clock. Not messing about for sure, this pack out in front. So Tickle leading it out. Has not given an inch from that front spot. running a little bit wide, and that's been pretty consistent for him in this race, is Cheeseman. He's putting himself in a really nice position, though, just getting right on the shoulder of Charles Chandler of Eureka. With the sunglasses on, it's all business as we get this first kilometre split, and it's going to be under that 3-minute mark, 2:57, let's call it 2:58 for the back of that pack. So 1 second separating about 8 athletes at the moment through the first K in this under 17, 3,000.
But let's now throw down to the previous event. It was the men's under 18 3,000 metre championship, and our medalists are in the bronze medal position, representing the Mentone Athletic Club in a time of 8:49.11. Sam Alberson from Bendigo University, the silver medalist in a time of 8:48.96. Jaden Padgham, the Victorian state champion in a time of 8:47.02, representing Bendigo Harriers, Harrison Boyd. So congratulations to the medalists in the men's under 18 3,000 metres. As we look down the track into the home straight, they'll be approaching 4 laps to go. Tickle, also Chambers, Carr. Now Woods has made a big move to get right into the action here. Jones, Gorton and Cheeseman in that next position.
So Magnus Woods, he does have a PB down here of 9:40, so he's certainly putting himself in a position to obliterate that. Season's best, we'll call that. So Tickle leading it out. He has not moved from that front spot, and behind him there neither has been Charles Chandler. So Chandler behind him looking really strong. And so too is Harrison Carr of Old Scotch. So these 6 working in unison almost at the front of the field. On the back of it there is Jones Gorton. In front of him from Windaree is going to be Jacob Cheeseman. And making a really good move is Magnus Woods on the back of them all.
I haven't seen much of Magnus this season, so maybe out for injury or study or various other things, but we know that he's a pretty classy runner. Saw Zoe out earlier in that earlier 3,000 metres for women too. So good to see the Woods back in these 3,000 metre events. But Logan Tickle still just doing it his way, I think, Mitch. So nice to see him taking the ascendancy here and just leading out. Chambers been very comfortable, as you say, got the game face on, the glasses are on. We won't know what his mood is, how he's looking, but he's not allowing any distance. Cheeseman just goes again. How tough is that one?
Yeah, well, Cheeseman, you can't get rid of him. He's a little bit like what we saw earlier with Garbelotto. You just don't know when they're going to go and when they're going to come back. Padgham did it in the race before, but if you're looking at the in-form athlete and you're looking at someone who looks as smooth as butter, it's Logan Tickle of South Bendigo. Behind him there, as we've already mentioned, is going to be Charles Chandler. It's business on with those sunglasses. Harrison Carr behind him there. Cheeseman not far away. And as you said, Magnus Woods moving really comfortably.
So I think we made a bit of a mistake there. I reckon that's Sprunt from Chilwell. We're getting out, there's 3 of them out there, and I think we might have Sprunt in that lead pack just ahead of Cheeseman. So we'll just confirm that as they come around and check out those hip numbers. But it's a nice little group as Jones Gorton just starts to drop a little bit, but Tickle just starting to get a little bit of a gap on as they're coming through, and they'll be getting 2 laps to go. So they're into the final kilometre here. He's controlled the pace all the way through. So Tickle, will there be a challenge, and who will it come from? Mitch, who are you tipping?
Well, I don't know. Tickle looks really comfortable at the moment. It's going to take a little bit to peg him back. You would think that it's going to be Charles Chandler who might be the best, and you are right, Tim. That is our man in Jacob Sprunt sitting there in third. So Sprunt just getting on the back of it now. It's Tickle still leading it out. Not too far away is Charles Chandler. Sprunt behind him there, Carr and Cheeseman. So I think if somebody's going to mount an attack, it's going to want to come soon because Tickle's looking really smooth at the front of this field as he starts to stretch away to a 5-10 metre lead as he heads up that back straight for the second last time. And he looks really good. Charles Chandler leading out this group behind him. There's Sprunt right on the shoulder. Carr and Cheeseman, hard to separate those 4 at the moment. But Charles Chandler trying to do his best to do so. And so too now is Sprunt. So Tickle looks comfortable. It's a 5 metre lead. 600 metres to go. I think it's going to take a little bit of shape over the next 200 metres.
I'm loving the regional aspect here. We've got Bendigo, we've got Ballarat, we've got Geelong, then the Metro athlete, and then another Ballarat runner. They're our top 5. This is awesome for the regional Victorian teams. But it is the South Bendigo colours leading the way from Eureka and also Chilwell. Spunt's made a big charge to get in that. Has that taken the zap out of him for the last couple of laps? And is Tickle in the ultimate position of control here as he comes down to get the bell?
Well, he does look really smooth here, Tickle, but I also think Charles Chandler looks really smooth as he floats along behind him there. So 7:51's going to greet the clock at the bell. Charles Chandler going to try and bring Sprunt up to Tickle, who looks in a lot of control. Cheeseman as well going to try and lead Carr back to these two. So I have a feeling we're going to get a pretty interesting last 300 metres. It is Tickle, but as we say that now, Charles Chandler is starting to move. He's certainly got the wheels. Sprunt on the shoulder of him. I don't think his energy's spent, Tim, because he's looking really smooth on the shoulder there. So let's see how it ramps up with 250 metres to go.
That gap definitely being drawn in, but is Tickle just teasing them a little bit here? Sprunt could launch the big sprint over the last 200. Let's see how it plans out. As we said, Sprunt had a lot of work to do to get into that position. Tickle now starts to ramp it up. Sprunt going to the shoulder of Chambers. It looks like it's on for these medals here. So Tickle's just got to hold his form as he comes into the home straight the last time. Sprunt, the man making the move, but Tickle just takes the extra gear. So he really starts to push it out, and Tickle will take this. Sprunt and Chambers have run so well, but Logan Tickle, bang bang here for Bendigo. They'll take the under-17s and the under-18s. Sprunt, great running there. Brilliant strategy. Chambers will be rewarded with the podium position. Then Carr. Cheeseman, once again, a gutsy run from Cheeseman. And gee, that top 5 looks so good, Mitch.
Yeah, it certainly did. And as we mentioned the Ballarat love, we see the boys just get down there and get right around Logan Tickle. So a sensational win for him. Really well done to Sprunt as well. As you mentioned, bided his time beautifully for the silver medal there. As we see Jones Gorton come through, so too Jack Waters, I believe that is, at Box Hill with the 9:29. As we start to see the rest of this field make their way down, it is Pfizer Di Sierro of Mentone, so too Scott, and now comes Taggart. So a sensational race here in the men's under-17 3,000 metres. Magnus Woods of Athletics Chilwell there, and Oliver Burns of Williamstown. That will round out your men's under-17 3,000 metre event.
Yeah, just a reminder that Project Clothing are going to be here until 6 p.m. today. Also, if you've got any questions or queries about the state team, the squad going to Sydney for the national champs in the end of March, early April, Tom Gamble is in the President's Room, and he'll be there for the majority of today taking questions that you may have. Also a reminder that the results are coming through on AV Results Hub. And live stream will be continuing on throughout this afternoon and into this evening. If you aren't staying at the stadium, you'll be able to follow all of the action here at Lakeside as we move into those exciting 200 metres. The hurdles also coming up fairly soon and finishing this evening on the track with the 800 metres. Also in the field, there's still a few open finals to be decided. The HH Hunter Shield will be determined today as well. Essendon's still got a slight lead there, but with Jemima Montag from Melbourne Uni taking the big points in that walk, I think Melbourne Uni is starting to bridge that gap to Athletics Essendon for the HH Hunter Shield. We'll try and do some updates of that during the course of the day as well. So our presentation about to get underway will be, the next one on the infield will be for the women's open ambulant long jump. And in second position with a percentage of 32.36 and a distance of 2.01, representing Ballarat Harriers, Louise Pendred. And our gold medalist and state champion with a percentage of 75.24 and a distance of 471 metres. It is from Eureka, Caitlin Sharp. So congratulations to Louise and Caitlin, our medalists in the Women's Open Ambulant Long Jump Championship. Next event on the track will be the men's under 16 3,000 metres Championship of Victoria. 15 starters, and they are Dane Gray from Glen Huntly. Also from Glen Huntly in 2, Will Orchard. In 3 from Knox, Rory Craig. In 4 from Athletics Nunawading, Joshua Carlin. Lachlan Fulton from Mentone takes Station 5. Station 6 is Kailana Luong from Box Hill. William Short from Glen Huntly in 7. Ferdinand Faith from Collingwood Harriers in 8. Also from Collingwood Harriers, Charles Barrett is in 9. In 10, John Goodwin from Sandringham. Alfie Lambert from Glen Huntly in 11. Connor Sullivan, Old Scotch, is in 12. Brodie Atchison from Mornington Peninsula, 13. In 14, Andrew Turver from Mornington Peninsula. And Western Athletics, Oscar Burt is in 15. They're the starters in the men's under 16 3,000 metres. Good clean start there on the inside. I think that's Dane Gray just darting out to the front. Charles Barrett will cover all of those moves. 8:29.26. Michael Power holds the state record in this age group. That was set in 1992. The Australian record, 8:32.31. I think that's a little bit of an age difference there between AA and AV. The Victorian Country Championship, the record is 8:38.47, set by the great Collis Birmingham in the year 2000. As we see Charles Barrett from Collingwood once again deciding he's going to go. Carlin Luong in next position. Then we've got the first of our Glen Huntly runners, which is Dane Gray. Bit of a drop back then to Alfie Lambert in next position. Josh Carlin leading that chasing bunch there. Also up there, we've got the Mornington Peninsula run. I'll try and identify that one, but definitely that is Connor Sullivan from Old Scotch, the taller figure with the blonde hair, sitting in sixth position. So a nice opening lap there from Barrett. So he's well under the 70-second mark. So it's one of the quicker openings we've seen this afternoon. So Luong in next position. Dane Gray still sitting next. And then we've got Brodie Atchison, Sullivan. I think that is Lambert in next slot. Carlin in next position. I think that's Rory Craig just off the back of him. Orchard would be next. Then the Sandringham runner there. And that is John Goodwin. Gap back to our Western Ast runner in Oscar Burt. From Collingwood Harriers, we've got Ferdinand Faith in next position. Andrew Turver. Then back a little. From Mentone, we've got Lachlan Fulton. And then William Short. Glen Huntly rounds out the field, but Charles Barrett doing it all his own way at the moment, approaching the 800-metre mark. It is strung out to the max here. The only little group working well together at the moment. We're seeing Carlin just dragging through Craig and Orchard. That's been a really nice move from them as they go past Alfie Lambert from Glen Huntly. So Carlin, we've seen a bit of him over the last 2 weekends. He certainly has got plenty of courage, this one. The young man from Athletics Nunawading, and he's setting a beautiful pace, which Rory Craig and Will Orchard are just getting the benefit of at the moment. But out front, as we approach the 1K mark, it is all Mr. Barrett from Collingwood Harriers. A lot of interest now will be in this time. He should be under that 3-minute mark. He will be well under. Let's go to our next presentation, and it is for the men's open ambulance. And I think receiving the gold medal, well, let's just check this, but James Pendred from Ballarat Harriers with a percentage of 72.77 and a distance of 5.56. So James Pendred will get the medal there. And in the gold medal position, percentage of 94.89 and a distance of 7.25 metres from Glen Huntley, Nicholas Hum. So the medalist in the men's long jump open ambulant competition. As we see Charles Barrett coming through to the 1400 metre mark. He's out by 50 metres, say 45 to 50 over Luong. Not a lot of change here, but we are seeing that group led by Carlin. They've lost Orchard, but you've still got Sullivan, and they've gone past Sullivan and Rory Craig sitting in there. So Luong currently in second position, Atchison third. Then we've got Dane Gray in the fourth position. Carlin just continuing to make his way through, and he is losing his mates as they start to drop off him as he keeps on that relentless pace. Good move there from Alfie Lambert, just coming alongside the Sandringham runner there in Goodwin and latching onto the back of Oscar Burt from Western Athletics. So Fulton coming through now from Mentone. As we're seeing, Carlin just starting to rip up the track down the back straight still. He might be eyeing off a medal potentially here. As we see Josh Carlin just really getting a nice little head of steam as he works into this event. But Charles Barrett just reigning supreme at the moment. Right out in front. Luong just doing what he needs to do. He's just got to keep his own form, run his own race, keep the rhythm going. Atchison might feel the body of Dane Gray just approaching. He'll start to hear footsteps. If they hear any more footsteps, it might be those footsteps of Joshua Carlin from Athletics Nuttawading as he starts to continue to that roll through that field. So 3 laps out now for Barrett. Same for Luong. So Atchison next through. Then Dane Gray. Our next presentation will be for the under-15 women's para event in the long jump, and with a percentage of 67.33 and a distance of 3.71 metres from Diamond Valley, Kira Wright. So congratulations, Kira, taking out that under-15 women's long jump competition. As we eye back down the track, they're into the final kilometre here now in this men's under-16 3,000 metres. Barrett, Luong, Atchison now joined by Dane Gray in the battle for the medals. Carlin not making any more impact, I don't think. Maybe that big charge in the mid-stage of the race might have just taken the zip out of his legs. But certainly there's no zip taken out of Charles Barrett's legs as we see him coming out 800 metres from the finish. So Luong in next position. He's 50 metres back from Barrett. He's about 35 metres up on Atchison. Gray in next position, just now broaching alongside 2 laps out with Atchison. So the big battle there for the bronze. Carlin, I wouldn't write him off yet either. Gap then to Sullivan. Also Rory Craig in next position. Burt. Then we have Goodwin. Then Orchard. Then Turver. Then Alfie Lambert in next slot. Then we move back to the second of our Collingwood Harriers runner in third, Nan Faith. It's 600 out now, Charles Barrett. Can't see much changing his walk up to the central dais on the podium here because Charles Barrett is still out by a big lead as he comes through to get 500 metres to go. A lot of interest now in that bronze medal race. If Luong can just hang on there, he's certainly got the silver in his pocket, and he looks pretty steady and pretty solid because they've got to run him down by about 40 metres over those last 500. That's a big ask. But we're coming down to get the bell lap now. Charles Barrett looking steady, looking strong. So 1 lap out. So Luong, 1 lap out as well. Atchison still got Gray And I think Carlin might have a little bit of a sniff here, but he's just got to pick up that pace over that last 400 metres. It's going to be on for the bronze medal, Mitch. It's looking quite interesting, actually, but Charles Barrett, 200 out now. Absolutely class athlete is Charles Barrett, and we're seeing a lot of him over this weekend, and he's coming out 200 metres to run. Luong's run bravely. He's been by himself most of the way, and we're seeing Dane Gray just start to make that move and try and get that bronze medal.
Well, 150 metres to go, and it's a race all sewn up by Charles Barrett here. So he took a little head on the swivel, but he's going to do enough to take out this men's under 16 3,000 metres with 100 metres to go. Luong there, sitting in second place. He's fought really hard for that silver medal, but it's going to belong to Charles Barrett. For the race for third is certainly starting to heat up as they come in, and it's our man from Mornington Peninsula who flies around, but it's going to be Charles Barrett. He's going to take out this men's under 16 3,000 metres. Luong's going to settle for second. And it is Atchison coming down for third here, and he's going to battle on to try and get on the back of Luong, who just makes it through for second there. Atchison for third, and a really well fought out race from Dane Gray of Glen Huntly. And Luong clutches the hip there as we now see Joshua Carlin of Athletics Nunawading come through. And so Luong makes it to the finish line. He will claim the silver medal, but a really, really, really well fought out race from Charles Barrett of Collingwood. As we now see Sullivan come through, so too Rory Craig of the Knox Athletics Club. And now Josh Goodwin is going to come down and claim it. A really good sprint battle here. It's going to be Oscar Burt, Will Orchard, and so too Andrew Turver of the Mornington Peninsula. So a lot of tired bodies at the finish line. There's a lot of laying down. And there's a lot of exhaustion as we see Alfie Lambert of Glen Huntly come down now. And keep those sprint finishes coming because this is going to be Lachlan Fulton. And right behind him there is going to be Ferdinand Faith of Collingwood. So one more competitor on the track here in the men's under 16 3,000 metres, 200 metres to go.
So let's now go to our next presentation. It is for the men's under 20 para. And we've got dual gold medalists here. Our Victorian champion with a best of 383 and a percentage of 63.20, representing Maccabi. It is Ori Drabkin. And by invitation, Liam Griffith from Morning Peninsula. He has a best performance of 5:45, so we do acknowledge his performance in taking out that competition in the men's under 20 para long jump. So let's get behind our final competitor here, short from Glen Huntly. He will be concluding this very exciting men's under 16 3,000 metres.
Gentlemen, starting one in order, please. Meet it back from the curve line to the start line. Gentlemen, meet it back. Okay, you start line. You want to make sure you take behind the line, not on the line. Just wait, hold the start, please.
Our next presentation will be for the under 17 men's para long jump competition. And in the silver medal position with a percentage of 47.64 and a distance of 3.64 metres, representing Diamond Valley, Jordan Rudd. And our gold medalist with a percentage of 47.90, very close competition there, and a best distance of 3.66 metres, representing Mornington Peninsula. It is Kai Davenport. So congratulations, Jordan and Kai, the medalists in the men's under 17 para long jump. So our next event on the track, the men's under 15, 3,000 metres, 12 starters, and they are Max Luke from Collingwood Harriers in 1, Alec Fransky from Albury Afs in 2. Finn Kane from Williamstown is in 3, in Station 4, Campbell Brooks from Box Hill, from Williamstown, Cooper Dmitrenko in 5. Merlin Saros from Bendigo Harriers in Station 6. In Station 7, Kane Hickjima from Glenn Huntley in 8. From Williamstown, Jasper Gay. Eddie Fransky from Albury Athletics in 9. Ocean Shepherd, Mornington Peninsula in 10. His teammate from Mornington Peninsula, William Davies, is in 11. From Old Scotch, Thomas Lindemann is in 12. There are 12 starters, men's under 15, 3,000 metres.
On your mark.
So we are underway here in our final 3,000 metre event of the Victorian Championships, and it comes with the men's under 15 event. You know, there's 2 Fransky brothers in this race, but I'm going to make a wager and say that that is Alec Fransky out in front for Albury Athletics. We'll wait for them to make their way around and see who that is just sitting on his shoulder. And actually, don't worry about the shoulder. He's gone right on past. So that is Merlin Saros of Bendigo Harriers. He goes right around. On the outside of him is Lekma. And on the internal of that from Collingwood is going to be Max Luke.
So let's turn our attention back to the presentation area. We do have our women's under 18 pole vault medalists. The silver medal position with a best clearance of 3.10 metres. From Casey Cadinia, it's Abigail Delia. And with the best clearance of 3.20, a Victorian champion, the gold medalist from Athletics, Nunawading, it's Aranya Manchanayaka. So congratulations to Abigail and Aranya, our medalists in the women's under 18 pole vault competition.
As we turn our attention back to the track, it is still Saros leading it out. Alec Fransky behind him there, Max Luke tucked in beautifully. From Williamstown, I believe that is Finn Kane. Just on the back of it all. A Box Hill athlete in Campbell Brooks is making his way on the rail. Here's Lekmar on the back of it now for Glenn Huntley. Just starting to trail off a little bit from this pack, so it is going to be Saros leading it out from Fransky. One of the tougher competitors we see hits him. Max Luke right on the shoulder of all of them.
So Finn Kane making a nice little move there. So coming along Saros. Max Luke's one to watch here. He's a good tactician. So Fransky just drifting a little bit. Yukima just starting to drift too, having a poke around his shoulder, and you'll see that there's a Mornington Peninsula singlet coming at him. And our next presentation will be for the women's under 17 pole vault competition. And our winner with the best clearance. Apologies, of 3.30 metres from Geelong Guild. It is Victoria Pape Silver. So congratulations, Victoria. A Victorian champion there in the under 17 women's pole vault.
With the kilometre mark now, Finn Kane just makes his way around Saros. Alec Fransky still behind there, and so too is Max Luke. But Finn Kane doesn't want to wait around after the first kilometre. He wants to get this race moving, so he's going to give himself a little bit of space at the front of this field. Behind him there is Saros, Fransky and Luke. From Box Hill behind them is Campbell Brooks, who doesn't want to lose any contact with these race leaders. So Finn Kane certainly wants to make it a fast one, or as best to his possible ability at that. As they make their way from the 200, we will hand over to Tim for another presentation of the 3,000 metre events.
And this is for the men's under-17 competition. Our bronze medalist representing the Eureka Athletic Club in a time of 9:00.99, Charles Chandler. Our silver medalist in a time of 8:59.96 from Athletics, Chilwell, Jacob Sprunt. And our gold medalist, the Victorian champion, representing South Bendigo Athletic Club in a time of 8:57.42, Logan Tickle. So congratulations, Charles, Jacob and Logan, the medalists in the under-17 3,000 metres.
The front of this race is certainly starting to take some shape. Just under 4 laps to go. And it is still Finn Kane, Max Luke on the outside of him, Saros on the internal, Alec Fransky not far away, and neither is Campbell Brooks of Box Hill. So he's just latching onto the back of Fransky. And Max Luke just works his way up onto the shoulder really nicely there from Collingwood.
Yeah, so Maxi Luke's coming in with a 9:40 seed time, so too Brooks. I've seen a bit of Luke racing, and I think he's looking quite strong out there. Finn Kane not to be... Oh, was that Jasper Gay? We'll have to work that one out. I think it might be... We'll just work them out as they come around. Hujima just starting to drift away from that lead bunch. Fransky's still in there. Saros did so much of the work early, just sitting in that 4th position on the rails as they come around. But Max Luke, just an imposing figure, I think, Mitch, in that bunch.
Yeah, he certainly is. If you look at the height-wise, absolutely, as he just makes his way right on the shoulder of our Williamstown athlete. And that is Finn Kane. So Kane on the internal of Luke. Does have the height advantage. Fransky behind him there. Saros not far away. Neither is Campbell. So these 5, few heads on a swivel, just making sure they're in a comfortable position. And it's only going to get faster from here. So inside 3 laps now as they're about to come up to the 2-kilometre mark in 100 metres time. And it is Finn Kane still leading out from Max Luke. Saros just on the rail. Fransky not far behind him there. And Campbell, who's been a really good surprise package in this race, is just holding on to the back of these front 4.
So Fransky's in good position. He comes in with the best seed time. Just seeing a little bit... Oh, gee, Saros, I was just about to write him off, and he now goes alongside Fransky. So you never write anyone off. And now we're seeing... Campbell Brooks also, as we're saying, we don't know much about him, but he's having a very plucky little race out there. I'm loving what we're seeing here, Mitch. Once again, apart from the front 2, those next 3 positions, they're changing all the time.
They certainly are. So, as we mentioned there, Campbell Brooks of Box Hill, we haven't seen too much of him, but we're seeing plenty right now on display as they go 3 abreast to try and make their way around Finn Kane, who's done a lot of this work. So Max Luke, so too Saros. Here comes Alec Fransky, who he said he's one of the tougher competitors, and he's making his way towards the front of it with 800 metres to go. Looking really smooth, though, is this Campbell Brooks of Box Hill, but he can't quite shake the shoulder of Finn Kane. So Max Luke is going to lead it out. Fransky wanted to cover the move and get on the shoulder. Saros behind them there. Here comes a little bit of Campbell Brooks, and Finn Kane's going to go a little bit wider than that, so the tactics are a little bit skewed with 700 metres to go. But at the helm of it all is Max Luke, that imposing figure that we spoke about earlier, is now going to try and lead them out towards the back straight.
Yeah, so smart running there by Luke, because he wouldn't allow Fransky to take the inside running, just kept him out on the shoulder, covering the greater distance. Saros just... Gee, I'm really surprised with this run too, because you wouldn't sort of put him in the same calibre as Luke and Fransky, but he has not given up. And Saros, another Bendigo product. Gee, they're really producing them, sitting in that 3rd position at the moment. A few gaps coming. Max Luke decides he's going to have a little go here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to put the foot down and see who can come with him. You mentioned the class of the field, and Fransky's going to get right on his shoulder. So Saros not too far away, and neither is Campbell Brooks. So these 4 are going to work it out now. Max Luke on the internal, Fransky on his shoulder, and here comes Saros now, not spotting him too much, and Campbell Brooks isn't either. So he's put the question out there, and there's a few people answering as it starts to stretch out down the home straight for the second last time. It is Max Luke in those Collingwood colours. He's going to try and stretch out Fransky, not far away. He's going to be Saros, and 2 is going to be Campbell Brooks with just under 400 metres to go. And now it starts to ramp up a little bit here, Tim.
Yeah, certainly going to be an exciting race. I think a race in 2 now, and we'll probably race in with a big decision over that gold and silver, but also the bronze medal up for grabs here. Max Luke looks like he's in control, but now Fransky launches. What will Luke do? Will he surge again and keep him to the outside lane? Let's see. That's exactly what he's trying to do, but does he have the leg speed? Fransky's just going into overdrive. You see those legs just ticking over more and more. Luke now just settling himself and going back to the outside. Not a bad move there from Luke. Saros still in the bronze medal position. I think he might have the measure of Campbell Brooks at the moment. Let's see what happens over the last 150. It's all on, Mitch.
Well, it's a battle of the wheels right now. Fransky on the inside puts his head down to try and find something. Max Luke just let him get the better of him on the back straight, and he's going to try and get the better of him on the home straight. So Max Luke of Collingwood, he puts the foot down, and he will salute as the men's under 15 3,000 metre champion. A 9:30 on the clock for Max Luke. Well fought out there by Alec Fransky, and it is going to be Saros who holds on for this 3rd position. As we now see Campbell Brooks of Box Hill come through for 4th. And what a last lap that was. We saw the lead change a few times. And the winner of that race is always going to belong to Max Luke of the Collingwood Harriers. Really, really hard fought here from Finn Kane as he comes down to finish off his 3,000 metre campaign. So too his Lekma of Glenn Huntley. As we start to see the rest of this field make their way down the home straight. It is the bell there for our Williamstown athlete as his counterpart now in Jasper Gay finishes off the race. William Davies of Mornington Peninsula. And now Eddie Fransky, brother of Alec. Fantastic racing as we see Ocean Shepherd finish it off. So too Thomas Lindemann. So Dimitrenko on the back straight. We'll hand it over for Tim for this presentation.
So our presentation now will be for the under-18 Women's Javelin Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist representing the Bendigo Harriers with a best distance of 32.03 metres is Georgia Hill. In the silver medal position and from the Albury Athletic Club with a best distance of 32.77, it is Shaylee Ginger Ryan. And our gold medalist, the Victorian champion, representing the Coburg Harriers with a best distance of 33.05 metres, it is Yifin Saukasan. So congratulations to all competitors there in the women's under-18 javelin competition.
Dimitrenko now going to come down and finish off this men's under 15 3,000 metre event. Fantastic effort over 7.
Test 1, 2. On your marks. See, other people tell me to do the opposite. Organisations, they just fucking can't get it contained. I get always this call. Say on your mark, so you get down here. Back off, seriously. You don't fucking give me the shit. What is this? You just H-A-P-P-Y, H-A-P-P.
We've got Morant, we've got Fry, we've got Major, we've got Soltsis, we've got Hugo Hannick chasing the world under 20 mark of 53.20. I know you've got a bit of a man crush on Michael Tsotsos. Who are you picking for this one?
Well, I do. I did go to school with Michael, and he's one of the greater men I've seen, but I think my head would be cut off in here if I didn't say Harvey Morant. He's looking incredibly strong, but also Connor Fry is a defending champion. He's a great hurdler, obviously working with Dan Bailey, so it's hard for me to pick. I can't pick, Tim. It's very difficult. I might go to the defending champion, Connor Fry, though.
Yeah, I think I might join you on that one, but we do look forward. We've also got to watch for Hugo Hannick and watch that time as he goes across. He'll be looking for the 53.20. He's so close with 53.63, and we're hoping today is the day for him to become the only man so far in Australia to get that World Under-20 qualifier. We will now go, though, to the next presentation as we just keep rolling along. There's about 60 presentations to do, and I think we're up to about 20-something. We will now go to the men's under-14 discus throw. And in the bronze medal position with a best distance of 34.35, representing South Bendigo, it is Kai Norton. In the silver medal position from the Geelong Guild Athletic Club with a best of 36.37, it is Jack Berry. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion from the Casey Cardinia Athletic Club with a best of 37.38, it is Theodore Aliadis. So congratulations to Kai, Jack and Theodore, the medalists in the men's under-14 discus throw. So our next presentation will be the men's under-16 3,000 metre championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist in a time of 9:26.61 from Mornington Peninsula, Brodie Atchison. In the silver medal position with a time of 9:25.63, representing Box Hill, Kalan Luong. And the gold medalist, the Victorian champion in the time of 9:14.53, representing Collingwood Harriers, Charles Barrett. So big congratulations to an exciting race in the men's under-16 3,000 metres.
We give to Richard, hurdles and rights to go. Over. You punched Matt in the face because he was cheeky to you, no?
So as our 400 metre open men in the hurdles get themselves prepared for their event, we go to the next presentation, and once again a very exciting race. It is the men's under 15 3,000 metre championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist in a time of 9:37.39 from Bendigo Harriers, Merlin Saros. Our silver medalist from the Albury Athletics Club in a time of 9:31.86, Alec Fransky. The gold medalist, a double there for the Collingwood Harriers in a time of 9:29.78. It is Maxi Luke. So congratulations once again to all the competitors in a very compelling men's under 15 3,000 metre championship.
Oh, that's okay then. No. Just use tape, do you? That's uncanny. I mentioned it this morning. Okay, now I feel all it's kind of right.
So it's my pleasure to now introduce the field for the 52nd running of the men's 400 metre hurdle championship of Victoria. Rowan Robinson has had the most wins with 9. He's also the championship record holder with 49.01. A defending champion, and he is back with a time of 51.65. Connor Fry won this event 12 months ago, and our field is in lane 1, representing Old Scotch, Chris Papapetru. In 2, from Old Melburnians, and he will be chasing that world under 20 time of 53.20. It is Hugo Hannock. In 3, from Geelong Guild, Harvey Morant. Lane 4, from St Kevin's, the defending champion, we welcome back Connor Fry. In lane 5, from Glen Huntly, we saw a great win in the 400 last week. What can he do today? It is Luke Major. In 6, from Glen Huntly, it is Michael Sotsis. Lane 7, from Ringwood, Blake Dobay. And in lane 8, from Athletics Nunawading, Corey Robinson. 8 starters in the final of the men's open 400 metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly here in the men's open 400-metre hurdle final. We'll see who jumps first. I believe that's going to be Fry on the middle. So it's going to be really interesting at hurdle number 2. It is Fry on the outside of him is Luke Major looking strong. So too is Harvey Moran in the Geelong Guild. So as they make their way up the back straight, it is a separation of 3 right now. It's going to be Fry, Moran and Major as they all jump over at the same time. Connor Fry starting to get the wheels turning in the middle. He meets it first. Major not far away, neither is Moran. It's Fry over them now. Sotsos on the outside too. So it is Connor Fry who clears it. Luke Major not far away, neither is Sotsos. Connor Fry trying to go back to back. Luke Major, the 400-metre champion. He's going to try and challenge our St. Kevin's athlete. But have a look at Connor Fry. He goes to the arms and it's back to back for Connor Fry. Luke Major, Sotsos and Hannick. Watch the time for Hannick there for that World Junior Standard. But Connor Fry will go back to back as your men's open 400-metre hurdle champion. So we will also wait now for Hugo Hannick of the Old Melburnians to see whether he is around that 53.20 mark for the World Junior qualifying standard.
So great running there, Connor Fry, to take back-to-back titles here in that very exciting 400 hurdles. So 51.58, the official winning time there for Connor Fry. So that's just slightly quicker than what he did last year in this event. So 51.58 for Fry, great win. Great competition though of the 2 Glenn Huntley athletes, Major and also Sotsos. 52.26 for Major. 52.78 for Sotsos. Hugo Hannick, 53.41. Oh, so close. But let's see him go to Nationals and become the first Australian to try and get onto that list for the World Under-20s. 53.41, Hugo Hannick taking 4th position there in what was a fantastic run over the 400-metre hurdles. So before we go to our next track event, we'll just announce our field in the women's under-17 long jump, which will be commencing shortly. And we have 13 on the start list here. Olivia Sheens from Box Hill, Evangeline Chung from Ringwood, Isabella Hollins, Glenn Huntley, Thesia Haggai from Athletics Essendon, Sophie Wilcock from Sandringham, Ella Burke from Wyndham Track and Field. From Knox, we've got Zoe Palmer, Charlie Matthews from South Melbourne, Amelia Smith Ringwood, Sienna Farrell from Old Melburnians, Molly Fraser Ballarat Harriers, Ashley Carty Albury Athletics, and Neve O'Callaghan from Old Zavarians. In the women's discus throw, which probably once again will be in the outside of the track, we've got 8 starters for the under-15s. Freya Wilson from Box Hill, Hayley Stubbs, Bendigo Harriers, Minofo Rapetti from Eureka, Imogen Macon from Athletics Essendon, Chantel Leslie Hughes from Athletics Essendon, Jessica Nolan Doncaster, Amelia Fode from Sandringham, and Jasmine Firth from Glenn Huntley. So our next event on the track will be the final of the men's under-20 400 metres. Bearing in mind 53.20 is that qualification standard for the World Under-20s. 49.35 the state record, Rowan Robertson. And the Victorian country record, Sean Avery from Deakin, 51.83. Our competitors are in lane 1 from Albury Athletics, Calvin Peters. In 2 from Ringwood, Jeremy Shum. Lane 3 from Eaglehawk, Angus McKinlay. In 4 from Mentone, Thomas Byrne. Lane 5 from Ringwood, Ethan Harris. In 6, we welcome from Tasmania, Jaden Crawford. In 7 from Athletics Nunawading, Melvin Subramaniam. And in 8 from Casey Cadinia, Corey Smurden. So the 8 starters in the men's under 20 400 metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away here in the men's under 20 400 metre hurdle final. It is Thomas Byrne through the middle of the track with the best start, and he is absolutely flying out of the box, or blocks I should say. Our Mentone athlete on the outside there is Ethan Harris as well from Ringwood, so he's going to go with Byrne up this back straight. So these two now are jumping incredibly smoothly as they make their way through the 200. On the outside it is Ethan Harris, Thomas Byrne not too far away as he goes through the motions, so almost jumping in unison, these two out in front. They're about to meet each other now. Byrne just ahead of Harris as they make their way to the third last hurdle. It is Byrne just a smidgen over Harris. They're going to meet this one relatively at the same time. Byrne starts to stretch away a little bit. Our man from Tasmania as well is going to get right up on the shoulder of Harris. But here comes Thomas Byrne. He's chasing a state title and he's going to get himself a state title. 55 unofficial on the clock. That is sensational racing there from Thomas Byrne. And he will be your men's under 20 400 metre hurdle champion. So a great run there as well from Jaden Crawford from Tasmania, Angus McKinlay. A sensational finish from him. But the under 20 men's is going to belong to Thomas Byrne of Mentone in the 400 metre hurdles. As we look at the board now as well, we can see our official results from the men's open 400 metre hurdle final. So we'll hand over to Tim now for the presentation of this event.
And it is with much pleasure that I do the presentations now for the men's open 400 metre hurdle championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist representing the Glen Huntly Athletic Club in a time of 52.78. Michael Sotsas, to be presented by Connor Fry. In second position, also presented by Connor Fry, representing Glen Huntly in a time of 52.26, Luke Major. And as Luke proceeds to that central podium, we'll see Sotsas and Major will pick up that medal and they will award that to our new state champion back-to-back here, 51.58 from St Kevin's, Connor Fry. So congratulations and great sportsmanship once again on the podium there from our men in the open 400 metre hurdle championship of Victoria.
Seems to be a long night, like.
Next event on the track is the final of the men's under 18 400 metre hurdles. We have 8 starters. And they are in lane 1 from the Sandringham Athletic Club, Tom O'Rourke. Lane 2 from Ballerine Athletics, it is Ace Pitt. In 3 from Frankston Athletic Club, Samuel Alvey. In 4 from Dandenong Springvale, Cohen Umizu. Lane 5 from Ballerine Athletics, Joshua Payne. In 6 from Western Athletics, Xander Byrne. In 7 it is from Frankston, Joel Stapleton. And in lane 8 from Casey Gdynia, William Merrick.
On your marks. Set. False start, lane 5. You are disqualified. On your marks. Set.
So for the second time of asking, we're underway here in the men's under 18 400 metre hurdle final. It's Umizu through the middle that gets a really good jump, and on the outside of him is going to be Xander Byrne of Western Athletics. So Byrne's going to lead it up the back straight there. Umizu not too far away, and neither is Elvey as they make their way through the motions nearly 200 metres into this race. It is still going to be Xander Byrne on the outside, Umizu through the middle, and Elvey now starting to get moving. So too from Sandringham is going to be Thomas O'Rourke in lane number 1. But as we take a look out there, it's Xander Byrne of Western Athletics starting to go through the motions. Umizu as well, and on the internal of him is going to be Samuel Elvey as they make their way into this home straight. It is Xander Byrne on the outside, goes to the arms, starts to pump away a little bit there. Samuel Elvey putting up a race right now, but with one hurdle to go and he's clear. It is going to be Xander Byrne of Western Athletics who's going to take out this men's under 18 event. Samuel Elvey in second place there, and it's going to be Umizu in third as the rest of our field makes their way through. Unfortunately, Joshua Payne could not participate as we see our final competitor now come through, and William Merrick And they will round out your men's under 18 400 metre hurdle final. So whilst we have a moment, we will remind you that if you have arrived at the track just now and you are competing in an event this afternoon or tonight, please do make sure that you check in at least an hour before your event. In order to do so, you need to come up to the main grandstand here, go all the way to the left, up to the decking and check in. It's not underneath the grandstand where it has been in the past. It is up the top here on the decking. So again, at least 1 hour before your event, please do make sure you come up and check in for it this afternoon or this evening. So on the track now, we do have our men's under 17 400 metre hurdle final. In lane number 4, representing Windaree, Zach Granger. And in lane number 5 on the outside of him, representing Ringwood, it will be Fraser Parker. These are your two competitors here in the men's under 17 400 metre hurdle final.
On your marks. Set. Unstitch. Lane 4, unsteady. On your marks. Set.
So the second time of asking, and we're away now for the men's under 17 400 metre hurdles. And on the outside for Ringwood, it's going to be Fraser Parker. Internal of him is Zach Granger. So these two are going to duke it out one by one. It is still going to be Fraser Parker on the outside. Zach Granger now starting to make up a little bit of ground on this back straight, but it is going to be Fraser Parker. Zach Granger cleanly over that hurdle now. 200 metres to go, and it is Zach Granger finding a little bit of form on this bend. So he makes his way up on the inside of Parker. Granger now starting to stretch away a little bit, 150 metres into it. So he's only going to come down to the home straight now. It's Zach Granger of Windaree starting to stretch away from Fraser Parker of Ringwood. 2 hurdles left to jump here for Zach Granger to be the state champion. He's over the second last one. A little bit of a stumble there. Let's see if he's a bit cleaner this time around, and he is. So Zach Granger over the top of it now. And our Windaree athlete will be your under 17 men's 400 metre hurdle state champion. As we see Fraser Parker of Ringwood now crash the tape as the final competitor in the men's under 17 400 metre hurdles.
So we'll do a meal. It's okay, I'll do it. So are you talking to me?
Just an update on the HH Hunter scores, which is getting very exciting actually. So the HH Hunter is awarded to the points are scored in the open competition, top 8 in every men's and women's. And as we go into the final stages of competition today, 3 teams are really vying for the HH Hunter. Currently the score after the men's open hurdles on 69 points in 3rd place is Melbourne University. On 70 points in 2nd place is Athletics Essendon. And in 1st place currently in the HH Hunter on 73 points, so only 4 points between 3rd and 1st, is Glenn Huntley. So we're going to be down to the wire in the HH Hunter, and we'll try and keep you updated during the course of the afternoon. So let's now go to the men's under 20 400 metre hurdle presentations. Our Victorian bronze medalist with a time of 57.72 from Ringwood, it is Ethan Harris, and he's to be presented by Thomas Byrne. In the Victorian silver medal position with a time of 55.97 from the Eaglehawk Athletic Club, it is, I think that's Andrew McKinlay. And that's to be presented by Jay Crawford. Our invitational silver medalist, we do welcome him from Tasmania in a time of 55.94. And to be presented by McKinlay, it is Jay Crawford. And our gold medalist, and we'll see who's going to take the honours this time. It looks like it's going to be Ethan Harris. He will be presenting to our Victorian champion in a time of 54.99 from Mentone Athletic Club. It is Thomas Byrne. So congratulations, and once again, thanks guys for the sportsmanship out there on the podium in the men's under 20 400 metre hurdles. So javelin competition also underway here, and that is in the men's under 18 and also the men's under 17. The under 18 field, I've got 9 on the list here. Dude Kelly from Eaglehawk, Hayden Lloyd, Doncaster, Darcy Giddings, Corio, Sebastian Panical from Wyndham, Grady Morant from Ballerine Athletics, Max Holt from Mentone, Shay Eastwood from Geelong Guild, Ben Locke from Eureka, and Nicholas Smurden from Casey Gdynia. In the under-17s, we've got 5 starters: Xavier Pitt from Albury Athletics, Alexander Jarman Athletics Chilwell, Seif Elshaw-Baggy from Mentone, Aidan Pigeon from Box Hill, and Thomas Sims from Athletics Essendon. So that's the javelin competition you can see underway now at the scoreboard end of the stadium. And it's with much pleasure we now introduce the women in the Open 400-metre hurdle championship of Victoria. This is the 48th running of this event. Debbie Flintoff-King, the great Debbie Flintoff-King, Olympic gold medalist, holds the record number of wins with 6. Jana Pittman from Melbourne University holds the championship record at 54.41. Our champion from 2021 was Marley Wilkinson from Melbourne University in 59.28. And our field this afternoon is in lane 2, representing Glen Huntley, Amy McKinley. In lane 3, from Athletics Chilwell, Abby Badrock. In 4, from Williamstown, Daniela Roman. In lane 5, from Doncaster, Nicole Reynolds. In 6, from Ringwood Athletic Club, it's Jasmine Rowe. And in 7, from Ringwood, Kayla Elvish. So that is our 6 starters in the women's Open 400-metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So clean start there. Roman's one to watch in the middle lanes there from Williamstown. Badruck to the inside to her, Reynolds to the outside. But already Roman's starting to really get a roll on as she's first one over that one. Badrock not too far behind though as they go down the back straight. And I think let's watch out also for Nicole Reynolds. But Daniela Roman, Reynolds is just going stride for stride with her, but with the stagger, obviously Roman's still ahead. But Badrock is going very nicely. She's over the hurdle same time as Roman, so not much in this at all as they go through the 200. And this is where the strength really comes into this 400-metre hurdle event. So Roman and Badrock still stride for stride. They're going over the hurdles together. So to the outside of them is Reynolds, but Roman just getting a little bit of a break there as they come into the home straight. So Daniela Roman, now clearly ahead. So Roman, she's got one more barrier between her and a victory here in this women's 400-metre hurdle championship of Victoria. And Daniela Roman, she'll go through to take this. Badrock coming home strong, but Roman too good, 61.33. Badrock in next position. Reynolds will go next. Then to the outside, I think Jasmine Rowe. To the inside, McKinley. And then we have Elvish. So great win there. Daniela Roman from Williamstown taking out the Women's Open 400-metre Championship of Victoria. So our next presentation is for the men's under-18 400-metre hurdles. And our bronze medalist representing the Dandenong Springvale Athletic Club in a time of 57.20. Cohen Amizu. Silver medalist in time of 56.21 from Frankston Athletic Club. It is Samuel Elvey. Now, new Victorian champion in the time of 55.49 from Western Athletics. It is Xander Byrne. So congratulations to Cohen, Samuel and Xander, our medalists in the men's under-18 400-metre hurdles. Our next presentation, we go to the men's under 17 400 metre hurdles, and our silver medalist in the Victorian Championship from the Ringwood Athletic Club in a time of 63.16. It is Fraser Parker. Our gold medalist in the Victorian Champion in a time of 59.17 from Wendouree, Zach Granger. So congratulations, Fraser and Zach, the medalists in the men's under 17 400 metre hurdle championship of Victoria.
So on the track now, we have our women's under 20 400 metre hurdle final. In lane number 3, representing Ringwood, Carla Dreyer. In lane number 4, representing Frankston, Paige Elvey. In lane number 5, from Casey Cardinia, Josie Lawton. In lane number 6, from Tasmania, Madison Brazendale. And in lane number 7, from Sandringham Athletic Club, Kundali Powell. They're chasing a time of 61.0 for that World Junior qualifying mark. And these are all your competitors here in the under 20 women's 400 metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So Dreyer, Elvey, Lawton, Brazendale and Powell, they are our starters here. On the outside there, Brazendale got it off to a good start. All eyes here on Paige Elvey as well, chasing that 61.0. She's got a 61.8, so she is nearly there. And it is Paige Elvey from Frankston who's going down the back straight and chasing that World Junior time. A little bit of a stutter as she goes down towards that 200 metre mark, but Paige Elvey looking pretty solid as she goes through that split. So good split through. Let's see what Paige Elvey's got on the second half of this 400 metre hurdles. To the outside, I think Brazendale still going quite nicely. Also, I think Kundali Powell is out there, but it is all Paige Elvey into this home straight. Let's get behind her. 61.0 is what we're after. Time check now, 45. She could be close to it. Paige Elvey's going for this last barrier. Let's get behind her. 61.0 is what we want. She's over cleanly. She's got to drive for that line. 57 seconds. She's going to be close. Go, Paige, go. We're going to be right on it. 61.23 unofficial. Looks like the next one through will be Dreyer from Ringwood. Also, Josie Lawson. Let's see what the official time was. But, gee, Paige Elvey, that was so close. But that will come. Great running, Paige Elvey, women's under 20, 400 metre hurdles. Official finishing time, Paige Elvey in that under 20 event, 61.17 seconds. So next presentation will be for the women's under 15 discus throw. Our bronze medalist from the Doncaster Athletic Club with a best distance of 26.53. It is Jessica Nolan. To be presented by Jasmine Thurf. From Athletics Essendon, our silver medalist with a best of 31.73, it is Imogen Macon, also to be presented by Jasmine Thurf. And our gold medalist and state champion with a best of 35.33 from Glen Huntley, to be presented by Jessica Nolan, it is Jasmine Thurf. So congratulations, Jessica, Imogen and Jasmine, our medalists in the women's under 15 discus throw.
where you should be. I mean, the person in the middle is useless.
Matthew said he he's doing something again. He does the other part. So he puts his hand down. He doesn't give his hand.
Yeah, it should be the starter should have the first rights, whatever you want to call it. So I would, and again, I would just look to you to see if you saw it. If you didn't see it, then it's not. Yep. Then you go. Yeah, but see, some people are too trigger happy, and they'll go too early. And like, you know, like Neil and I, that other one, we both saw it, but he waited for me to call it, which to put, to recall. So, which is the way it should be.
The next event on the track will be the final of the women's under 18 400 metre hurdles. We have 5 starters. In lane 2 from the Bendigo Harriers, it is Caitlin Evans. In lane 3 from Keilor St Bernard's, Moira McAvoy. In 4 from Box Hill, Emily Holler. In lane 5 from Sandringham, Zoe Billsborough. And in lane 6 from Athletics Nunawading, Kyla Chapman. So 5 starters in the final of the women's under 18 400 metre hurdles. 58.07, the Victorian record, Tessa Considine from Chilwell, set in 2012.
On your mark.
Speaker.
On your mark.
You're not plugged in. You're not plugged in. No, because I've got my own mic.
On your marks. Set.
So with the first time of asking, we are underway here in the women's under 18 400 metre hurdle final. And it is going to be Emily Holler of Box Hill who's the best one to jump. McAvoy on the inside of her, not too far away. So these two are going to be head and toe as they make their way up the back straight now. It is Holler, McAvoy not too far away. And on the internal of all of it, it's going to be Caitlin Evans. So these two make their way up. It's a race in 2 up this back straight. It is Holler and McAvoy as they make it to the 200 metres almost in unison. A 29-second, 30-second split. So they're certainly well and truly on their way. Holler starting to move just with 150 to go. Starts to stretch it out over these hurdles. Only 3 more remaining. And it is Emily Holler with the fastest time. Starting to show that authority now. So she starts to move away down this home straight. Does Emily Holler. An unfortunate tumble with 3 hurdles to go. But it's Emily Holler all out in front. On the internal of her is McAvoy. And so too Evans. But when we look up the under 18 women's 400 metre hurdle champion, it will be Emily Holler of Box Hill who stops the clock unofficially at 64. And a nosedive there from Caitlin Evans. I think she might have just missed McAvoy, who I think will hold on for the second as we now see Kayla Chapman come down in a really brave effort from Billsborough, who took a nasty fall there with 3 hurdles to go to finish it off. So well done there. But the women's under 18 400 hurdles will belong to Emily Holler.
That looked like fun. got to there and you'll get a game.
And before we go to the next event and the presentation, just to call out, we do need some more club helpers for session number 2 here at Lakeside. Doncaster required 2, also Mentone 2 and 1 from Western Athletics. So Doncaster 2, Mentone 2, Western Athletics 1. Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the women's under 20 400 metre hurdle championship. In third place, the bronze medalist in a time of 65.21 from Casey Cadinia Athletics, Josie Lawton.
She'll be introduced after this medal
Presented by Paige Alvey. In second position, in a time of 65.15 from Ringwood, Carla Dreyer. And our gold medalist, the Victorian champion, to be presented by Josie Lawton in a time of 61.17, oh so close to 61.00 from Frankston Athletic Club. Let's congratulate Paige Alvey. So from the under-20s, we now move to the under-17 women. They are lined up behind the blocks and ready to go. We have 6 starters in the under-17 women's 400 metre final. Victorian record, Tessa Considine from Athletics Chilwell, 58.07, set in 2012. Our competitors are in lane 2 from Athletics Chilwell, Emily Butcher. In 3 from Frankston, it is Ali Simmons. Lane 4 from Old Melburnians, Sienna Farrell. In 5 from Geelong Guild, Ida Laity. Lane 6 from Ballerine Athletics, Erin Foley. And in 7 from Geelong Guild, Lucy Mareschuk. So Marachek, apologies. So we now go to our 6 finalists here in the women's under-17 400.
On your marks. Set.
So away cleanly here in the women's under 17 400 metre hurdles, and we'll see who's the best to jump. It is going to be Farrell of the Old Melburnians Club, who's steaming away on the back straight. So Farrell now trying to lengthen away on the back straight. She's looking incredibly smooth. On the inside of her is going to be Simmons, and on the outside too is going to be Lardy. So it is Farrell, though, as she makes her way up through the first 200 metres, and she is stretching that lead out to about 10 metres on the rest of the field. On the internal of her is Ellie Simmons, and we'll wait and see who picks up the rest of the stagger. But all eyes are at the front of the race with Sienna Farrell as she starts to move even further away from Ellie Simmons on the inside of her with 3 hurdles to go now. We'll call it 2. So it is Sienna Farrell of the Old Melburnians. 2 more hurdles to clear. Make that 1 more now, just over the top of that one nicely. So too Ellie Simmons, but it is Sienna Farrell. She's clear now, and she's going to have a mad dash for home. She's going to take out this women's under 17 400 metre hurdles in just over 60 seconds. So Ellie Simmons also for second place, and on the outside of her was Ida Lady, and that time is just outside that World Junior qualifier of 61 flat. So a sensational race there from Sienna Farrell, and she will take out the women's under 17 400 metre hurdles.
We've got the under 18s ready to go. Yeah, 18 results.
It was on before, but I switched it off. I don't take.
So our next presentation will be for the women's under 18 400 metre hurdle championship of Victoria. A bronze medalist representing the Bendigo Harriers in a time of 67.12. Caitlin Evans, to be presented by Emily Holler. In second position, the silver medalist in time of 67.08 from Keilor St Bernard's, Moira McAvoy. The gold medalist, our Victorian champion, to be presented by both Caitlin and Moira from the Box Hill Athletic Club in the time of 64.33, Emily Holler. So congratulations once again to Caitlin, Moira and Emily, our medalists there in the women's under 18 400 metres hurdle championship.
can't go any further with that one. The other one's okay. It's just the speaker cable. I just need that much.
We really do need that extension cord. We're too close. We really do need an extension cord.
I'll go and get one. What do we need? We need a male, female, don't we? It's only, yeah, that one's
That's a speaker, yeah, that's a speaker one.
We
So
need a male, female.
yeah, it's a female, male, yeah.
So in the race for the HH Hunter Shield, after the conclusion of both the open hurdle events, the long hurdles, Glen Huntly Athletic Club have now extended their lead out to 7 points over Essendon, so it's 77 points to 70. 1 point adrift of Athletics Essendon is Melbourne University on 69 points.
What happened with you? Didn't you plug it in? Or had it plugged in the wrong way around?
Are we ready? Start to photo. Could we have a test, please? Sorry, was that test right?
Test.
Okay, all right. Now.
Yeah, $20 to take that.
Come on, team, we're late.
Plug it in.
Right, Richard, we're ready over here.
Any speaker that's got a 3.5mm diameter.
It's the left one, isn't it? Not the right one.
It's got a picture on it. Oh, no, either.
Green's gone.
Yeah, that's right. They'll put it on when they're ready.
So track action now moves to the 200 metre hurdle events. Now first up event will be the under 16 championship for women. We have 4 starters. In lane 3, representing Diamond Valley, Jamison Lander. Lane 4 from Doncaster, Shakira Harding. In 5 from Athletics Nunawading, Gemma Lung. And in 6 from Athletics Essendon, Monique Leslie Hughes. So 4 starters in the final of the under 16 women's 200 metre hurdles.
We On your marks. Set.
So away now in this under 16 200 metre hurdle. It's Lander Harding, Lung and Leslie Hughes. Straight out of the blocks it is Gemma Lung, I think, looking very, very solid. To the inside of her it is Shakira Harding, but Gemma Lung and Harding coming into the home straight together. Then on the inside Lander. Harding now starting to challenge Lung. It's on. They're over step by step at the moment. Lung just looking the stronger. Harding coming back again. It's going to be down to the final string. Lung, ooh, dip there. From my position, maybe Harding might have come over the top, but Lung had the body position. Lander in next position, and then Leslie Hughes. We will wait for the photo finish on that one, but it's going to be close. Nice little dip there from Shakira Harding. And Gemma Lung looked like she had it, but we'll just wait on the judge's decision. So while we await the photo on that one, we'll just go to our next presentation. And it is for the men's under 17 pole vault competition. With a clearance, best clearance of 3.65 metres. Representing Athletics Chilwell, it's Alexander Jarman. Looks like Alexander's not there at the moment. He's over at the javelin throw. Our silver medalist with a best clearance of 3.90 metres from Box Hill, it is Johnny Suarez. Our gold medalist, the Victorian champion, with a best of 4.40 metres from Athletics Chilwell, Noah Burns. So congratulations, Alexander, Johnny and Noah, the medalists in the men's under 17 pole vault competition.
Do you want to test it just in case?
Testing, 1, 2.
And our next presentation will be for the under 18 men's pole vault championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with a best clearance of 3.65 metres, representing Athletics Chilwell, it is Campbell Baden.
Testing.
The silver medal position with a best clearance of 3.90 metres, representing Box Hill, Lachlan Monteith. Now gold medalist, the Victorian champion with a best clearance of 4.50 metres, representing St Kevin's, Tom Coughlin. So congratulations Campbell, Lachlan and Tom and all the competitors in the men's under 18 pole vault competition. The next event on the track will be the final of the men's under 16 200 metre championship. And we have 4 starters. In lane 3 from Frankston, it's Quinn Harvey. In 4, we have an invitational athlete, Elias Oldfield. In 5, from Keilor St Bernard's, Ethan Steghois. And in 6, from Bendigo Harriers, Reeve Evans. So they're the 4 starters in the men's under 16 200 metre hurdles.
On your marks.
Set.
A very even start there. Looks like the inside lane there, Quinn Harvey might be off to the fly start, and he certainly is dominating early. So it is Quinn Harvey coming in for 29.56 seed time. It's very evenly spaced on seed times, but not in the actual race. Quinn Harvey just really starting to clear away. Next position there from Keelos and Bernards is Steghois, but it is all Quinn Harvey coming over the last barrier nicely. Little stumble, but he'll take it 27.39. Steghois next, the invitational athlete there in Oldfield, and then Reeve Evans. So that's the finishing order there. Wind rating minus 1.6, so their wind just gusting up a little bit here in the home straight, but great win there. Quinn Harvey from Frankston Athletic Club to take that one out. Next event on the track will be the final of the women's under 15 200 metre hurdles. And there are 7 starters. In lane 2 from Athletics Essendon, Sasha Jerson. In 3 from Sandringham, it is Vegas Henry. In lane 4 from Sandringham, Faith Little. In lane 5 from Athletics Essendon, Jamison Towers. Lane 6 from Glen Huntley, Julia Zaitseva. In 7 from Mornington Peninsula, Georgia Goss. And in 8 from Old Melburnians, Chloe Dunlop. So 7 starters in the final of the women's under 15 200 metres hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So
Lane 3, unsteady, no false start. Please hold steady in that set position, please.
So the call was unsteady on the
On your
start
marks.
there. All 7 competitors lining up once again to face the starter in the under 15 women's 200 metre hurdle final.
set.
So away this time, and Jamison Towers off to a flying start. She's the first one to greet that first hurdle and the second. Little to the inside of her. To the outside, you've got Zate Seaver, but at the moment, Jamison Towers. The outer lanes as well. I think that might be Georgia Goss coming home very nicely in the Morning Peninsula uniform, but at the moment, it's all Jamison Towers. 3 barriers to go. So Towers, whoa, crashed into that one. She's got a good clearance over the next, so Little coming home strong. She's got Goss to the outside of her. Towers tying up, but she'll take this out. Going to be close. I think I might give that to Goss on the outside over Little, 30.18, minus 1.4. That's why they're struggling into that home straight. The headwinds coming up there. But Jamison Towers, our outstanding pentathlete, has taken out the women's under 15 200-metre hurdles. So our next presentation, it is for that very, very close competition in the women's under 16 200 metres. And in the bronze medal position, representing Diamond Valley in a time of 31.55, Jamison Lander, the silver medalist, with a time of 29.69 from Doncaster, Shakira Harding. And given the judges' nod with a time of 29.68, our new Victorian champion from Athletics Nunawading, it is Gemma Long. So congratulations, Jamison, Shakira and Gemma, our medalists there in the women's under 16 200 metres. So our next presentation will be for the men's under 16 200 metre hurdles. Our Victorian State silver medalist in a time of 29.41 from Keolis and Bernards, Ethan Steghuis. And our gold medalist and new Victorian champion in a time of 27.34 from Frankston Athletic Club, Quinn Harvey. So congratulations to all competitors there in the men's under 16 200 metre hurdle event. So we now move to the first of our timed finals for the under 15 men. Time final number 1 will have 3 starters, and they are in lane 4 from Sandringham, Oliver Rousseau. In 5 from St Kevin's, Will Lynch. And in 6 from Ballerina Athletics, Max Reed. So 3 starters, time final number 1 of 2, men's under 15 200 metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So away cleanly here for the men's under 15 first time final. In the middle, it's going to be Will Lynch of St Kevin's, who's away with a flyer. On the outside of him is going to be Reed, and in the internal there is Rousseau. So it is going to be Will Lynch. We're going to watch the clock because these are timed finals. Will Lynch comes into the home straight first. He's just gliding over the top of these hurdles at the moment from St Kevin's. Will Lynch, he's starting to extend away a little bit from Max Reed. One more flight to jump here for Will Lynch, and he's over it cleanly now. So he's going to try and stop the clock at about 30.67. On the outside there was Max Reed. Internally is going to be Oliver Rousseau. And keep in mind, this all comes down to times here for the medals in this men's under 15 200 metre hurdles. As our next heat will start to go through the motions here, but it is currently Will Lynch of St Kevin's leading this event. So the official winning time there for Will Lynch, 30.63. So the time to beat for a gold medal here in the under 15 200 metre hurdles.
Let's go back to presentations. It is the under 17 women's long jump championship of Victoria, with a best distance of 5.31 metres, representing Melbourne in the bronze medal position, Sienna Farrell, to be presented by Ella Burke. In second position, receiving the silver medal, to be presented by Sienna Farrell, with a best distance of 5.32 metres. From Albury Athletics, it is Ashley Carty. Now, Victorian champion with a best distance of 5.45 metres, to be presented by Ashley Carty. From Wyndon Track and Field Club, it is Ella Burke. So congratulations, Sienna, Ashley and Ella, our medalists in the women's under 17 long jump championship. Let's now go to time final number 2 of 2 in the under 15 men's 200. We have 6 starters. In lane 2 from Sandringham, it is Archie O'Rourke. In 3 from Athletics Nunawading, Jake Frost. In 4 from Glen Huntley, it's Cooper Acklom. In 5 from Ballerine Athletics, Miller Smith. In lane 6 from Sandringham, Jake Ring. And in lane 7 from Casey Cadinia, Liam Piccolo. So 6 starters, time final 2 of 2, men's under 15 200 metres hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly here in timed final number 2. It's Cooper Acklin with the fastest time in the baby blue, but on the outside of him from the Bellarine is Miller Smith. So Smith clearing them really nicely. He's still out in front at the moment for the Bellarine. Is Smith. On the internal there is Acklin, and once more inside of him is going to be Jake Frost, but it is Smith. A little stutter step over that hurdle, trying to extend away a little bit here is Miller Smith. So Miller Smith over the final barrier. Let's watch the time now. Miller Smith crashes at 28.78. Cooper Acklin not too far away, and neither was Jake Frost. But based off of times, it will be Miller Smith of the men's under 15 200 metre hurdles. He does have the fastest time spread across the 2, and he will be your gold medalist here in this event.
And that's what I didn't recall. It's got enough of recall and a recall. Matt didn't think up, I'm not going to put it. If there's feet or whatever, or knees movement, when it's just a shoulder point, I'm not going to put it.
So back to presentations, and this time it is the women's under 15 200 metre hurdle championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist. And guess what? Our champion from Athletics Essendon with the time of 30.15 to be presented by Faith Little and Georgia Goss. It is Jamison Towers from Athletics Essendon. So congratulations, Faith, Georgia and Jamison, the medalists in the under 15 200 metre championship, 200 metre hurdle championship. Next event on the track will be the final of the women's under 14 200 metre hurdles. We have 5 starters. In lane 2 from Box Hill, it is Monique Williams. Lane 3, representing Athletics Essendon, Kaylin Walker. In lane 4 from Glen Huntly, Laura Wong. In lane 5 from the Box Hill Athletic Club, Lacey Williams. And in lane 6 from Doncaster, Jamison Harding. So 5 starters in the final of the women's under 14 200 metre hurdles. Victorian state record 29.37. Anna Maria Rice from Wendouree set in 2011.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly here, and on the outside of Wong, it will be Lacey Williams of Box Hill to jump the best, and Wong makes up the stagger now. So the Glen Huntly athlete just moving over the hurdles nicely. It is still Williams on the outside of her, though, looking really strong. So Laura Wong of Glen Huntly just on the internal of Lacey Williams of Box Hill. These two are going to duke it out over the final set of hurdles. Here comes Laura Wong now, though, from Glen Huntly. Starts to stride away a little bit from Lacey Williams, and it is going to be Laura Wong over the final barrier, and she will win it here. For the women's under 14 on the outside, Lacey Williams, and further out from there was Jamison Harding. And a well fought out race there, but it goes the way of Laura Wong of Glen Huntly, and she will be your under 14 women's 200 metre hurdle champion.
If we could have Ida Laity to the presentation area, please. Ida Laity to presentations. Also, just a little update from the very exciting javelin throw where Ace Pitt went into the final round with the lead, but with his last throw, Darcy Giddings took the win there, 51.93. We can see the consolidated results up there for the men's time finals in the under 15 hurdles, and we're about to do presentations. So our bronze medalist in the under 15 200 metre hurdles for men is from Athletics Nunawading in a time of 29.94, Jake Frost. The silver medalist for a time of 29.48 from Glen Huntly, it's Cooper Acklam. The gold medalist, the Victorian state champion with a time of 28.75 seconds from Ballerine Athletics, Miller Smith. So congratulations, Jake, Cooper and Miller and all the competitors in that combined time finals for the men's under 15 200 metre hurdles.
So on the track now, we do have the final of our under 14 men's 200 metre hurdles. Coming out of lane 3, representing Williamtown, Zach Sanderson. In lane number 4 from Sandringham, Matthew Malias. In lane number 5 from Box Hill, Harrison Dolman. And in lane number 6 from Shepparton, Elijah McLeod. These are your starters for the men's under 14 200 metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly, and the best to do it was Harrison Dolman of Box Hill, but making up the stagger quickly from there was Matthew Malias. So Malias now gliding over the hurdles. Dolman on the outside of him, and Sanderson not too far away. But it is a race in one with 4 hurdles left, or 5 I should call it. Malias looking comfortable. He starts to extend down this home straight. Dolman now also putting up a fight, but it is going to be Malias. He's absolutely effortless over these hurdles now. He comes down to the last one, and he will stream away as the under 14 champion. On the outside of him, Harrison Dolman, and for the bronze medal position, it will go to Zach Sanderson of Williamstown. And a great effort there from McLeod of Shepparton. But those will be your top 3 in the men's under 14 200 metre hurdles.
So our next presentation will be for the under 17 women's 400 metre hurdles. Our bronze medalist in a time of 66.45, representing Geelong Guild, Ida Laity, presented by Sienna Farrell. Our silver medalist, representing Frankston in a time of 64.19, it is Ali Simons, presented by Ida Laity. And our gold medalist from the Old Melburnians Athletic Club in a time of 61.38, it is Sienna Farrell, presented by Ali Simons. So congratulations to all the girls in that very exciting under 17 women's 400 metre hurdles. Just an update from the field. The women's long jump is underway for the under 14s, and we have Ashara Ross from Box Hill, Abby Geacock from Glen Huntly, Jasmine Durrett from Box Hill, Kaylin Walker from Athletics Essendon, Adele Roche from Glen Huntly, Renee Ford from Shepparton Athletics, Jocelyn Kerr from St Kevin's, Saskia Klotz St Kevin's, Lindley Sharp from Eureka, Summer Jenkins Ballarat Harriers, and Madison Kerr from St Kevin's. At the same time,
So on the track now is our men's open 200-metre semis. The top three will automatically go through to the final, and the next two will have to wait on times, and these are loaded fields. In lane number 1, representing Geelong Guild, Oscar Mazaraki. In lane number 2 from Old Melburnians, Daniel Minns. In lane number 3 from Athletics Essendon, Jack Hale. In lane number 4 from KC Cardinia, Michael Hansford. In lane number 5 from Collingwood Harriers, it is Will Johns. In lane number 6 from Geelong Guild, Mason Spikers. In lane number 7 from Dandenong Springvale, Luke Baker. And in lane number 8 from St Kevin's Amateur Athletics Club, it is Phil Borg. These are all 8 competitors here in semi-final number 1 of 2 in the men's open 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly here, and the best to jump was Hale on the outside, Hansford, and also watch out for Will Johns. Mazaraki looking good on the internal, and so too is Mason Spikers. So as they make their way around the turn now, it's Jack Hale, Michael Hansford, Will Johns. These are your 3 automatics as it stands. It's going to be Jack Hale who starts to extend away, and he does it comfortably, Jack Hale. And it will be Will Johns and Michael Hansford. On the outside of them was Mason Spikers, so we'll have to wait on time. But those 3 to automatically go through. Jack Hale, Michael Hansford, Will Johns in semi-final number 1 of 2 in the men's open 200 metres.
Our next presentation will be for the men's under-18 javelin throw competition. Our bronze medalist with a distance of 44.94 from Ballerine Athletics, it is Grady Morant. Our silver medalist with a distance of 46.41, representing Eaglehawk, it is Dude Kelly. And our gold medalist, the Victorian champion with a best of 51.93 from Corio Athletic Club, Darcy Giddings. Congratulations to Grady, Dude, and Darcy, the medalist in the men's under-18 javelin competition. So semi-final number 2 in the men's open 200 metres. There are 8 starters. In lane 1, representing Athletics Essendon, Chris Vi. In lane 2 from Glen Huntley, Asare Amo Afo. In 3 from Corio, Jacob Caesar. Lane 4 from Athletics Nunawading, Nick Shen. In lane 5, representing Sandringham, Drew Rodriguez Chico. In 6 from Western Athletics, Braden Portelli. In lane 7 from Eaglehawk, it's Kai Mason. And in lane 8 from Dandenong Springvale, it is Sakithra Vijay Sundara. So 8 starters in the second of our semi-finals for the men's open 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So very clean start there. Drew Rodriguez Chico really starting to get a move on. He's starting to take the outside stagger there with Portelli. Shen's got the fastest seed time coming through, but he is struggling to match the pace now of Drew Rodriguez Chico. On the inside there, Amo Afo looking quite good as well. Top 3 to go through. Rodriguez Chico has a sneaky look over. Shen's coming home hard. He'll take an auto spot. So too will the Eaglehawk runner there in Mason. 21.83. Minus 1.3, so the headwind's still coming down that home straight, but a nice, easy victory there. Drew Rodriguez Chico, who will proceed through to the final of the 200 metres for open men. So presentation now for the men's under-17 javelin throw competition. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 42.50 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, is Thomas Sims. The silver medalist from the Mentone Athletic Club with a best of 47.01. It is Saif Al-Shaw Baggy. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a best distance of 50.63 metres from Albury Athletics, Xavier Pitt. So congratulations, Thomas, Seif and Xavier, our medalists in the men's under-17 javelin throw. So just another reminder for athletes arriving the track that the check-in location is actually at the top of the main grandstand. So you just follow the signs up into the grandstand. So that is where athletes are required to check in.
So on the board now, we do have our finalists for the men's open 200 metres. And a few good names in there. Jack Hale, Drew Rodriguez Chico, Will Johns, Nick Shen, Michael Hansford, Kai Mason, Mason Spikers and Jacob Cesar. They will be contesting for the open 200 metre state title later on tonight. The next event on the track being our women's under 22 100 metres heat 1 of 2. That will begin around the 3:30 mark. So if we turn our attention to the middle of the track, we do have our men's open pole vault field in a nice line over there. So out of station number 3 from Athletics Essendon, Jade Guglielmino. In station number 4 from Box Hill, Andre Demedio. In station number 5, also from Box Hill, Liam Harris. In station number 6 from Athletics Essendon, Matthew Hosey. In station number 7, also from Box Hill, Liam Schreck. In station number 9, also from Box Hill, Dalton Demedio. In station number 10 from Melbourne University, Clint Miller. In station number 11 from Athletics Chilwell, Campbell Braden. In station number 12, also from Box Hill, Cameron Baker. In station number 13 from Knox, Craig Fairburn. In station number 14 from from Box Hill, it is Thomas Matthews. In station number 15 from Box Hill, it is Joel Pocklington. In station number 16, also from Box Hill, it is Samuel McDonald. And rounding out this field from Athletics Chilwell in station number 17, it is Noah Burns. This is the 123rd year of the event. Dalton DeMedio of Box Hill, 490, the defending champion. Steve Hooker, a 550 for the championship record. And Ray Boyd with 11 wins, the most in the history of this event. These are all of your competitors here for the men's open pole vault. So we turn our attention to the 200 metre start there, and at the top of it is our women's under 20 200 metres heat 1 of 2. The top 3 will automatically progress, and the next 2 will have to wait on their times. In lane number 2, representing Geelong Guild, it is Ashley Mead. In lane number 3 from Box Hill, it is Ella Doherty. In lane number 4 from Western Athletics, it is also Ella Tobin. In lane number 5 from Keilor St Bernard's, Rebecca Bain. In lane number 6, also from Box Hill, it is Alana Chapman. And in lane number 7, representing Old Scotch, it's Ashley Arnold. These are all of our competitors here in heat 1 of 2 in the women's under 20 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we are underway now in heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 20 200 metres. We'll see who gets there first. I believe it might be Rebecca Bain of Keilor St Bernard's moving through really nicely. On the internal of her is going to be Ella Tobin as they make their way into this home straight. It's looking really comfortable there for Rebecca Bain. Ella Tobin on the internal of her, and just on the outside is Alana Chapman of Box Hill. So these two are going to go through, and it looks like Rebecca Bain is going to take it out on the inside, Ella Tobin. And for that third spot, Alana Chapman just ahead of Ella Doherty. So those 3 will go through. Ella Doherty will wait on times. And those will be your 3 automatic qualifiers here in heat 1 of 2 in the women's under 20 200 metres.
perfect. You know, that could have
Round one to the 3 or 4.
Yeah. Yeah, so the score ends up, it's 200. Oh, no, it was 200, man. Oh, sorry. No hurdles. No hurdles. No, there's no hurdles. The hurdles are run. We did the men. Right? Yeah, just for this one, yeah. This is round 2. I'm happy for you to come here. You want to come here and I'll go there. Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know who's on third. Yeah. I heard of it about a few weeks ago. Oh, did you? Yeah. They're mad, those two. Yeah.
So on the track now, we do have heat 2 of 2 of our women's under 20 200 metres. Top 3 automatically through, and the next 2 fastest on times. In lane number 2 from Winderee, Scarlett Burmeister. In lane number 3 from Sandringham, Abby Francis. In lane number 4 from Doncaster, Alessia Wynn. In lane number 5 from Albury Athletics, Jess Calvert. And in lane number 7, representing Corio, Maya Pundij. These are all the competitors here in heat 2 of 2 in the women's under 20 200 metres.
Are we ready to go on? Yep. On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly, and a really good start there from Alessia Wynn of Doncaster as she picks up that stagger mighty quick as she comes into this home straight. So it is Wynn. She's going to try and stretch away. On the inside of her is Francis, and so too Calvert on the outside. So as they start to make their way down with 60 metres to go, it is Alessia Wynn. Francis on the inside of her, and now starts to move is Jess Calvert. And these will be your first 3 through automatically to that final. And on the internal there is going to be Scarlett Burmeister, who will have to wait on those times. But the top 3, Francis, Wynn, Calvert, they will go through to that final. And the women's under 20, 200 metres. So on the track now, we have semi-final 1 of 2 in the men's under 18, 200 metres. Top 3 automatically through, and then the next 2 fastest times from there will be joining them. In lane number 1 from Frankston, it's Paddy Colgan. In lane number 2, representing Sandringham, Tom O'Rourke. In lane number 3 out of the stables of St. Kevin's, it is James Kerr. In lane number 4 from Western Athletics, Xander Byrne. In lane number 5 from Box Hill, Connor McDonald. In lane number 6 from Athletics Nunawading, it's Flynn Cocking. In lane number 7, also from Box Hill, Sebastian Beck. And in lane number 8, representing Eaglehawk, Cameron Smith. These are all of your starters here in semi-final number 1 of 2 in the men's under 18, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away and racing here in semi-final number 1. Xander Byrne got a really good start, but even better on the inside of that was James Kerr in the St. Kevin's colours. So Kerr now whips his way around the bend. On the outside of him from Athletics Nunawading is Flynn Cocking. So Cocking trying to go here with Kerr. Kerr trying to extend away a little bit. Throw the blanket behind him there. Kerr takes a look to the right. Let's try and get these top 3. And I think that's going to be Connor McDonald and Xander Byrne of Western Athletics, who look like they took out that 2nd and 3rd position to go through automatically, but it's definitely James Kerr of St. Kevin's. And the next 2 will have to wait on those times. That is semi-final number 1 of 2 in the men's under 18, 200 metres. So on the board now, we also see what will be our women's under 20 200 metre final. And they will be duking it out later tonight for a state title of the under 20 200 metre women's event. So on the track now is semi-final 2 of 2 in our men's under 18 200 metre event. In lane number 1, representing Diamond Valley, Charles Lowrens. In lane number 2, from Glen Huntley, Lachlan Mariner. In lane number 3, from Western Athletics, it's Franklin Niwa Jarfoy. In lane number 4, from Doncaster, Matthew Parrott. In lane number 5, representing Geelong Guild, Patrick Poulter. In lane number 6, from Wellington, Finn Staple. In lane number 7, from Glen Huntley, Jordan Drescher. And in lane number 8, from Athletics Nunawading, Kai Nielsen. These are all 8 competitors here in semi-final number 2 of 2 in the men's under 18, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly in a really good start from Niwa Jarfoy in lane 3 of this track. On the outside of him is Parrott, and moving really well is Patrick Poulter of Geelong Guild. So as they make their way into this home straight, this is where you get to really see what's happening. It's Franklin Niwa Jarfoy moving away a little bit from Patrick Poulter. Tightening up in the middle is Matthew Parrott. It will be these two through, and Parrott just holds on. And on the inside of him was Lachlan Mariner of Glen Huntly. So we will have to wait and see on times for that. But Franklin Niwa Jarfoy, Matthew Parrott and Patrick Poulter will be automatically through to that men's under-18 200-metre final. And we will wait to see what those last two final time positions will be for this afternoon. So on the track now, we have our women's under-18 200-metre heats. Heat 1 of 2. Top 3 will go through automatically in the next 2 fastest times. In lane number 2, representing Albury Athletics Club, it is Shaylee Ginger Ryan. In lane number 3 from Sandringham, it's Zoe Billsborough. In lane number 4, also of Sandringham, Jessica Malat. In lane number 5 from Box Hill, Sophie Zarafa. And in lane number 6 from the Yarra Rangers Athletics Club, it is Ashley Rook. These are all starters here in your women's heat number 1 of 2 in the under-18 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we are array and racing now, and it's Jessica Malat of Sandringham through the middle who just booms out of the blocks, and she's going to really make her presence be felt here in heat number 1 of 2. So Jessica Malat of Sandringham is going to be the one to stride down this home straight. On the outside of her is Sophie Sarafa of Box Hill, but it's all Jessica Malat of Sandringham as she takes her foot off the gas now, and she'll take the win here. Zarafa going to come through for a second, and on the inside there will be Billsborough. So they will be your top 3 through. Ashley Rook will have to wait on times. And that is heat number 1 of 2 in your women's under-18 200 metres.
one that was the last one. Was dead, wasn't it? Yeah. You'd think it was something's late when they're sitting there and it's 5 seconds. That's ridiculous.
So on the track now, we have heat 2 of 2 in our women's under 18 200 metres. The top 3 are automatic, and the next 2 fastest times will be joining them from there. In lane number 3, representing Athletics Essendon, it's Amanda Rout. In lane number 4, from Box Hill, Holly Neuenhausen. In lane number 5, from Frankston, Nancy Agostino. And in lane number 6, from Athletics Nunawading, Aranya Manchaniaki. These are all starters here in your women's under 18 200 metres, heat 2 of 2.
On your marks. Set.
So we are away cleanly here. Agostino with a really good start there from Frankston. Neuenhausen on the inside of her, also moving really well. So the top 3 are going to get through automatically here in the next on times as they make their way into this home straight. So it is Neuenhausen of Box Hill starting to pull away from Agostino on the outside of her. On the inside is Rout as we start to see Manchaniaki also put herself in the picture. So it is going to be Neuenhausen who takes it out. On the inside of her was Rout, then Agostino. Manchaniaki's going to have to wait on times. And those top 3 are going to go through automatically in the women's under 18 200 metres, and we will wait to see who the 2-time ones will be joining them. So on the board now, we do have our finalists of the men under 18 200 metres. They will be competing later on this evening for a Victorian title. So on the board now, we also see our final of the women's under 18 200 metres, and this will also be competing tonight for a state title. A very, very fast field indeed for the women under 18 200 metre final. So on the infield now, we do have a medal presentation for our men's under-20 javelin event. In third place with a throw of 42.97, representing Albury, Alex Pitt. In second place with a throw of 46.46, representing Glen Huntly, James Harper. And your gold medalist in the men's under-20 javelin with a throw of 60.98, representing Mentone, Hadi El Shabagi. Congratulations to your 3 medalists there in the men's under-20 javelin event. So on the track now, we do have heat 1 of 3 for our women's under-17 200 metres. It will be the top 2 automatically through in the next 2 fastest times from there. In lane number 2, representing Ringwood, Amelia Smith. In lane number 3, representing Frankston, Hayley Meddings. In lane number 4, representing Geelong Guild, Ida Laity. In lane number 5, representing Wellington, Antti Kempf. In lane number 6, representing Corio, Caitlin Charles. And in lane number 7, representing Old Zaverians, Neve O'Callaghan. These are all competitors here in women's under-17 200 metres, heat 1 of 3.
On your marks. Set.
So we will have a second start here in the first of 3 heats in the women's under-17 200 metres.
Lane 4, unsteady. Lane 3, unsteady.
So unsteady is the call here, so all women will go off for a second time.
On your marks. Set.
So with the second time of asking, we're away cleanly. It is Lady who gets a really good start from Geelong Guild. On the outside of her is Kempf as they make their way into this home straight. So it is going to be Kempf on the outside of Lady. They're going to be the 1-2 on the internal. There is Hayley Meddings, but it is now going to be Ida Lady as she starts to stretch away from the rest of this field in heat 1 of 3 of the under-17 women's 200 metres. Ida Lady's going to take it out on the outside. Will be Kempf, and Meddings will have to wait on time. But Ida Lady, with the second time of asking, moves away in heat number 1 of 3 in the women's under-17 200 metres. So on the dais now are our men's under 14 long jump medalists, and I apologise if I get any of these names wrong. With a jump of 5:20, representing Keilor, Brandon Cesanovsky. Presented there by Matthew Malias. With a result of 5:37 and a silver medal, representing Box Hill, Harrison Dolman. And gold medalist for the men's under 14 long jump with a jump of 5:50, representing Sandringham, Matthew Malias. Congratulations to our 3 medalists here in the men's under 14 long jump. So on the track now is heat number 2 of 3 of our women's under 17 200 metres. Top 2 automatic, and the next 2 fastest times will join them from there. In lane number 2 from Glen Huntley, Isabella Hollins. In lane number 3 from Albury, Ashley Cardy. In lane number 4 from the Ballarat Harriers, it is Grace Kelly. In lane number 5 from Geelong Guild, Lucy Marischuk. Maricek. In lane number 6 from Frankston, Marley Goggin. And in lane number 7, representing Western Athletics, it is Summer Harris. These are all your women competing in heat number 2 of 3 in the women's under 17 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly here in heat 2 of 3, and Grace Kelly got an absolute flyer from the Ballarat Harriers, so she's going to pick up the stagger very quick. So too on the outside there is going to be Marley Goggin, and on the internal that's going to be Ashley Cardy. So as they start to make their way down now, it is all Grace Kelly out in front, representing Ballarat Harriers. She's starting to move, so too is going to be Hollins on the inside, but it's Grace Kelly who's going to get there. Hollins now, so too is going to be Cardy. She will have to wait on those times, but a fantastic performance from Grace Kelly of the Ballarat Harriers. She will take out heat 2 of 3 in the women's under 17 200 metres. So on the middle of the front straight now, we also have the presentation for the men's under 14 200 metre hurdles. In third place, representing Athletics Williamstown in a time of 34.08, Zach Sanderson. In second place, representing Box Hill with a time of 32.20, Harrison Dolman. And your state champion for the men's under 14 200 metre hurdles, representing Sandringham with a time of 30.42, Matthew Malias. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in our men's under 14 200 metre hurdles. So on the track now, we have heat 3 of 3 in our women's under 17 200 metres. Top 2 automatically, and the next 2 fastest times will be joining them. In lane number 2, representing Maccabee, Sky Edelstein. In lane number 3, representing Ballarat Harriers, Molly Fraser. In lane number 4, representing Diamond Valley, Katie Oliver. In lane number 5, representing Frankston, Kayla Barrett. In lane number 6, representing Western Athletics, Amber Shield. And in lane number 7, representing Box Hill, Olivia Sheens. These are your starters here for heat 3 of 3 in the women's under 17 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly, and it is going to be Kayla Barrett of Frankston who gets the best start. She picks up the stagger on the outside quite quickly. Internal of her is going to be Katie Oliver. And watch them move now as they come into this home straight. So Barrett got the really good start. Oliver starts to now move through the middle of the track. She's going to start to extend away here from Kayla Barrett. And it is going to be Katie Oliver through the middle for Diamond Valley. She's going to stretch it out internally. Molly Fraser going to try and get the dip. But it is going to be Katie Oliver. I think Kayla Barrett might have just got there, but not too far behind was Molly Fraser. We'll have to wait on the times there to see who makes it through to the women's under 17 200 metre final. So on the home straight now, we turn our attention to the presentation for the men's under 15 para discus event. Our gold medalist representing Old Scotch in the percentage of 27.39, Tom Roach. Congratulations to our state champion for the men's under 15 para discus, Tom Roach. On the track now, we have our men's under 16 200 metres, heat 1 of 2, top 3 automatic, the next 2 fastest times. Joining in from there, in lane number 2 from the Ballarat Harriers, it's Aubrey Watson. In lane number 3 from Glen Huntley, it's Jakaya Honor. In lane number 4 from Athletics Chilwell, Caleb Kilpatrick. In lane number 5, an invitational athlete, Elias Oldfield. In lane number 6 from Box Hill, Darcy Nixon. And also from Box Hill in lane number 7, Aidan Tickle. These are all of your starters here in the men's under 16 200 metres, heat 1 of 2.
On your marks. Set.
So we're underway now, and the best of start is going to be Caleb Kilpatrick of Athletics Chilwell. He makes up that stagger remarkably quickly. On the outside of him is going to be Darcy Nixon, not too far away, and so too is going to be Elias Oldfield. So it is all Caleb Kilpatrick. Oldfield on the outside of him. Internal, that is Jakaya Honor. So Honor on the inside of Kilpatrick, but it will be Kilpatrick. Honor not far away, neither is Oldfield. And the rest of our competitors will have to wait on the times. But a fantastic performance there from Caleb Kilpatrick. He will take out heat 1 of 2 in the men's under 16 200 metres.
So next up in our presentations, it's the Open Women's Ambulant Discus Throw. And there are 2 competitors. In the silver medal position with a percentage of 14.14%, it is Louise Pendred from Ballarat Harriers. And our gold medalist with a percentage of 45.31% from Ringwood Athletic Club, it is Chelsea Haag Wiverton. So congratulations there to Louise and Chelsea, the medalists in the Open's Women's Ambulant Discus Throw. Our next presentation is the Men's Open Ambulant Discus Throw, and in the silver medal position with a distance of 13.83 metres and a percentage of 23.14 from Keilor St Bernard's, it's Nathan Luke. Our gold medalist with a distance of 48.51 and a percentage of 81.18 from South Melbourne, it is Guy Henley. So congratulations to Nathan and Guy, the medalists in the Open Men's Ambulant Discus Throw.
So on the track now, we do have heat 2 of 2 in the men's under 16 200 metres. The top 3 automatic, next 2 fastest times will be joining them. In lane number 2 from Frankston, Jack Brewster. In lane number 3, representing Corio, Lucas Pearce. In lane number 4, representing Casey Cardinia, Zion Great Alanian. In lane number 5, representing Glen Huntley, Nicholas Goodman. In lane number 6, representing Williamstown, Dashiell Muir. And in lane number 7, representing Old Scotch, Oliver Moore. These are all your starters here in heat number 2 of 2 in the men's under 16, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away in racing here in heat 2 of 2, and it's Alanian and Goodman getting the best 2 starts here in this field. So they're going to make their way around this bend. Alanian not too far away, just on the internal of Goodman. So they're going to start to go through the motion now. It's Alanian trying to stretch away. On the inside of there is Jack Brewster of Frankston and Goodman on the outside. So they're going to move through now. It's going to be a really close finish here, and it will be Alanian who's going to take it out. Goodman and possibly Lucas Pearce of Corio for that 3rd spot. We will have to wait for the official results, but a fantastic finish there. So heat number 2 of 2 in the men's under 16, 200 metres. So in the middle of the track now, we do have a medal presentation for our men's open-seated discus event. Representing the Malvern Harriers with a percentage of 32.64, it is Kate Faulkner. Congratulations there to Kate, the men's open-seated discus champion.
So we're now on to the under 16, the women's 200. There will be 2 preliminary heats. In heat number 1, we have in lane 2 from Diamond Valley, Mackenzie Genders. In lane 3 from Box Hill, it's Sienna McDonald. Lane 4 from Box Hill, Sienna Curdian. Lane 5 from Geelong Guild, Isabella Tarr. And lane 6 from Eaglehawk, Scarlett Southern. So heat 1 of 2, women's under 16 200. Top 3 in each heat to progress through, plus the 2 next best times to the final.
On your marks. Set.
So Curdian away nicely to the outside of her. Tar also moving beautifully in the early stages. Sienna McDonald in the lane inside. A little bit of work to do here, but Curdian and Tar going stride for stride as they come into the home straight. McDonald now moving into that 3rd position. Southern to the outside, Genders to the inside. So Sienna Curdian looking pretty strong here in this heat. Top 3 to go through, and that will be Curdian, Tar, and also McDonald. And stopping the clock around 26.13. Minus 3.0, so that wind is just getting stronger and stronger here at Lakeside. So just the men's under 14 200 metre preliminaries. The heats have been cancelled and the final will be at final time of 7 p.m. So that's the men's under 14 200 metres straight final, 7 p.m. later today. So up on the scoreboard at the moment, the men's under 16 compiled results there, so you can see the top 8 who are going through. So Kilpatrick, the fastest seed, 23.71, based on times. Brewster and Muir also making it through. Victory ceremony and the medal presentation now for the women's under 14 long jump championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal with a best distance of 4.65 metres from St Kevin's, it is Jocelyn Kerr. Our silver medalist with a best distance of 4.66 metres, representing the Shepparton Athletic Club, it's Renee Ford. Our gold medalist and the Victorian champion with a best distance of 4.72 metres from the Box Hill Athletic Club, it is Jasmine Jarrett. So congratulations, Jocelyn, Renee and Jasmine, our medalists in the under 14 women's long jump competition. So off to the far side of the track once again, we do have heat 2 of 2, the women's under 16 200 metres, and there are 6 starters. In lane 2 from Western Athletics, it's Chloe Portelli. In lane 3 from Doncaster, Shakira Harding. Lane 4 from Athletics Essendon, it's Lily Bella Hilly. In 5 from Ballarat Harriers, Armani Anderson. In 6 from South Melbourne, Lucy Douglas Hines. And in lane 7 from Yarra Rangers, it's Kira Willie. So 6 starters, heat 2 of 2, women's under 16 200.
On your marks. Set.
Good start there by Anderson, the Ballarat Harriers runner. We saw her run so well last week. So Hilly's got a little bit of work to do. Also going nicely just to the outside there. It looks like it could be Douglas Hines. But into the home straight now, and the top 3 to go through. Remember, the inside there, Shakira Harding moving nicely. But it is Armani Anderson from Ballarat Harriers. She's leading the way. Hilly in that second position. Looking for a challenge here from the South Melbourne athlete, but from Doncaster it would be Shakira Harding taking that next spot, the auto spot. And Lucy Douglas Hines from South Melbourne will have to wait on times. So that concludes the preliminary heats there of the women's under 16 200 metres. Let's proceed now on to the men's under 15 200 metres preliminary heats. There will be 2 of them, top 3 in each heat, plus the 2 next best times will proceed through to this evening's final. In lane 2, we have from Sandringham, Archie O'Rourke. Lane 3, also from Sandringham, Jake Ring. In 4, from Athletics Chilwell, Tobias Servant. In lane 5, from Athletics Essendon, Joshua Jatchenko. Lane 6 will be vacant. In lane 7, from Doncaster, Christian Zapris. And in 8, also from Doncaster, Max McCool. So they're the starters in the heat 1 of 2, men's under 15 200 metres.
Yeah, I'll come
position to do that number two. On your marks. Set.
So nice clear start there. Looks like it's Jatsenko off nicely. To the outside of him, you've got Zapras from Doncaster. But Jatsenko just settling beautifully. Top three to go through. To the inside of him there, it is from Chilwell Servin. So Jatsenko, Servin, and also Zapras at the moment in those top three spots. Battling on nicely from Sandringham is Ring, but Jatsenko will take it. Servin's doing just what he needs to do. Also Zapras, and we'll have Ring having to wait on time. So 25-28 there, I think. Well, it looks like the wind rating was 0. I don't really believe that, but...
You got the card for the next one? Not even out, you know it. Have I got the what? You haven't got the sheet for the next one, they're not even out. You and I are doing the
Russell, relax. We're starting this race, don't worry about the next. It'll happen. We're going very well, so just relax. I see your plastic bags still working the treat.
Although it was a bit fluffy on the last one, but it worked.
You need some electrical tape, Pina. You put some electrical tape on it, then you'll really seal it up, Pina.
It's impossible.
Let's now go to our second of two preliminary heats in the men's under 15 200 metres, and there are 8 starters. In lane 1, representing St Kevin's, it is Jack Lynch. In lane 2, from Casey Cardinia, Liam Piccolo. In lane 3, from Athletics Nunawading, Johannes Fokchom. From Maccabi, we have Benjamin Bleacher in lane 4. Callum Bott from Albury Athletics is in 5. Lachlan Hicks Athletics Essendon is in lane 6. In lane 7 from St Kevin's, it is Will Lynch. And in 8 from Athletics Nunawading, Jake Frost. Top 3 to go through. Next 2 best times. Heat 2 of 2, men's under 15 200.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there from Bott and also Bleacher to the inside of them, but I think Bott and also just outside there, Hicks looking the goods. Bott starting to really work that bend nicely. Bleacher coming into the picture as well as Fokchom. So good race on here for those top 3 spots. Bott leading the way, Bleacher and Fokchom in those next 2 spots, being followed by Hicks. But it will be Bott takes it out. Bleacher, gee, very fast finish from Hicks. Might have just stole that third auto qualifier over Fokchom. 24.85, so a little bit quicker there, minus 2.3, that's more like it. And I think there's no doubt whoever came fourth in that one probably should be making it through. It seemed to be a much quicker heat. So looking over at the pole vault competition, currently 4.70 is the bar. We'll try and get an update as to how many competitors remain in that men's open pole vault competition. So 7 competitors still remaining in the men's open pole vault. The bar at 4.70 metres. 7 competitors still in the competition. So just a little bit of delay on the track here because next start time 4:45. The women's under 15 200 metres. There will be 3 preliminary heats of that to proceed through to the final. Just updating some of the events happening in the field at the moment. And outside of the stadium, we've got the Discus competition underway for the women's under 16s. So you've got Shree Denif Ireland from Wyndham Track and Field in that one. Also, Nicola Steer, Athletics Essendon, Vanessa Smith, Diamond Valley, Ebony Barnett from Box Hill, Alyssa Benbow, Eureka, and also Isabel Ferber from Sandringham. Not to be confused with Isabella Tarr. And our javelin competition at the scoreboard end at the moment. We've got Maddie Tarabay from Nunawading, Lindley Sharp, Eureka, Inez Caton Smith, Diamond Valley, Zoe Ryan from Diamond Valley, Heidi Duncan from Athletics Essendon, Lily Price, Williamstown, Ella Leaf from Essendon, Allegria Basile from Doncaster and Lily Carl from Sandringham. So that's the javelin competition for under 14 women. So let's introduce the field now for the next event on the track, which is the women's under 15 200 metres. We will have 3 preliminary heats. The top 2 in each heat plus the 2 next best times will proceed through to the final. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 2 from St Kevin's, Molly Blood. Lane 3 from Glen Huntly, Jasmine Firth. In lane 4 from Sandringham, Daisy Noosis. In 5 from Athletics Essendon, it's Jamison Towers. In 6 from Glen Huntly, Julia Zaitseva. And in lane 7 from Sandringham, Amelia Fode. So there are our starters, heat 1 of 3. Women's under 15, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there by Towers. Noosis also one to watch for here. The Sandringham runner comes in as the top seed and she is starting to really get a move on there. But also Zaitseva from Glen Huntly moving nicely. So it is Noosis, Zaitseva, also Towers. To the inside there, Firth as well from Glen Huntly. But it is the Sandringham runner here, Daisy Noosis, clearing away. Very close here. Zaitseva will take the next auto spot, and then Jamison Towers and Jasmine Firth, they will have to wait on time. So the inside then Molly Blood in next position, and Amelia Fode from Sandringham rounds out the first of our 3 preliminary heats in the women's under 15 200 metres. So our next event on the track will be the second of 3 preliminary heats, the women's under 15 200 metres. And there are 6 starters. In lane 2, from Athletics Nunawading, Alyssa Chapman. Lane 3, from Morning Peninsula, Georgia Goss. In 4, from Sandringham, it's Faith Little. In 5, from Diamond Valley, Alicia Blair. In 6, from Diamond Valley, Maddie Ma. And in 7, from Athletics Nunawading, it's Shri Nidhi Bolasetti. So 6 starters in the second of our 3 preliminary heats, the women's under 15 200.
On your marks. Set.
So away cleanly, looked like Blair from Diamond Valley off to a good start. Also to the outer lanes there, looks like it's Ma from Diamond Valley as well. So she's moving nicely, the 2 Diamond Valley girls now. It's Faith Little from Sandringham starting to come through. Also on the inside, Alyssa Chapman from Nunawading. So very close running here, top 2 to go through. This is going to be quite a battle. Looks like Little might take one of those spots. Just to the outside of her will be Blair. She'll get the auto qualifier. And then it's going to be very close between Maddie Ma and also Alyssa Chapman to try and get through to that final on the best times. So 27, bit hard to read now in the sun glare, 27.32, minus 3.6. The wind's getting a little nasty here at Lakeside. Over in the pole vault, the bar has gone to 4 metres and 80. So 480 in the pole vault in the men's open. 3 competitors remaining. We'll try and identify who they are, but we're down to the last 3 men's open pole vault bar at 480. And we have a clearance there at 480. It is a Box Hill singlet, but then again, probably most of them are Box Hill singlets. So next up, it is the third of our preliminary heats of the women's under 15 200, and there are 5 starters. In lane 2, from Geelong Guild, it is Amelia Pantano. In 3, from Ballarat Harriers, Grace Crow. In lane 4, from Frankston Athletic Club, Cecilia Agostino. In 5, from Sandringham, Charlie Sullivan. And in lane 6, from Athletics Nunawading, Milan Keogh. They are our starters in the next, or the third and final preliminary heat, the women's under 15 200.
On your marks. Set.
So cleanly away, yes. Agostino looking good, but also Grace Crow from Ballarat Harriers really moving nicely. The outer lanes there from Nunawading, it's Keogh. And just wedged in between there, Charlie Sullivan from Sandringham. But into the stretch here, and it is Grace Crowe really throwing the challenge down. Gee, this is going to be very close for the top two. It is Crowe, Agostino, and a late charge here. Agostino, I think, will just get it, but fast finishing Charlie Sullivan from Sandringham. It'll be interesting to see the read on that one, because the falling body of Agostino, did she break through the photo finish image? We'll see how that goes, but good running there. Didn't get the time. Once again, minus 3.2 on the wind reading, so that's why we're seeing the girls struggle a little bit into that home straight, but nice win there, Grace Crowe, Ballarat Harriers. The victory ceremony and the medal presentation now for the Under-16 Women's Discus Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalists from the Athletics Essendon Club with a best distance of 29.70 metres. It is Nicola Steer. And in the silver medal position with a best of 33.63 from Sandringham, it is Isabel Thurber. And for the fourth time at this championship, atop the podium with a best of 40.52. Representing Eureka, it is Alyssa Benbow. So congratulations, Nicola, Isabel, and also Alyssa, our medalist in the women's under-16 discus throw. So the three men standing in the pole vault competition are Matthew Hosey, Athletics Essendon, Joel Pocklington, Box Hill, and Andre DeMedio, Box Hill. So 2 Box Hill, 1 Essendon. In the whole scheme of the HH Hunter, that's actually quite important because those two clubs certainly are vying for that very prestigious trophy. Glenn Huntley currently leading away in the HH Hunter scores. Ooh, near. It's very close there for Hosey at the 490 height from Athletics Essendon. Try and get a fix also on what attempt numbers they are on at 490.
Hello? You're right, that's good.
So Hosey on the runway again in the pole vault. The bar is at 490. Had a fair height there, Hosey, but once again the bar comes down at 490.
Do the possums.
So the update from the pole vault is the Box Hill athletes in Demedio and Pocklington have passed at 490. And we have Hosey from Essendon on third attempt at that height. As we turn over to the scoreboard, you'll see those that have proceeded through to the final of the under 15, 200 metres. So Daisy Noosis getting the fastest time there, 25.66. And getting through on times there will be Jamison Towers and also Jasmine Firth. So that final coming through later in the program. So Matthew Hosey, Athletics Essendon, third final attempt, 4 metres 90. As we said, it's been passed by Pocklington and Demedio. Likely they'll go to 5 metres. Hosey on the runway, final attempt, 490. So we'll wait for the red flag up. So unfortunately, Hosey out of the competition. 2 competitors remaining, but we'll just wait and see what bearing that has on the medals. It depends on the obviously the passing and also the attempts that they got over at previous heights to determine the medals here in this very exciting men's open pole vault. Yes. So let's now introduce the field. The next of our events is 2 preliminary heats of the women's under 14 200 metres. top 3 in each heat, plus the 2 next best times will proceed through to our final. In heat number 1, we have 5 starters. Apologies, 4 starters, and they are Laura Wong from Glen Huntly is in lane 3. Lacey Williams from Box Hill is in lane 4. Also from Box Hill in lane 5, Ashara Ross, and in lane 6 from Frankston, Erin Limpens.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there by Ashara Ross from Box Hill. So she's working her way nicely up onto the shoulder of Limpens to the outside. Now starting the chase is Lacey Williams, and on the inside there is Laura Wong. So Wong starting to get a little bit of head of steam as they come through. Gee, Lacey Williams also charging through there next to Ashara Ross. So the 2 Box Hill athletes, but Ross going again. Wong just starting to get those limbs working. Gee, this is close. Wong will take it. It will be Ross in next position, then Williams and also Limpens very close. So we'll wait to see the times with our top 3 automatically through and the next 2 best times. So haven't got a time on that one, but minus 3.8. The wind is only getting stronger. Heat 2 of 2, women's under 14, 200 metres, and we have 5 starters. In lane 2 from Glen Huntly, it is Adele Roach. In 3 from St Kevin's, it's Jocelyn Kerr. Maddie Tarabay from Athletics Nunawading, she takes up her spot in lane number 4. In lane 5, it's Ariella Sprague from Casey Cadinia, and Jasmine Jeanette from Box Hill is in lane 6. So they're the starters, Heat 2 of 2, women's under 14, 200. Top 3 to go through, next 2 fastest times.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there by Sprague from Casey Cadinia. Maddie Tarabay taking a little while just to get into stride. The inside of her is Kerr from St Kevin's. So Sprague's off to a flying start here, and she'll come into the home straight first. Tarabay now starting to hit her straps, so too is Jocelyn Kerr. So top 3 to go through, and that's looking pretty solid here as Sprague is now being run down by Kerr, who's starting to really get her stride happening. So Kerr will take it. Sprague in second. Tarabay gets auto qualifier. And Roach and Durrett will have to wait on times. So 27.76, minus 2.1. So a little bit of easing of the wind in that one. And that's the second of our two preliminary heats, the women's under 14 200. So the bar is now going to 5 metres in the pole vault. Two competitors, and Joel Pocklington looks like he is on the runway.
Leave that one. That's the gun. So we're going to bring the gun because we don't disconnect the gun because it's an absolute nightmare.
Ooh, close there for Pocklington, but the bar is down. I think that's first attempt. Red flag up. The height, 5 metres in the men's open pole vault.
No, it does connect.
No, we're going to walk around and we're actually going to...
How does that turn off and on?
Just leave it.
Yeah.
I'll leave that cake stuff over here for you guys.
Thank you. I'll grab the... because I've put your tray.
So just an update from the pole vault, and Medio was over first attempt at the 5 metre height, so Pocklington now second attempt. So Pocklington on the runway once again, the bar at 5 metres. Final attempt, Pocklington. 5 metre height in the pole vault. Oh, close, but just chesting that one. The bar comes down, so DeMedio takes the competition. We'll see where he goes next height. Pocklington out. So let's move now to the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under 14 women's javelin throw. Our bronze medalist with her best 90 metres from Williamstown, Lily Price. From Athletics Essendon, and our silver medalist has a best of 27.51 metres, and it is the silver medalist, Ella Leaf. And our gold medalist, Victorian champion, with a best distance of 35.25 metres, representing athletics. Nunawading, it is Maddie Tarabay. Congratulations, Lily, Ella and Maddie, and all the competitors in the women's under 14 javelin throw. Sorry girls, I got hit by a car on Wednesday. Don't ride a bike. Right, you know the deal, don't you? Or you just sit out and everyone big wave. Let's introduce our field now. It is the women's open javelin throw competition. And we do have 6 competitors. Station 1 representing Diamond Valley, Emma Butler. In Station 2, we saw a crunch through that under 20 mark yesterday. It is from Corio, Mackenzie Milcharek. And the defending champion, of course, in the Opens. From Athletics Essendon in Station 4, it is Melissa Foster. Also from Athletics Essendon, it is Joanna Margiolis. From Albury Athletics, Dakira Cooper. And rounding out our field, it is from Sandringham, Sonia Song. So 6 women in the open women's javelin throw. So the bar now at 5:30 in the pole vault for Demedio, the bar at 5:30. So Demedio on the runway, 5:30 is the bar.
So wind conditions out here are a little bit iffy. We're seeing Demedio having a few goes at this 530 height. So on the runway once again, Melissa Foster, who opened the account in the javelin. Crossing the line there, Demedio. So red flag up at 5:30. There's Margiolis, next one on the runway in the women's javelin throw. So Dalton Demedio, attempt number 2, 5:30. PB is 5:25. That's why we're going for this height. Wind conditions all over the shop out here. As we see. So second attempt missed there for Demedio. As we see Song from Sandringham lining up for her first attempt in the women's open javelin. Third and final attempt, Demedio up at the VISN 5. Lining up for her next attempt in the javelin throw at the scoreboard end of the track. It's all happening here at Lakeside Stadium. It's over, but unfortunately the arm, and we look down, Mackenzie Mocherek, next attempt out. So Demedio's got that. So that concludes our pole vault competition with Dalton Demedio going back to back, the men's open pole vault. Margaret Wallace done up in the javelin throw. So 47.88. Milcharik leads the way after round one. Emma Butler, Diamond Valley, currently in second with 41.12. And 35.41, Dakira Cooper, currently in third position as we go from midway through round two. So slight improvement there to Kira Cooper, 35.80. Still in the third position. Milcharik, 47.88, leads the way. Sonia Song, Sandringham. Next up. This will conclude round two. So Sonia Song now on the board, 32.14 there in round two. As we see, currently in second position with a best of 41.12, Emma Butler on the runway. So 40.44, Butler on third attempt, 41.12, still her best. 7.88, her best. So Milcharik once again getting it out there. Seems relatively happy with that one. We'll tell if there's a smile on the face or not. Five, 3, 6, 6. Mitch Dyer was right. That was a mighty throw. Sorry, 5, 3, 3, 6. Apologies. So great throw there, Milcharik. Another World Under 20 qualifier. So Foster does keep rolling on, 26.07, her best so far there in 3. Margiolis next up. So red flag up there for Margiolis, 26.53 from round 1, her best. Kira Cooper, Albury Athletics next up, 35.80 in round 2. Nice plant there by Dakira Cooper. Let's get the read on this one. So once again, just keeps improving with each one, or sort of. 37.91 there for Cooper. Clearly in 3rd position in this open competition. Sonia Song opened up with 32.14 in round 2. And this will complete round 3 here, and then we'll do the reorder in the women's open javelin. So red flag up on that one. Landing flat. So conditions out here not ideal for javelin, but as we saw from Milcharik, that didn't worry her with a beautiful throw. 53.36 leads the comp. So Melissa Foster, her fourth attempt there, 26 metres, currently her best, 26.07. So Margiolis, we're going to get a mark on that one, the Essendon athlete. Next up, we will be having presentations for our men's open pole vault.
So on the infield now on the home straight, we do have the presentation for our men's open pole vault championship. With the bronze medal with a jump of 4.80 representing Essendon, Matthew Hosey. In the silver medal position representing Box Hill, also with a jump of 4.80, Joel Pocklington. And our state champion for the open men's pole vault with a jump of 5.10, also representing Box Hill, Dalton DiMedio. Congratulations to our three medalists there in the men's open pole vault event.
Now on the runway in the women's open javelin, currently in second position, the best of 41.12. It's advanced a little bit, 34.50 for her. Still in that fourth position, 37.86 was the previous throw by Kira Cooper. So 37.91, still her best. So 3.840 for Emma Butler, fourth attempt, as Mackenzie Milcharik going through her little process here in the javelin throw. So Milcharik on the runway, 53.36 her best so far in round three. So flat, that one. So red flag up, but 53.36. Another World Under 20 qualifier still leading the way in this women's. Round five now. Melissa Foster first up. So 26.07 still her best from around three. So white flag up for Foster. So attempt 5, 24.98 there for Foster. Margiolis next one up, Athletics Essendon. Some nice points on offer here for the HH Under Shield, where Essendon would love to retain that shield. So another red flag there. So currently in fourth, Sonia Song, Sandringham, 34.50 her best. Cooper from Albury Athletics on the runway. So 36.81 there for Cooper. 37.91 remains her best. Silver medal position at the moment. It is Emma Butler, 41.12 her best from round one. So a consistent one there for so conclusion of round 5 here. Mackenzie Milcharik back on the runway. 53.36. Still her furthest throw for the afternoon and leading the competition. Stepping over, getting the red flag there as we go into our final round. Melissa Foster from Essendon, final attempt. So nicely pointed into the ground there from Foster on her attempt. Current best 26.07. 74, 607. Melissa Foster's best in this open women's javelin. Joanna Margiolis. Unfortunately, another red flag there for Margiolis. So competition ends with 27.50 being her best. That's in 5th position. Sonia Song, Nick Sandringham, currently best 34.50. So she requires 37.91 or better to the medals. And unfortunately, red flag up on that one, so she'll settle for 4th position here, 34.50, her best performance. Now we're down to the top 3, so it's decided. Kira Cooper next up. So 41.13 required to get into that silver medal position, 53.37 required for the gold. Let's see what Cooper's got on. He's not too happy. So 37.91, her best row, but she is in that bronze medal position in the Open Championship. Current silver medalist with best of 41.12. So we'll get a measure on this one. White flag is up for Butler. 41.12 her best in round 1. So the consistency is 40.21. 41.12 still the best. That's the silver medal there. Mackenzie Milcharak, she's won the gold. Back-to-back Women's Open Javelin Championships here at Lakeside Stadium. One more attempt. Already has that world under. And again today. So let's get behind Mackenzie in her last attempt here for this championship.
Yeah, we've got just over half, so I reckon we'll end up plugging it in for the 8.
Half theoretically is about 4 or 5 hours, but I think it's only that sooner than that.
But we did get a bit out of it. I think we probably got the quarter.
She's still the measure for this one. A little shrug of the head there. So 5.086, last attempt there for Mackenzie Milcharak. She does take out the Victorian State title 2 years in a row. Also gets back to another World Under 20 qualifier. So great competition out here amongst the women for our Open Javelin throw.
So you've got 91, Matt's got 92. Correct.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Let's turn our attention back to the infield where we're going to do the victory ceremony and the medal presentations for the men's under 17 long jump competition. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 6.64 metres, representing Mentone, Valentino Bertucci. In second position with a best of 6.93 metres from the Mornington Peninsula Athletic Club, it is Marcus LaFontaine Pollard. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a best of 6.97 metres, representing Casey Cardinia, Joshua Sullivan. So congratulations Valentino, Marcus and Josh on their performances in the men's under 17 long jump competition.
So on the track now, after an extended break of events on the track, we are going to kick things off with a bang with the men's open 200-metre final. This is the 59th running of the event. Drew Rodrigo Chiguez is our defending champion with a 20.85 the last time that he took out the crown. Peter Norman with 5 wins, the most of this event. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Geelong Guild, Mason Spikers. In lane number 2, representing Casey Cardinia, Michael Hansford. In lane number 3, representing the Collingwood Harriers, Will Johns. In lane number 5, our defending champion, the 100-metre champion out of Sandringham, Drew Rodriguez Chico. In lane number 6, representing Athletics Nunawading, Nick Shen. In lane number 7, representing Eaglehawk, Kai Mason. And in lane number 8, representing Corio, Jacob Cesar. These are your 7 starters here in the men's open 200-metre final.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly here. Drew Rodriguez Chico gets the best start of them all. John's on the inside. Hansford starting to move internally from there too. So it is going to be Rodriguez Chico. He comes into the straight first. Will Johns on the internal, and out wide is Jacob Cesar. It is going to be Drew Rodriguez Chico though. He starts to extend away, and that's back to back again. Nick Shen's going to take the silver, and it's going to be Will Johns for the bronze. But it was all Drew Rodriguez Chico. And he goes back to back in the 100 and back to back in the 200 here in the men's open 200-metre final. The official winning time there, 21.27. Into a minus 2.6 wind.
So as they prepare their blocks for the next event, Women's 200. Let's go to the presentations though for our Women's Open Javelin Throw Championship of Victoria. In third place, receiving the bronze medal with the best distance of 37.91 metres from Albury Athletics, it is Dakira Cooper. Our silver medalist from the Diamond Valley Athletic Club with the best of 41.12, it is Emma Butler. And back-to-back Victorian champion with a best of 53.36, another World Under-20 qualifier from Corio Athletic Club, it is Mackenzie Milcharak, being presented beautifully by Dakira Cooper. So big congratulations to Dakira, Emma, Mackenzie and all the competitors in a very good competition in the Women's Open Javelin Throw. So let's draw our attention back to the track. It is our Women's Open 200 metre championship. The 55th time that this has been run. Catherine Freeman from Ringwood holds the most number of championships at 7. Raylene Boyle, she has, there's dual championship time record holders. Raylene Boyle in 73 from Coburg and Denise Boyd from Glenroy in 79. Both ran 22.8. Last year, this title was won by Monica Brennan from Diamond Valley in 24.07. Our 8 competing athletes in the final are in lane 1 from Melbourne University Athletics Club. It is Cassandra Wang Lekatua. In lane 2 from Collingwood Harriers, Chiara Santiglia. In lane 3 from Ringwood, Jessica Payne. Lane 4 representing Collingwood Harriers, Jessie Andrew. In lane 5 from Ringwood, Danielle Shaw. Lane 6, we welcome from Queensland, Connie Murray. In lane 7 from Wendouree, Nyajima Jock. And in lane 8, representing Deakin, Lily Bays. They are your 8 starters in the final of the Women's Open 200 metre Championship.
On your marks. Set.
So once again, a good start from Payne, but also on the outer lanes there, Shaw looking very good early. So as they're rounding the bend there in this Women's Open, Payne going nicely. Also, it is Andrew and Shaw as they start to line up. Also Murray going along, but now Andrew starts to assert herself. So Jessie Andrews got the run here. Shaw going with a Payne on the inside, but Jessie Andrew takes the title. Shaw in second, Payne. Then I think that was Murray in next position. 24.41 I think that was, minus 0.7 as a headwind. But great win there. Jessie Andrew adds her name to that list of famous winners in the Women's Open 200 metre Championship of Victoria. So 24.38, the official winning time there. Jessie Andrew, Collingwood Harriers taking out that Open Championship. And full results there from the Men's Open event, all 7 results there. Drew Rodriguez Chico, 21.27. 21.87, Nick Shen, Will Johns, 22.03. Let's move on now to our next medal presentation, and it is for the Men's Open 200 metre Championship of Victoria. So let's now go to this presentation, victory ceremony and medal presentation of Men's Open 200. The bronze medal position representing Collingwood Harriers with a time of 22.03, Will Johns. Our silver medalist in a time of 21.87 from Athletics, Nunawading, Nick Shen. And back-to-back gold medalist here in the 200 metres, representing Sandringham in a time of 21.27, Drew Rodriguez Chico. So congratulations to all the competitors in the Men's Open 200 Championship of Victoria.
So on the track now, we do have our men's under 2200 metre final. In lane number 1 out of Dandenong Springvale, Craig Conchesso. In lane number 2 from Diamond Valley, Jack Clark. In lane number 4 from Ballarat Harriers, Cooper Sherman. In lane number 5 from Old Melburnians, Matthew Fryer. In lane number 6 from Athletics Essendon, Brody Hicks. In lane number 7, also from Athletics Essendon, it's Ryan Tarrant. And in lane number 8, representing Box Hill, Lachlan Falconer Bogue. These are your 7 competitors here in the men's under 20 200 metre final.
On your marks. Set.
So a great start there from Cooper Sherman. He has the fastest time coming into it. On the outside of him, who had a great one, was also Brody Hicks of Essendon. So as they come into this home straight, it's all Cooper Sherman. On the outside of him, Ryan Tarrant from Essendon. He's starting to go through the motions. Sherman through the middle. Tarrant on the outside. It's going to come to the dip. Whoa! Jeez, you'd be close to say Ryan Tarrant, but we will wait for the official result. And Ryan Tarrant from lane 7 took it right up to Cooper Sherman in the middle. And we'll have to wait and see who gets the win there officially. So officially through with a 21.69, Ryan Tarrant is your under 20 men's 200 metre champion. Okay, let's do this. So the presentation now for our women's open 200 metre championship. In third place with a time of 24.76 from Ringwood, Jessica Payne. With the silver medal, also representing Ringwood with a time of 24.65, Danielle Shaw. And our gold medalist from Collingwood with a time of 24.38, Jessie Andrews. Congratulations to our 3 women there in the open 200 metre event. Do you want me to do this next race as well? Alrighty. Yep. Everyone's here. No scratchings, no black veil laid out. So on the track now, we have our women's under 20 200 metre final. In lane number 1, representing Windaree, Scarlett Burmeister. In lane number 2, from Albury Athletics Club, it's Jess Calvert. In lane number 3, from Western Athletics, Ella Tobin. In lane number 4, from Keilor St Bernard's, it's Rebecca Bain. In lane number 5, from Doncaster, it's Alessia Wynn. In lane number 6 from Sandringham, Abby Francis. In lane number 7 from Box Hill, Alana Chapman. And rounding it out in lane number 8, also from Box Hill, Ella Doherty. These are your 8 starters here in the women's under 20 200 metre final.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly the first time of asking, and the best one to fly will be Alessia Wynn of Doncaster. She makes her way around the bend. She's picked up the stagger rather quick, and also going to be Ella Tobin of the Western Athletics Club. So as they make their way into this home straight, on the shoulder of Wynn's going to be Abby Francis. Francis pushing through. Here comes Jess Calvert. She's representing Albury. She's putting it on her back, Jess Calvert, and she will be a champion. On the outside of her was Ella Tobin. And coming through there, I believe, may have been Alessia Wynn of Doncaster. But a fantastic victory there for Jess Calvert of the Albury Athletics Club. And she will take out your women's under 20 200 metres.
I'm on fucking fire right now, everyone. I don't think it was that pizza. Under 20. We got the men's under 8. Mitch did, presentation as well. Just let me know when you want to jump. Do we have the...
So behind the podium now, we do have our men's under 20 200 metre medalists. In third place, representing Old Melburnians with a time of 21.99, Matt Fryer. In second place with a time of 21.73, representing the Ballarat Harriers, Cooper Sherman. And your under 20 state champion in the 200 metres with a time of 21.69 from Athletics Essendon, it is Ryan Tarrant. Congratulations there to our three medalists in the men's under 20 200 metres.
Okay, I'm going to do this men's under 18. Let's roll. All right, I think my jar for it. That's my hardest one. Okay.
On the track, we have our men's under 18 200 metre final. In lane number 1 in the baby blue of Glen Huntly, it is Lachlan Mariner. In lane number 2, representing Doncaster, Matthew Parrott. In lane number 3 from Geelong Guild, it is Patrick Poulter. In lane number 4 from Western Athletics, it's Franklin Niwa Jarfoy. In lane number 5 from St Kevin's, James Kerr. In lane number 6 from Box Hill, it is Connor McDonald. In lane number 7, also from Western Athletics, it's Xander Byrne. And in lane number 8, representing Wellington, Finn Staple. These are all 8 competitors here in your men's under 18 200 metre final.
James Kerr. I've got a few Wayne Kerrs. I see a few of them after.
On your marks. Set.
So,
I was about to say Niwa Jarfoy.
so we'll go back for a second time of asking here in the men's under 18 200 metres.
Collingwood guy pulled up. Not the Collingwood guy, the Wellington guy. I thought Niwa Jarfoy. These binoculars are phenomenal. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, that's exciting. That's got easy up to.
Lane 8, false start. You are disqualified. On your marks. Set.
So with the second time of asking, we are away, and Franklin Niwa Jarfoy with the cleanest start. Kerr on the outside of him. Poulter not too far away either. So as they make their way around the bend, it is Franklin Niwa Jarfoy, and he's in control. The man trying to take it away from him is Kerr on the outside. Poulter not too far away either, but it is Franklin Niwa Jarfoy. He will take it out in the men's under 18. Poulter on the inside, Kerr on the outside. And unofficially, 22.48 minus 3.2 into that straight. And Franklin Niwa Jarfoy will be your men's under 18 200 metre champion.
Beautiful, yeah, we can definitely
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the women's under 20 200 metre championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist in the time of 26.06, representing Doncaster, Alessia Wynne. To be presented by Jess Calvert. Our silver medalist, representing Western Athletics in the time of 25.99, Ella Tobin. To be presented by Alessia Wynne. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion in the time of 25.76, representing Albury Athletics, it is Jess Calvert, to be presented by Ella Tobin. So congratulations there, Alessia, Ella and Jess. Our medalists in the women's under 20 200 metre championship.
So on the track now, we have our women's under 18 200 metre final. In lane number 1 from Athletics Nunawading, it is Aranya Manchaniaki. In lane number 3, representing Box Hill, it is Sophie Zarafa. In lane number 4, representing Sandringham, Jessica Malat. In lane number 5, also from Box Hill, Holly Neuenhuizen. In lane number 6, representing Essendon, Amanda Rout. And in lane number 8, representing Yarra Rangers, Ashley Rook. These are your 6 starters here for the women's under 18 200 metre event.
On your marks. Set.
So a great start there from Holly Neuenhuizen. On the internal of her is going to be Jessica Malat as she starts to go through the motions as she enters this home straight. So it is going to be Jessica Malat starting to extend away from Holly Neuenhuizen, and she's just going to get right on the back of it. On the outside of her is Amanda Rout, but it's going to be all Jessica Malat from Sandringham as she's going to try and beat the clock because she will be your under 18 women's champion. 25.15 unofficial. Neuenhuizen, or I should say Zarafa there for second, Neuenhuizen for third. So Box Hill go the 2-3, but it is going to belong to Jessica Malat of Sandringham, minus 3.5. And that is going to be your women's under 18 200 metre event.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the under 20 women's discus throw. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 35.92 representing Athletics Essendon. It is Victoria Entwistle Hardiman. To be presented by Caitlin McCormick. In the silver medal position, representing Frankston with a best of 37.67, it is Tarly Ferguson. To be presented by Victoria Entwistle Hardiman. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion from Casey Cardinia with a best of 37.80, it is Caitlin McCormick. To be presented by Tarly Ferguson. So congratulations to Victoria, Tarly and Caitlin, our medalists in the women's under 20 discus competition. So with 4 events left for the Open Championships, I think that's the 2 800s and the 2 discus throws. The H.H. Hunter Shield is in very, very interesting stance at the moment. In third place currently on 77 points, it is Glenn Huntley. In second place on 86 points, it is Athletics Essendon. And springing into the lead, or leaping into the lead, courtesy of that pole vault, Box Hill now leads the way in the HH Hunter with 88 points, only 2 points ahead of Essendon, 4 events to go.
So on the track now, we have our men's under 18 200 metre final. In lane number 1, representing Western Athletics, Chilo Idris. In lane number 2, representing Athletics Nuttawading, Jordan Gilbert. In lane number 3, from Keilor St Bernard's, Max Busatil. In lane number 4, from Wyndham Track and Field, Alexandru Hanu. In lane number 5, from Casey Cardinia, Jeremy Kariuki. In lane number 6, representing Ringwood, Bruce Dusmus. In lane number 7, representing Casey Cardinia, Ferdinand Yamanis. And in lane number 8, representing Geelong Guild, Massimo Patano. These are your 8 starters here in the men's under 17 200 metre event.
All right, it's game on between you two.
On your marks. Set.
So a great start there from Jeremy Kariuki as he starts to pick up the stagger. On the outside of him is going to be Dusmus as we start to see the internal athletes start to move around the bend. It is Kariuki though of Casey. He's starting to pull away from the rest of this field. Mounting an attack is going to be Busatil, and on the outside there too is going to be Dusmus, but it is Jeremy Kariuki. He goes to the arms and he will be a champion. That silver medal will have to be sorted out between Dusmus and Busatil. But the winner of the men's under 17 200 metres is going to be Jeremy Kariuki. So for all those 800 metre athletes who are here and have arrived, we do only need particular ones of you to sign in. Those are all of our para athletes competing in the 800 and also our women's under 20 event. All other races are okay. If you are looking for that check-in, if you have forgotten where it is over the weekend, it is up here on the deck at the main grandstand. So that is all of our para athlete 800 metre events and the women's under 20 as well.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now. The men's under 18 long jump competition. Our bronze medalist with her best distance of 6.76 metres. Representing Wyndham Track and Field, it's Dev Sri Adinathayalan. In second position and getting the silver medal, representing St Kevin's with a best of 7.09, it is Jude Georgievsky. Also on 7.09, obviously winning on the count back from Western Athletics, our Victorian champion is Franklin Niwa Jaffoy. So congratulations, Dev, Jacob and Franklin, the medalists in the men's under 18 long jump championship of Victoria. So let's now go to the final of the women's under 17 200 metre championship. Victorian record 23.75 set in 2018 by Mia Gross from a Deakin. 8 starters than they are. In lane 1 from Albury Athletics, Ashley Carty. In lane 2, we're representing Wellington, Antje Kempf. In lane 3 from Diamond Valley, Katie Oliver. In lane 4 from Ballarat Harriers, Grace Kelly. Lane 5 from Geelong Guild, Ida Laity. In 6 from Glen Huntly, Isabella Hollins. Lane 7 from Frankston, Kayla Barrett. And in lane 8 from Ballarat Harriers, Molly Fraser. 8 starters in the final of the women's under 17 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So nice start there by Kelly. She's already taking the stagger out of Lady in front of her. So Kelly coming into the home straight. Good running there also from Hollins from Glen Huntly, but it's Grace Kelly leading the way as they start to straighten up. Kelly now just starting to move away. Hollins running well to the inside of her. Lady is starting to move nicely. Also Oliver, but it is Grace Kelly going all the way. It looks like the Geelong Guild runner there, and Lady will get second. Then the inside from Diamond Valley, Katie Oliver, 26.21 unofficial, minus 3.6. Grace Kelly takes another Victorian Championship here for the Ballarat Harriers at Lakeside Stadium. Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the men's under 18 200 metre championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalists in third place with a time of 22.85 from St Kevin's, James Kerr. The silver medalist representing Geelong Guild in a time of 22.75, it is Patrick Poulter. Our Victorian champion in a time of 22.44 from Western Athletics, Franklin Niwa Jaffoy. So congratulations to James, Patrick and Franklin, the medalists in the men's 200s under 18.
On the track now, we have the final of our men's under 16 200 metre event. In lane number 1, representing Frankston, Jack Brewster. In lane number 2 is an invitational athlete, Elias Oldfield. In lane number 3, from Glen Huntly, Jakaya Honor. In lane number 4, from Athletics Chilwell, Caleb Kilpatrick. In lane number 5, representing Casey, Zion Great Alanian. In lane number 6, representing Glen Huntly, Nicholas Goodman. And rounding it out in lane number 8, representing Williamstown, Dashiel Muir. These are your 7 starters here for the men's under 16 200 metre event.
On your marks. Set.
So in the middle of the track, Kilpatrick with the flyer, Alanian on the outside of him too, and they're starting to pick up the stagger rather quickly. So it is going to be Kilpatrick. He enters into the straight a little bit further out as Nicholas Goodman, but it's all Caleb Kilpatrick right now. He starts to extend away from the rest of this men's under-16 field, and it's all Caleb Kilpatrick down to the line. He'll claim it in 23 unofficial, and that third place will have to wait. In second, it was Jakaya Honor. And that was also Elias Oldfield, the invitational athlete. So a fantastic effort there from Caleb Kilpatrick, minus 4.8.
Let's now go to the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the under-18 women's 200 metres. Third place in a time of 26.97, representing the Box Hill Athletic Club, Holly Neuenhuizen. A silver medalist in a time of 26.67, also from Box Hill, Sophia Sarafa. Now gold medalist, Victorian champion in a time of 25.12, representing Sandringham, Jessica Malat. Congratulations once again to all competitors in the women's under-18 200 metre championship of Victoria. Now go to the next of our finals, and it is the women's under-16 200 metre championship of Victoria. The Victorian record 23.83. Mia Gross set in 2017. The Australian record 22.8 hand time. Debbie Wells from New South Wales. Vic Country time 23.83. Also Mia Gross. 8 starters, and they are in lane 1 representing South Melbourne. It's Lucy Douglas Hines. In lane 2 from Box Hill, Sienna McDonald. Lane 3 from Geelong Guild, Isa Balatar. In 4 from Box Hill, it's Sienna Curdian. In lane 5 from Ballarat Harriers, Armani Anderson. In 6 from Athletics Essendon, it's Lily Ballahilly. In 7 from Doncaster, Shakira Harding. And in 8 from Eaglehawk, Scarlett Southern. They are your starters in the final of the women's under-16 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So a very clean start. Good start actually. Anderson from Ballarat Harriers. Curdian's just starting to wind it up now. So it's Curdian and also Anderson. Isabella Tarr to the inside of them. But Curdian now starting to move. Anderson to the outside of her is going nicely. So too is Tarr. But now Curdian straightens up and goes for the line. Curdian leading. Tarr's going so brilliantly as well. Anderson's got a bit of work to do, but it will be Curdian who takes it. Tarr for second. Then we'll have Anderson. Looks like it was Hilly in next position on the inside lanes, McDonald, and that will round out the time. 26.02, minus 3.1. So sensational performance there. Sienna Curdy and Box Hill taking out the under-16 200-metre championship. Now we've got a few things going on. We will do shortly our presentations for the mixed 200, but also introduce the men in the discus throw. So the victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the men's under-17 200 metres. Our bronze medalist in a time of 23.62, representing Keyless and Berners, Max Busuttil. Our silver medalist in a time of 23.61, representing Ringwood, Bruce Dusmez. And our gold medalist, the new champion in a time of 23.12, representing Casey Cadinia, Jeremy Kariuki. So congratulations to all competitors in the men's under-17 200-metre final. So let's turn our attention now to the infield, because we do have lined up our gentlemen, and I use that term very loosely, in the men's open discus throw. This is the 91st staging of this event. Sorry, the 97th staging of this event. Warwick Selvey from Box Hill holds the record with 9 wins in this. Werner Ryder from Ringwood has the best championship distance set in 1988 of 62.64. The champion from 2021 was Nicholas Dyson from Ringwood with a distance of 48.89. And our field is, the defending champion is back in Station 1, representing Ringwood, Nicholas Dyson. In Station 2, from the Victorian Masters, David Conroy. In Station 3, didn't see him last week, he's back this week from Athletics Waverley. Great to see Shane Carstairs. In 4, representing Melbourne University, it is Clint Miller. In Station 6, from Ringwood, Anthony Messerl. In 7, from Doncaster, Declan Carman. And in Station 8, representing Corio, Darcy Giddings. They are your competitors in the men's Open Discus Championship.
Men's under 15 2. What's this presentation? That's a great question. Sorry, what was this presentation behind now? That's breast carrier.
So let's go to our next victory ceremony and the medal presentation here for the women's under-17 200-metre championship. Our bronze medalist in the time of 26.69, representing Diamond Valley, Katie Oliver. To be presented by Ida Laddie. Our silver medalist in a time of 26.55, representing Geelong Guild, and to be presented by Grace Kelly, it is Ida Laddie. Our gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 26.20, representing Ballarat Harriers, and to be presented by Katie Oliver, it is Grace Kelly. So congratulations there, Katie, Ida and Grace, the medalists in the women's under-17 200-metre championship.
So on the track now, we have our men's under-15 200-metre final. In lane number 1, representing Athletics Nunawading, Johannes Thokchom. In lane number 3, representing Maccabee, Benjamin Bleischer. In lane number 4, representing Albury, Callum Bott. In lane number 5, representing Athletics Essendon, Joshua Jatchenko. In lane number 6, representing Athletics Chilwell, Tobias Servin. In lane number 7, representing Doncaster, Christian Zapris. And in lane number 8, representing St Kevin's, it is Will Lynch. These are your 7 competitors here in the men's under-15 200-metre final.
On your marks. Set.
So Callum Bottovall restarted well, but even better was Jatchenko out on his shoulder. So Jatchenko of Essendon's going to be the one to come into this home straight first. We start to see Bot now ramping up around the bend. It is going to be Jatchenko though. He is out to a 5-10 metre lead. It's starting to be pegged back, but I think it's too little too late. Joshua Jatchenko is going to be your men's under 15 200 metre champion. Bot there for second. And on the internal of that, Benjamin Bleischer for that third place. But what a sensational performance, and your winner of the men's under 15 200 metre is Joshua Jatchenko.
The victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the women's under 16 200 metres. In third place and receiving the bronze medal in a time of 26.26 from the Ballarat Harriers, Armani Anderson. To be presented by Isabella Tarr and Sienna Kurdian. In the silver medal position, to be presented by Armani Anderson and Sienna Kurdian, representing Geelong Guild in a time of 26.20, Isabella Tarr. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion to be presented by Armani Anderson and Isabella Tarr in a time of 25.99 from Box Hill Athletic Club, Sienna Kurdian. So congratulations to all the competitors and our medalists there in the women's under 16 200 metre championship. So let's draw our attention now to the VIS end of the stadium, where we will be conducting pole vault competition for women. So this will be the 28th time we've conducted this championship. Rosanna Ditton from Box Hill has the most championship wins with 5. Emma George from Box Hill set the championship record at 4.50 in 1997. Olivia Gross was last year's winner with a clearance of 4 metres. And our field is in Station 1, representing Melbourne University, Cape Abfelter. In 2, representing Casey Cardinia, Felicity Juvelet. In Station 3, from Geelong Guild, Victoria, Pape Silva. Station 4, from Deakin, Cassidy Bradshaw. Station 5, from Athletics, Nunawading, Hannah Hodges. In 6, representing Box Hill, Georgia Taylor. Station 7, from Corio, Grace Bath. Station 8, from Melbourne University, it's Amy Martin. Station 10, from Box Hill, Sarah Melsom. Station 11, from Box Hill, Lara Whitty. And in Station 13, also from Box Hill, Natasha McDowell. They are our starters in the women's open pole vault competition. We'll endeavour to give updates from that competition as it proceeds throughout the evening.
So on the track now, we have our women's under 15 200 metre final. In lane number 1, representing Athletics Essendon, Jamison Towers. In lane number 2, representing Frankston, Cecilia Agostino. In lane number 3, representing Sandringham, Faith Little. In lane number 4, also representing Sandringham, Daisy Nuisis. In lane number 5, representing Ballarat Harriers, Grace Crow. In lane number 6, representing Glen Huntley, Julia Zate Seaver. In lane number 7, representing Diamond Valley, Elisha Blair. And in lane number 8, representing Glen Huntly, Jasmine Firth. These are your 8 starters here in the women's under 15 200 metre final.
On your marks. Set.
So we are often racing here in the women's under 15 200 metres, and it is Noises with the best start out of Sandringham. She's picked up the stagger on the outside rather quick as she makes her way into this bend. So it is going to be Daisy Noises starting to extend away. Out wide for Glen Huntly is Jasmine Firth, but as they start to make their way through, it is all Noises here in the women's under 15 200. She's going to take it out there. In second place is going to be at the dip, Julia Zaitseva. And so too on the inside, Jamison Towers for that bronze medal position. But it all belonged to Daisy Noises of Sandringham as she takes out the women's under 15 200 metre title.
What are flyers from outside lanes? He's chomping at the bit. He's excited. No. You need to have some Jachenko time too.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the men's under 15 200 metres. In third position and representing the Maccabi Athletic Club with a time of 24.92, it's Benjamin Bleischer. Our silver medalist in a time of 24.46 from Albury Athletics, Callum Bott. And our gold medalist, the Victorian champion in a time of 23.75, representing Athletics Essendon, Joshua Jachenko. So congratulations, Benjamin, Callum and Joshua, our medalists and all competitors in the men's under 15 200 metre championship of Victoria.
Yes, we are up to no. Yeah, 14 boys. Yeah, that's a tongue twister. Let's do it.
On the track now, we have our men's under 14 200 metre final. In lane number 1, representing Sandringham, William Tan. In lane number 2, representing Frankston, Deng Aguk. In lane number 3, representing Sandringham, Matthew Malias. In lane number 4, representing Keilor St Bernard, Zulkarnian Hayder. In lane number 5, from the Old Melburnians, it is Oscar Frooms. In lane number 6, representing Box Hill, Cooper Bran Castellano. In lane number 7, also representing Box Hill, Harrison Dolman. And in lane number 8, representing Shepparton, Elijah McLeod. These are your 8 starters here in the men's under 14 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So a really good start there comes from the middle in Zulkarnian Hayder out of Keilor St Bernard. So he's going to go to the arms early, and it's going to be Hayder that makes his way through the middle of the track. On the internal of him is going to be Matthew Malias, but it's all Zulkarnian Hayder. On the outside once more will be Cooper Brancastiano, but they start to pick up that stagger. At the lead though, under 14 men, it's going to be Zulkarnian Hayder. He's going to take it out. On the inside of him was Matthew Malias. And in the third place position was Oscar Frooms of Old Melburnians. And those will be your 1, 2, 3 in the men's under 14 200 metres.
know when the comedy duo arrives, but the commentary line will take that.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now. Women's under 15 200 metre championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist in a time of 27.05, representing athletics Essendon Jamison Towers, to be presented by Daisy Neusis and Juliet Zaitseva. Our silver medalist to be presented by Daisy Neusis and Jamison Towers, representing Glen Huntly in a time of 26.85. It is Juliet Zaitseva. And our Victorian champion, this will be a stretch for Towers, presented by Zaitseva and Towers, our champion from Sandringham in a time of 25.88. It is Daisy Neusis. So congratulations, Jamison, Julia and Daisy, the medalists in the women's under 15 200 metre championship.
So on the track now, we have our women's under 14 200 metre final. Coming out of lane 1, representing Box Hill, will be Lacey Williams. Coming out of lane 2, representing Athletics Nuttawading, it will be Maddie Tarabay. In lane number 3, representing Casey Cardinia, Ariala Sprague. In lane number 4, representing St Kevin's, Jocelyn Kerr. In lane number 5, representing Glen Huntly, Laura Wong. In lane number 6, representing Box Hill, Ishara Ross. And in lane number 7, representing Frankston, Erin Limpens. These are your 7 starters for the women's under 14 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away in racing now, and the best one to start may be Wong, or even on the outside of her might be Ross of Box Hill as they make their way around the bend here in the women's under 14 200 metres. It may be Wong that starts to go through the motions. Internally from there will be Sprague, so they come across in a blanket. It is Wong now starting to accelerate away. Not too far on the outside, maybe Ross. It's Wong. Internally to her is Jocelyn Kerr. Wong at the line. Off. You might say Jocelyn Kerr maybe, but we'll have to wait and get the official. Wong on the outside. And I believe Ishara Ross might be there for third, but we will wait for all the official times there in the women's under 14 200 metres. So behind the podium now, we do have our men's under 14 200 metre medalists. In third place, representing Old Melburnians with a time of 25.84, Oscar Frooms. This will be presented by Solkani and Hayter. With the silver medal representing Sandringham with a time of 25.75, Matthew Malias, also presented by Zalkani and Hayter. And your gold medalist, the state champion in the under-14 200 with a time of 24.66, representing Keilor St Bernard's, Zolkanian Hayter. Presented there by Oscar Frooms. Well done to our 3 medalists there in the under-14 men's 200 metres. So on the track now, we do have our women's combined para events in the under-15, under-20 and open ambulant. In lane number 1 for the under-15 para event, representing Diamond Valley, Kira Wright. In lane number 2 in the under-20 para event, representing Old Zavarians, Annabelle Coleman. In lane number 3, also in the under-20 event, representing Mornington Peninsula, Kobe Lee Dyer. Also in this under-20 event in lane number 4, representing Old Zavarians, Clara Campillos. For our open women ambulant event, starting off in lane number 5, representing Ballarat Harriers, Christy Newcomb. In lane number 6, in this open women's ambulant event, representing Old Zavarians, Georgia Pounding. In lane number 7, you guessed it, for the women's open ambulant event, representing Old Zavarians, Sophie Hughes. And rounding out in lane number 8 for the open women's 200-metre ambulant event, representing Old Zavarians, Erin Gabler. These are all of your starters here in the women's under-15, under-20 and open para event.
On your marks. Stand up, please, girls. She normally starts off 1 block, so I don't know what she's changed. Ooh. On your marks. Set.
So we are underway here in our combined para events. And it is going to be Kobe Lee Dyer, also Clara Campillos in that under-20 event who get the best start. So they're going to make their way around it. So too now Kiara Wright of Diamond Valley, really pumping strong into this home straight. So it is Campillos on the inside, Dyer. So too now Wright. Starting to push through is going to be Pounding. But at the front of the field, it is going to be Kobe Lee Dyer from Mornington. As she starts to stretch away down this home straight on the outside, Campillos. And Kobe Lee Dyer will crash the tape first. Campillos then to Wright on the outside of her, Coleman pounding as they make their way through. Hughes, so too Newcomb and Erin Gabler. And we will wait for all of these to be aggregated and tallied for these para events. But a fantastic effort there from our 3 combined women's para 200 metres.
So just an update from the Men's Open Discus Throw Championship. They have completed round 3. Leading the way at the moment from Doncaster, it is Declan Carman. Best is 54.69. Currently in second, the reigning champion, Nick Dyson from Ringwood. He's got a best of 49.82. In third position after round 3, 43.19, Darcy Giddings. In fourth, it's Shane Carstairs from Waverley. He's got a best of 43.08. And in fifth, with 40.65, it is Anthony Massell from Ringwood. They're the top 5 after round 3 of the Men's Open Discus Throw.
So behind the podium now, we have our women's under 14 200 metre medalists. In third place with a time of 28.19, representing Box Hill, Ashara Ross. In second place, representing Glen Huntley with a time of 27.85, Laura Wong. And your gold medalist, 0.03 ahead with a time of 27.82, representing St Kevin's, Jocelyn Kerr. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in our women's under 14 200 metre event. So on the track, we have our 3 combined para 200 metre events. In lane number 3 for the under 15 men's para, representing Old Scotch, Tom Roach. In lane number 4 for the under 17 men's event, representing Mornington Peninsula, Kai Davenport. In lane number 5 for the men's under 20 event, representing Mornington Peninsula, Liam Griffith. And in lane number 6, also in the men's under 20 event, representing Maccabee Athletics Club, Ori Drabkin. These are your 4 starters here in the triple combined para 200 metre events.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away now, and with a flying start from Mornington Peninsula in the under 20 event is Liam Griffith as he makes his way up around the bend now. So Griffith really moving strongly. He has the fastest time into this, but it does have to all be aggregated post-event. Griffith comes into it now, looking good on the outside is Ori Drabkin too, and internally there is Kai Davenport, but it is going to be Liam Griffith. He's going to come down and pump those arms to the finish line, crashes the tape first. Outside of him is Ori Drabkin, and coming through the line now will be Kai Davenport of Mornington Peninsula. And with 80 metres to go for our men's under 15 200 metre event, it is Tom Roach. So Roach going to make his way down. 50 metres to go, minus 3.1 headwind. Roach now making his way down to the finish line. He's going to come down with emphatic timing and try and creep under that 60-second mark. Tom Roach of Old Scotch. He's been here all weekend and he'll just make it under that 60-second mark. Fantastic for our men's under 15 para 200, and well done to all 4 boys there in the under 15, 17 and 20 para 200 metres.
320 in the women's open pole vault, 320 at the bar. Looks to be a lot of competitors still in this competition.
So on the track now, we have our men's open 200 metre ambulant event. In lane number 3, representing Athletics Essendon, Mehdi Mashutpo. In lane number 4, representing Doncaster, Anthony Jordan. In lane number 5, representing Ballarat Harriers, James Pendred. And in lane number 6, representing the Yarra Rangers, Joseph Johnson. These are your 4 competitors here in the men's open ambulant 200 metre event.
On your marks. Set.
So away with the flyer there was Anthony Jordan of Doncaster. He's going to pick up the stagger mightily fast as he makes his way into this home straight. So it is going to be Anthony Jordan. On the outside of him is James Pendred, and not too far away is Mehdi Mashutpo. So as they make their way down 50 metres to go, Anthony Jordan pumping the arms furiously as he's going to take out the men's open ambulant, crash the tape first. Outside of him is going to be James Pendred. Here comes Mashutpo, and so too Joseph Johnson. So we will wait for that all to be aggregated, but that is your men's open ambulant 200 metre event.
Are these your bullets? Pino, your bullets?
Yeah.
Your shells? No, they're Russells. They're Russells.
I was looking down.
No, but it wasn't your fault.
I know, it was on the
street. So, yeah.
Apologies. Well, we got you later.
Oh, yes, that was good. Yeah. It was like, Isabella Taylor was everywhere. It was like, I was like, we knew what the, everyone knew everything.
Hello, I've called you quite often. One of the boys. regular basis on the Thursday night. Olympic finalists. We like watching Jack Hale. They wouldn't care about. They'd move.
And one of the favourite things to them, other anything you have to do, you do. What's Steve get? Steve. Where are our mates? The coach. I love the photo of you. Carl Ting, this is Carl Hollins. This is Isabella's dad.
Yeah, I've been calling her quite nicely this weekend. She's been going well. Or last weekend as well. Yeah, I didn't know. Right, yeah. All up from national.
Oh, that'll be
yeah.
See you, Carl. See you during the week.
With Glenn not around, obviously our power base in the is not what it was, so I'm not sure if I'll get the call up there. Because especially going out, I love doing the field. I really love doing the field. And it's good doing the 8s and 15s, but I love being out of the hammer throw and the high. I was there with McDermott kids. I was on the microphone. That was awesome. That was one of the highlights in my commentary career. Was actually having the crowd in my hands. The first 2 metres, Sydney Nationals. I was in the D at the time, so I sort of was doing stadium commentary. So I was sort of getting the. Watching her process as a coach.
Walk back, pick up my diary. How was it? 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10.
And then go and sit back on the block.
Process, yeah. Yeah, she's amazing.
We've got some exciting things. Our sport is in the
So our medalists in the under-16s men 200. I believe a few of you might have headed off to another event, possibly the long jump. If you could make your way back to the presentation area, we would absolutely love nothing more than to give you your state medals. So the 3 medalists in the men's under-16 200 metres, if you could make your way back to the presentation area, we would love to give you your medals.
Yeah, exactly. And apparently we've had that's a technique.
That's good.
And we were doing it so often at HVC. Yeah, we need momentum.
Testing speakers, Pam, can you ask for
There's
attention,
something.
Think about that was the hard part about it.
Yeah, my hamstrings have to actually work.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are right. You'll be right.
Yeah, we are.
But as a distance runner.
The depth. We're sort of getting there again. I can hark back.
You can even see, like, and I look at
But then AFLW comes in as well. So, but you can't stop them.
So behind the podium now, we do have our men's under 16 200 metre medalists. In third place, representing Casey Cardinia in a time of 24.45, Zion Great Olanian. And that will be presented by Caleb Kilpatrick. Also in third place, our invitational athlete with a time of 24.42, Eli Oldfield. In second place, representing Glen Huntley with a time of 24.04, Jakaya Honor. Sorry, that was Elias Oldfield as well. And our gold medalist from Athletics Chilwell with a time of 23.11, it is Caleb Kilpatrick. Congratulations to our men's under 16 200 metre medalists.
Richard, we all ready for the long?
So let's turn our attention now to the back straight, where we will be conducting the 103rd event in the history of the Men's Open Long Jump Championship of Victoria. Gary Honey from Ivanhoe and also Keon Park. He has the most wins with 11 championships victories in this event. Gary Honey also has the championship record at 8.17 metres. The reigning champion in 2021, Nathan Deslandis from Athletics Nunawading on 7.19 field. And let's now introduce our field as they are assembled, all 17 of them. In Station 1, representing Doncaster, Lachlan Parrott. Station 2, from Athletics Nunawading, Sammy Latui. Station 3, representing Box Hill, Liam Schreck. In 4, from Knox, it's Brad Krawczyk. In 5, it is the defending champion from Athletics Nunawading, Nathan Deslandis. In 6, from Athletics Chilwell, Liam Mullen. In 7, from Athletics Nunawading, it's Ryan Hatch. In 8, from Athletics Nunawading, Joshua Young. In 9, from Wyndham Track and Field, Paul Parker. Station 10 from Knox, Craig Fairburn. Station 11 from Casey Cadinia, Amiro Chandrasena. In 12, from Old Scotch, Oluwalu Aaron Gundade. In Station 13, Athletics Essendon's Christopher Matrevsky. In 14, from Athletics Essendon, Benon Ozturan. In 15, from Frankston, Blake Shaw. In 16, from Athletics Essendon, Dennis Finnegan. And in 17, from Essendon, Tristan Shears. They are the 17 competitors in the men's open long jump competition about to start. So victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the under 15 women's para, and with a percentage of 78.49, our champion is from Diamond Valley, Kira Wright. So if we could turn our attention now to the main scoreboard. An outstanding figure in both the Australian and global athletics scene. The Victorian athletics community was saddened to learn of the passing of John Landy on Thursday, the 24th of February. As an iconic cultural and sporting figure in Australia, John Landy represented what is seen as the best attributes of a person and not just a sports person: dedication, personal strength, humility and respect for others. Landy's athletic prowess was undisputable. A two-time Olympian in 1952 at Helsinki and then again 56 here in his hometown of Melbourne, Landy collected a bronze medal for his efforts in the 1956 1500 metre final. Perhaps his most memorable championship race, however, was what has been labelled the Mile of the Century at the 1954 Vancouver Empire Games, when Landy and Roger Bannister went head-to-head over the mile. Bannister prevailed in the race, but with both men under the 4-minute barrier, it is a race that has transcended the ages. Landy will be forever known as the second man to break the 4-minute mile, but to those who followed the sport and the man, he was much more than that. His first sub-4-minute mile shaved 1.5 seconds off the world record set by Bannister just 46 days earlier, stopping the clock at 3:57.9. But in winning the 1956 Australian Mile Championship at Melbourne's Olympic Park, John Landy's unique status in Australian history was forged. Stopping to assist Ron Clark, who had fallen during the race, Landy gave the field a huge break before continuing on to breast the tape and take the championship in a time of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. A truly remarkable performance. A 5-time Australian champion and 4-time Victorian champion, John Landy's name will be forever etched into the history of Australian athletics. In recognition of John Landy's personal attributes, he was appointed the Governor of Victoria and served in this role with great honour from 2001 to 2006. On behalf of Athletics Victoria, we offer our condolences to John's wife Lynn and children Matthew and Alison and their families. We now ask all present to observe 1 minute's silence. John Landy, rest in peace.
So a beautiful tribute there by Tim to John Landy, an absolute icon of this sport. On the podium now, we do have our men's under 16 long jump medalists with a jump of 6.21 representing Glen Huntly, Jakaya Honor. In second place with a jump of 6.26 from Williamstown, Aidan Meaton. And our gold medalist state champion in the men's under 16 long jump with a jump of 6.57 representing Diamond Valley, Asher Andrews. Congratulations to our 3 medalists there in the men's under 16 long jump event.
Next event on the track is the women's under 14 800 metre final. There are 8 starters. Victorian record 2:06.92 set in 1998 by Georgie Clark of Deakin, which is also the Victorian country record. Our starters are in Station 1, representing Doncaster, Charlotte Senior. In Station 2 from Mentone, Tilly Williams. In 3 from Wellington, Grace Grafsma. In Station 4 from Wellington Athletics, it is Cassie Farley. In 5 from Yarra Rangers, Zoe Clark. In 6 from Doncaster, Annika Salvaratnam. In 7 from South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle. And in 8 from Glen Huntly, Serena Bryant. They are your 8 starters in the final of the women's under 14 800 metres. So it'll be interesting to see how they come across through the cones on the far side of the track. And I think the Wellington athlete there, Farley, might want a piece of the action, but Tickle's the one to watch out for, the South Bendigo runner in the red. So, Mitch, have you got a favourite? It looks like Salvaratnam, though, wants a real piece of the action, and she darted forward. As they settle, though, they're probably going to concertina together a little bit. Salvaratnam has decided she's going to take the lead. Tickle just settling into second with Farley on the inside of her.
Yeah, well, they certainly did earmark Farley, and she's not too far behind Salvaratnam of Doncaster. She's going to lead them out. It is a nice pack, though, so it's really not spotting each other too much room, and this is that championship racing we've been talking about all weekend. It's on display in our first 800-metre final. So Salvaratnam, I really do like the work of Farley, though, just on the rail and just clipped now. So she's going to have to get back on the track. She does just that. She's going to have to try and maintain the composure. It's early enough in the race to be able to make it through, as you just told the John Landy story there.
Exactly right. So you can spot them a distance. We're seeing, once again, Williams deciding to take outside line here. Salvaratnam controls the pace. The Yarra Rangers runner there, Zoe Clark, looking good in the box. But Chelsea Tickle, to me, looks like she's controlling this race.
Yeah, she certainly does. She's poised beautifully on the outside there, as we now see Cassie Farley start to move around for Wellington. So she did get checked out of it there. There's still a little bit more carnage towards the back with 300 metres to go. Cassie Farley, well, she found herself in a spot of bother, and now she's at the front of it with 300 to go.
So Tickle and Grasma are in the chase pack now. We'll try and track who's in that next position, but it is Salvaratnam that's just drifting back through the pack a little bit. So out front, Farley, Tickle, Grasma.
Well, I think that is Zoe Clark now also coming around the outside. So Clark are the Yarra Rangers. They just move past Farley, and it's going to be Tickle and Clark now. So these two athletes are going to try and move away from the Wellington girls, and they might be able to do just that with 120 metres to go. So it is Tickle. You mentioned she looked good earlier, Tim. Well, she looks even better now at the front. It's Tickle now starting to stretch away here in the women's under 14, 800 metres. There's a blanket over the two behind, but I do believe that this race is going to belong to Tickle, and she might take it out here, Josie Tickle. She will be the under 14 champion. 2:24. The two Wellington athletes go at it.
We'll
and
give
I
that
think
to Farley.
that's Farley.
Grasma, great run from Clark. The Glenn Huntley runner there, Bryant through to next position. Then Salvaratnam, also the Doncaster runner, Senior, and Tilly Williams rounding out of quite an exciting under 14 800 metres. Hopefully that's setting the scene for an evening of 800s here, Mitch. A great evening of 800 metre running.
Okay, I want lane 7, 4 and 3. Grab yourself some water. Then if you want a drink, then report to this gentleman here. He'll take you down to presentation. So place banners, if you want some water, grab some water first.
So behind the podium now for our men's under 15 para event. And he did dip just under that 60-second mark. Our state champion for the under 15 event, representing Old Scotch, Tom Roach. Congratulations there to Tom Roach, your state champion for the men's under 15 para 200 metres. So behind the podium now, we do have our men's open ambulant competition results. In third place from Athletics Essendon with a percentage of 79.11, Mehdi Mashupta. In second place with a percentage of 79.59, James Pendred. Presented by Mehdi Mashupta. And our gold medalist, your state open ambulant champion representing Doncaster with a percentage of 84.04, Anthony Jordan. Also presented by Mehdi Mashupta. Congratulations to our three medalists in the men's open ambulant 200 metre event.
Let's introduce the field now for the men's under 14 800 metre final. Victorian record 159.91 set by Joel Smythe from Williamstown in 2004. The Victorian country record 201.25. Tyson Marn from Deakin in 1999. 8 competing runners here for this final, and they are in Station 1 from Mornington Peninsula, William Hughes. In 2, representing Sandringham, Maximilian Reeve. In 3, from Ringwood, Thomas Lynette. Station 4 from Athletics Nunawading, Zach Malik. His teammate from Athletics Nunawading lines up in 5, and that is Oscar Wright. In 6 from Sandringham, Freddie Barrett Judd. In 7 from Albury Athletics, Eddie Fransky. And in 8 from Yarra Rangers, Mitchell Poynton. They're our 8 starters in the men's under 14 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we'll watch Oscar Wright. He's going from 5. Malik's got off to a good start there in 4 beside him and trying to match. On the outside lanes there, it's Poynton, but it looks like it's the 2 young men from Athletics Nunawading, Mitch, who want to really throw a party out there, and it's Oscar Wright just striding beautifully down the back straight.
Well, they almost just want to duke it out. It's almost who can get there first, and Oscar Wright's the one to meet it there. So Zach Malik behind him there. It's about 10 metres, and let's look at the clock through the first 200. 28 seconds in the men's under 14 800
Our
metres.
state record's under threat.
So absolutely under threat by Oscar Wright here. So Oscar Wright about 15 metres ahead of Zach Malik, and it's hard to remember that there is a race behind them as well. These boys have gone out so fast, and that is being led by our man from Ringwood in Thomas Lynette. So Lynette going to lead it out. He's in that 3rd position, but it's Oscar Wright who's going out and doing the work early, Tim, and it's an interesting tactic. Let's see if it pays off.
Well, he's settling nicely, and he has got a lot of form behind him. He is the race favourite. So Wright just looking steady now. Just pulled the pace off, 61 through the bell, as we see Malik going through about 64, Lynette, and also the first of our Sandringham runners, which was Reeve, I think, in next position. And that's how they're settling as they go down the back straight. So Oscar Wright well in control of this men's under 14 race.
Well, I've heard it time and time before. I'm not a smart man, but I'm certainly a wise one. And I would say that Oscar Wright wanted to stay out of trouble, and he's done just that. Malik still not out of range. It's interesting to see what can happen over the final 200 metres, but it's going to take a mountain of work. So it is Oscar Wright out in front. Malik in 2nd place. It's going to be Lynette, and so too internally of him is going to be Maximilian Reeve. So that bronze medal certainly isn't sewn up yet, but as we look at the gold, it's Oscar Wright leading out Zach Malik, and Wright coming down 100 metres to go. 1:54 on the clock for Oscar Wright, and he's going to come down and greet it, you would think, with absolute authority, will Oscar Wright of Athletics Nunawading. So he's going to come down and be your men's under 14 800 metre champion. Watch the clock. 2:09, 2:10, 2:11, 2:12 for Oscar Wright. Malik going to come through for 2nd, and the man able to pull away was Thomas Lynette for Ringwood for that bronze medal position.
So Reeves going to come through in the next position. Looks like it will be Poynton, Barrett, Judd, Fransky, and then from Mornings Peninsula, William Hughes. And that is our field completed in the men's under 14 800. Victory there going to Oscar Wright, Athletics Nunawading. Victory ceremony now and medal presentation for the Victorian Men's Open Discus Championship. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 43.19 metres. Representing Corio, it is Darcy Gettings. Our silver medalist with a best of 51.53 from the Ringwood Athletic Club, it's Nicholas Dyson. I think it's our new champion, first time in the open category with a best of 56.43. Representing Doncaster, it's Declan Carman. So congratulations, Darcy, Nicholas and Declan, medalists in the men's open discus throw competition. Next event on the track. It is the women's under 15 800 metre final. 2:02.49 by Georgie Clark in 1999 is both the Victorian and the Victorian country record. 8 starters in Station 1 from Doncaster, Lily Purcell. Station 2 from Athletics, Essendon, Jamie Lee Cobain. In 3 from Doncaster, Gabrielle King. Lucy Jones from Eureka starts in 4. Erin Mariner just to the outside of her in 5 from the Ringwood Athletic Club. Mia Kalea from Wellington, she is in 6. Honor Tobin from Western Afs is in 7, and Sienna Rowe from Sandringham lines up in Station 8. They are our 8 starters in the women's under 15 800 metre final.
On your marks.
So we'll just see who wants to take the lead here. We're just debating that up here, and we reckon Lucy Jones might be one of those, but also Erin Mariner doesn't mind a fast start, so too Jamie Lee Cobain, and they are some of the main players as we see them coming across and approaching those green cones, which signifies it's time to get across. And it is Cobain, one of the early leaders there. So Mariner drifting across. Honor Tobin deciding she's just going to get alongside and run 3 adrift there. The Wellington runner also is getting up nicely, and that's Kalea. So settling down now, Cobain and Mariner, I believe, are leading it. Out the back at the moment, Sienna Rowe quite content to just sit there. Interest will be where Lucy Jones positions herself, and that position right now, Mitch, is right in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely it is, and that is not a bad position to be in when the race is being run like this. So as you mentioned, Mariner on the shoulder there, I think a real threat and a dangerous one to watch out for is Honor Tobin for Athletics, or Western Athletics, I should say, and she's just tucked on the shoulder too, so they're more than happy to go wide to try and find themselves in the position they want to be. Honor Tobin running wide, and there's 2 wider than that. As we mention her name now, she starts to giddy up a little bit and get towards the front and find that rail. Mariner on the shoulder of her. So too now is going to be Gabrielle King of Doncaster, starting to make her way through it with about a 74-second first lap, Tim.
Yeah, so Lucy Jones got spat out the back there, and she's got a bit of work to do to go round the outside. Sienna Rowe deciding to take that line as well. Tobin's got the shortest possible route as she goes around on the rail, approaching 300 out.
So Honor Tobin looking really good and comfortable out in front. She's going to want to stretch it out. Erin Mariner behind her there, just starting to go through the motions as well. And they're starting to bring the rest of the field into this. So the under 15 women's 800 metres is only going to shape up with 200 metres to go. Honor Tobin under threat on the rail by Erin Mariner and the 4 athletes behind her. So a little bit of pushing and shoving there as they make their way with 200 metres to go. And now start to come the kickers, Tim.
Yeah, and we're seeing Jones just starting to launch here. She's got herself into a lot of trouble in this race, but now they're starting to stretch it out. So Honor Tobin leading it. Mariner to the outside of her, Jones to the inside, and then Kalea. They're your top 4, then a gap to King.
So Honor Tobin now just going to go to the arms and extend away. Mariner being on her shoulder, but not for the final 50 metres. She won't be. It's going to belong to Honor Tobin for the under 15s, and it will be her state title. Honor Tobin takes it. Mariner now, King for 3rd. A lot of work done there. Jones for 3rd. I take that back. Jones with the bronze medal. And a lot of work done there also by Mia Kalea. But a fantastic race there. Honor Tobin bided her time well, and she will be the champion for the women's under 15 800 metres.
Medal ceremony and the victory dais for the men's under 16 discus throw. In second position with a best of 36.44 from Diamond Valley, it's Asher Andrews. Now gold medalist with a best of 38.53 from Casey Gdynia. Benjamin Denton. So being presented there by Asher. So great teamwork there from our men in the under 16 discus throw. So next event on the track is the men's under 15 800 metre championship of Victoria. Victorian state record 154.8 hand time. Alexander Rowe in 2007. Vic country record 157.82 in 2000 by Tyson Mann from Deakin. The 8 starters are in Station 1 from Wellington, Riley Stewart. Station 2 from Glen Huntley, Brady Ryan. In 3 from Athletics Essendon, it's Jonathan Neefling. Bart Leeton from Scotch is in lane 4. Lucas Sideridis from Glen Huntley is in 5. Angus Ashworth from Old Melburnians in 6. Hugh Nucky from Chilwell 7. And Oakley Burge from Ballarat Harriers is in lane 8. They are our starters in the men's under 15 800 metre final.
On your marks.
So we're just watching to see how Bart Leeton tackles this one. He likes to get out in a fast fashion and try to run the legs off the opposition. And we're seeing just starting to take the stagger away now from Neefling, but Sideridis is the one that we think might do the bit of the challenge. Neefling not to be disrespected. Also, Riley Stewart, Ryan Brady also going through nicely. Sorry, Brady Ryan going through nicely as they settle. But I think that might be Burge also in the Ballarat Harriers uniform. Gee, they're duking it out.
Yeah, they certainly are. Bart Leeton is used to being at the front and he wanted to get there as quickly as possible. We saw Sideridis do something similar in the heats. The two turned to each other and they turned the jets off. I don't think that's going to be happening in the final. So it is Bart Leeton as he makes his way through the first 300 metres. Sideridis tucked in beautifully behind him there. And Fakil St Bernard's behind him. And it's Burge from Ballarat. So these boys now are going to start to get moving. It's Bart Leeton. Sideridis is going to tuck right on the heels. Look at the clock. 60 seconds on it, Tim. They're not messing about, these two out in front.
They are not. Hugh Nucky also in the picture as well with Brady Ryan from Glen Huntley. So there could be a bit happening from behind. But Sideridis and Leeton just going stride for stride at the moment. And Sideridis is in the absolute perfect position. If you want to try and beat Bart, you've got to go with him. You've got to try and run him down. But Bart, we know, can control a race. And we're going to watch what happens at 200 out, Mitch.
Well, that's just it. Bart Leeton hasn't been under this much pressure in a state final since I can remember. So Sideridis right on the shoulder. He's starting to knock down the door just a little bit. Bart Leeton under pressure. Sideridis right on his shoulder now. That battle for third place also shaping up. So if you're sitting down, I'd recommend standing up because Sideridis, he flies around the shoulder of Bart Leeton, takes a look on the inside to see how much room he's got. Don't count out our man from Old Scotch, but he's going to make him work is Lucas Sideridis. He has one more look. The crowd beneath us here going nuts. It is going to be Sideridis to take it out here in the men's under 15 800 metres. Bart Leeton there for second, and now coming through is going to be Hugh Nucky. But Sideridis, he's still jogging on. He can't believe what he's just done.
Wow. Neither can I. That was a sensational race, and once again, we saw it in the under-14 girls. We've seen it again here with this under-15 men's. They are setting the track on fire. Bart Leeton, Lucas Sideridis, what a race. Nucky is sprawled all over the track. That's how much he put into that effort. Brady Ryan also up there, but gee, every one of those competitors, Mitch, they gave it everything. So let's go to our next presentation, and it is for the men's under 15 discus throw. From Athletics Essendon, receiving the bronze medal with a best of 37.18 metres. It is Maddox Wilson, to be presented by Cooper Acklom. Nice handshake. Also in the silver medal position from Athletics Nunawading, it is Johannes Fockjom, to be presented by Maddox Wilson. And our state champion in the Glen Huntley colours with a best of 41.64, it is Cooper Acklom, to be presented by Johannes Fockjom. So congratulations there to Maddox, Johannes and Cooper, the medalist in the men's under 15 discus throw. Let's throw our sights down also to the next event in the field, and it is the women's open discus throw. So this is the 91st time we've conducted this event. Kim Mulhall has the record with 14 wins. Gail Mulhall has the championship distance record with 59.80. Last year, Kim Mulhall took it out with 50.27. And our field is... Where is it? In Station 1, representing Albury Athletics, Xylevine Beale. Station 2, the reigning champion, going for 15 Discus Open Championships. It is Kimberly Mulhall. In 3, we welcome from Corio, Natalie DeBulger. In Station 4 from Athletics Nunawading, Elise Keegan. Station 5 from Western Athletics, Rebecca Sutton. Station 6, Caitlin McCormick, Kasim Kadinia. Station 7 from Western Afs, Alia Kanepa. In 8 from Diamond Valley, Alexandra Mills. In 9 from Williamstown, Erin Menzies. In 10 from Williamstown, Madeline Menzies. And in Station 11 from Frankston, Tali Ferguson. They are your competitors in the Women's Open Discus Championship of Victoria. Next event on the track will be the final of the Women's Under 16 800 metre Championships. The Victorian record is 2:01.81, set by Georgie Cluck in 1999. That is also the Victorian country record. Our 8 starters are Jamison Lander from Diamond Valley in 1, Annabelle Smith from Box Hill in 2, Ali Brooks from Diamond Valley in Station 3, Hannah Rusmere from Box Hill is in 4. In Station 5, we have Declan Tanner from Mornington Peninsula. Station 6, Hayley Whitshead from Albury Athletics. In 7, Lucy Delbridge from Collingwood Harriers. And in 8, Poppy Dalglish, Diamond Valley. They are our 8 starters in the final of the Women's Under 16 800 metres.
On your marks.
So they're away now here in the women's under 16 800 metres, and it's Declan Tanner in the orange who might get the best start, but doing a lot of work is also Lucy Delbridge from Collingwood. So she's going to try and beat her to that crossover right here on the back straight, and I think she just might do that. So Declan Tanner on the inside of her. So too Rusmere, not too far away from it. And on the internal of that is going to be Ali Brooks. So through the first 200 metres, it seems to be a little pack of 4 forming. And at the helm of it is going to be Declan Tanner.
Yeah, Tanner made a good move there. Didn't want to get caught behind. And Ali Brooks was very, very smart in just keeping that momentum going through the 200 metre mark. So it is Tanner, Brooks. Delbridge now sitting in 4th place. I'd say Rusmere is taking that 3rd slot there. She is coming in as one of the race favourites. Bit of a gap back, and Whitshead, I think, might be leading that pack, the Albury runner. So nice clearance there from Decky Tanner. She is looking quite solid. Ali Brooks is working hard, but gee, Rusmere is smooth.
Yeah, Rusmere certainly is right on the shoulder of Brooks there. Declan Tanner giving herself plenty of space here at the bell. We'll watch the clock at about 65, 66 as these 3 go through. It'll be interesting to see what happens around this bend. So it is Declan Tanner. Brooks has a quick look over the right shoulder, and she sees Hannah Rusmere just starting to make her way right up on it. Goes for the left one now, Rusmere on the right. So we see Declan Tanner, that lead start to be taken back just a little bit as they make their way on the back straight. It's Brooks and Rusmere chasing, but Declan Tanner still looking strong up the back straight.
So Whitstead's trying to make a move now on Delbridge in that chase pack, but I think Decky Tanner's just starting to clear out a little bit as we approach that 600-metre mark. Ali Brooks sitting nicely on the rails. Rusmere's got to move now if she wants to take this gold medal, as we see Whitstead and also Delbridge going side by side around the bend. So Decky Tanner, the gap is starting to come in. Ali Brooks is starting to close that. I wouldn't be surprised if Rusmere starts to storm home in this last 100 as well. So Tanner's led all the way. She's done the work. Ali Brooks out on the shoulder now and takes the lead. So Brooks from Diamond Valley is leading. Decky Tanner looks like she's done and dusted. What can Rusmere do? Ali Brooks is leading the way. Rusmere's coming at her though, but I think Brooks has the goods here. Peeks over the shoulders, knows Rusmere's coming, but Ali Brooks, Diamond Valley, she takes it to 17. Rusmere, Tanner, Delbridge, then Whitstead, Smith, Lander, and also Scott Dalgleish. So another great race, Mitch, in these 800s. With Ali Brooks from Diamond Valley taking the win to 17.
She was sort of done around the backstrap. Yeah, I thought she just fly around the shoulder. Roger, we will do that now.
Medal ceremony and for the women's under 14 800 metre championship of Victoria. In third place, collecting our bronze medal from the Wellington Athletic Club in the time of 2:26.05, Grace Grafsmar. Our second place getter in the time of 2:26.01, also from Wellington, Cassie Farley. Our gold medalist, Victorian champion in time of 2:24.54 from South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle. So congratulations, Grace, Cassie and Chelsea, our medalists in the women's under 14 800 metres.
So on the track now, we have our men's under 16 800 metre final. Coming out of station number 1, representing Mornington Peninsula, Sebastian Farrelly. In station number 2, representing Doncaster, Will Caddick. In station number 3, representing Athletics Nunawading, Jake Olorenshaw. In station number 4, representing St Stephen's Harriers, Austin Fernando. In station number 5, representing Doncaster, Jack Dalton. In station number 6, representing the Bellarine Athletic Club, Jackson Unthank. In station number 7, representing Collingwood, Charles Barrett. And in station number 8, representing Shepparton, Danny Williams. These are your 8 starters here in the men's under 16 800 metre event.
On your marks.
So if the sun's setting here over Lakeside Stadium, another spectacular night. Wind up a little bit. Let's see what Farrelly does. We saw him very, very strong in earlier rounds, and Sebastian Farrelly in lane 1, I think, might want to take it. Caddick's going to go with him, though. Watch for Olorenshaw as well, a little bit back behind as we see Fernando, one of the main players early on, and from Collingwood Harriers, that's Charles Barrett, goes straight to the lead. So Barrett now leading it. We saw him reign supreme in the 3K earlier today, but he's going to have a bunch of bodies around him in this 800, Mitch.
Yeah, well, that's a hard double to 3,800, so let's see how Charles Barrett can do it from Collingwood. Austin Fernando just on his shoulder there, and the rest of the pack not too far away. Sebastian Farrelly of the Mornington Peninsula Club trying to find his way through the middle of that, and so too from Doncaster may just be Will Caddick, or it could be Jack Dalton. So it's Dalton on the outside of them all. Fernando just on the shoulder there of Charles Barrett, and tucked in beautifully is Sebastian Farrelly. So as they make their way through the 400, we hear the bell go ring-a-ding-ding at 59 seconds, and this crew is about to get launching around this bend.
Yeah, not often you'll see a fast pace like that and the bunch still really sticking in. The Shepparton runner there having to do a little bit of fancy footwork, Danny Williams, to get around and get out. But out front, it's Barrett and Farrelly. Caddick just behind. Dalton just slipping a little bit there, and also Unthank from Bellarine. But out front, it is Farrelly. trying to just break Barrett. This is a real test of wills.
Yeah, it certainly is. Up the back straight, you have 200 metres to go, and Sebastian Farrelly doesn't want to waste any more time. He says if it's going to be now, now's the time to move. So Farrelly, what was 1 metres, quickly becomes 5, and we're going to see whether or not Charles Barrett has something in the legs. As I say that now, Caddick comes around the outside for Doncaster. So too from St Stephen's is Austin Fernando. So it was Sebastian Farrelly. Here comes Caddick. Charles Barrett not done with yet. Neither is Fernando. He finds his way up the middle. They've opened the door for Fernando, and he'll close it in the under-16 men's.
Caddick through for second, Barrett third, Farrelly brave there, unthank. Wow, another great race. I'm glad the crowd's really getting behind this, because this is sensational racing in these junior ranks in these Victorian 800 metre finals. Congratulations, Fernando. What a race. Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the men's under 14 800 metres. For a time of 2:20.89, representing the Ringwood Athletic Club, collecting the bronze medal is Thomas Lynette. In our silver medal position, in a time of 2:18.90 from Athletics Nunawading, Zach Malik. Now gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 2:12.39 from Athletics Nunawading, it is Oscar Wright. So congratulations there to Thomas, Zach and Oscar, the medalists, the men's under 14 800. Now let's introduce our field for the under 20 para and women's open ambulant 800 metres. There are 7 starters. In the under 20 para, we've got 3 starters in station 1 from Old Zavarians, Emily Larg. Also from Old Zavarians in 2, it's Annabelle Coleman. And completing the triple for Old Zavarians, Clara Campillis. She is in station 3. In the open ambulant, we have Erica Gosney from Williamstown in 4. Alicia Burt from Geelong Guild is in 5. Georgia Pounding from Old Zavarians in 6. And Kirsty Newcomb from Ballarat Harriers, she is in 7. So they are our competitors in the under 20 para and the women's open ambulant 800 metres.
On your marks.
So clearly away here. Gosney's one to always watch out for on those percentages. She's been really ripping it apart this championships, Mitch. So Erica Gosney as in the Williamstown uniform. But on the outer lanes, we're seeing Georgia Pounding, and also I would say Annabelle Coleman will be setting the track on fire out there. I'd say that is Coleman, who's starting to get out to a good lead. Pounding's now just going to come across Alicia Burt from Geelong Guild. She'll settle into 3rd. Then we've got Erica Gosney in the next position. Kirsty Newcomb from Ballarat Harriers. Then Campillis and Larg in that order.
Yeah, so they are nicely stretched out here, Tim. And as you did mention, it is Annabelle Coleman of Old Zavarians going to work at the front of it there. Georgia Pounding not too far away. As the rest of this field starts to string out, you did mention Erica Gosney. Yeah, she certainly has been absolutely tearing it up over these 2 weekends for some Victorian titles. But at the front of the field, it is Annabelle Coleman in the under-20 event, who is currently leading it, of course. This all does come down to percentages once they cross the line. But leading it out here is going to be Annabelle Coleman, looking really strong in doing so as well. Georgia Pounding, also of that Old Zavarians club, just behind her there. So it is going to be Coleman, now Pounding behind her. So too with that hip number 5 is going to be Elisha Burt as she comes down to come past it now. So it is going to be Annabelle Coleman leading it out here.
So Gosney coming through now to get the bell. And Pillis will be next, then Newcomb, and then Laig. So it's getting into the Last lap here for all our competitors in this open ambulant and also the under 20 para event. And gee, she's moving nicely down the back straight is Annabelle Coleman. Pounding, still fighting along nicely. Alicia Burt also just motoring down that back straight, Mitch.
Yeah, Alicia Burt certainly starting to get some speed up on the back straight, pounding in front of her there. And as you mentioned, Annabelle Coleman looking really comfortable at that. So Gosney also enters the back straight now, looking really strong. But it is Annabelle Coleman leading it out, pounding behind her. Burt not too far away. And as we mentioned, Gosney too. So as we have 120 metres to go now, it is going to be Annabelle Coleman who's going to come down and greet it first in this women's under 20 para 800 metre event. She's certainly done it on her own, and she's going to come down to the finish and finish strong. It is Annabelle Coleman of the Old Zavarians. 50 metres to go to finish off her 800 metre event here at the Victorian Championships. Behind her is Georgia Pounding of Old Zavarians in the open event, but the under 20 is going to belong to Annabelle Coleman as she crashes the tape first. And so too now for the Open will be Georgia Pounding. We will wait on these percentages to find out who these gold medalists will be. And now comes Elisha Burt. A really good finish from her as we see Erica Gosney now also coming down this home straight. As we see Campillos, Clara Campillos, that is, of Old Zavarians, also coming down with 50 metres to go. So the Open here in Erica Gosney will come down to it just underneath that 3-minute mark. And just a fraction over it is going to be our competitor here yes, the Old Zavarians. So as we now come down,
Kirsty Newcomb will be next one across the line, and Emily Laig. So let's get behind all our competitors here in this 800 metre ambulant and para event. Let's now go to our next victory ceremony and medal presentation. It is for the under 15 women's 800 metres. A bronze medalist from the Eureka Athletic Club in a time of 2:27.01. Lucy Jones, presented by Honor Tobin. Our silver medalist, which will be presented by Lucy Jones, representing the Ringwood Athletic Club in a time of 2:26.12. It is Erin Mariner. Our gold medalist and Victorian champion from the Western Athletics Club in a time of 2:24.44, presented by Erin Mariner. It is Honor Tobin. So congratulations to Lucy, Erin and Honor, the medalists in the women's under 15 800 metres. So now let's introduce the field of the combined under 17 para, under 20 para and men's open ambulant 800 metres. In the under 17 para category, we have two starters. Jordan Rudd from Diamond Valley is in lane 1. In 2, from Mornington Peninsula, Kai Davenport. In the under 20s, we have Ori Drabkin from Maccabi. He is in lane 3. In lane 5, in the opens, we have Andrew Simmons from Ballerine and also Carlo Manolitsis from Old Zavarians. They are our two open competitors in lanes 5 and 6.
On your marks.
So off to a great start here. We'll watch the Simmons to start to really take the stagger automatically over Manolitsis. Rudd and also Davenport had a great stoush in the 1500 last week, Mitch, and we're just waiting to see how that plays out over 800 tonight. But it is Andrew Semmens who's just settling into nice pace down the back straight. Manolitz is in next position. Drabkin from Maccabi. Rudd's got a little bit of put a gap on Davenport already, Mitch.
Yeah, he certainly has. So Jordan Rudd doesn't want to waste any time. As you mentioned, they did have a pretty hard-fought battle over the 1,500 metres, but leading it out there is going to be our man in Andrew Semmens in the open ambulant event. So Semmens leading it out. He does have one of the faster times. Of course, we will have to wait for percentages behind him there. Is Carlo Manolitsis from Old Zavarian. So Manolitsis enters the straight as well. Now about to come into it is going to be Ori Drabkin. So Drabkin's just leading out Jordan Rudd, and just behind him there is Kai Davenport.
So have a look at the clock here. We're just going to be a tick over that 1 minute mark there. So great running once again, Andrew Semmens. He really is a standout in the ambulant field. And Manolitsis now, obviously different category, going along quite nicely as well. He's got a PB of 2:28, or season's best. Drabkin in next position, but Jordan Rudd's bearing down on him and certainly has got that gap on Kai Davenport.
He certainly does, Jordan Rudd, so he's going to get right behind Drabkin there on the back straight. We do see Semmens stretching away as a 2:08 to his name, so he's certainly got the wheels to back up the performance he's putting on this back straight. So it is Semmens. Behind him there is going to be Carlo Manolitsis of Old Zavarians. Of course, the percentages will matter at the end of this event, but to crash the tape first is still a great feeling as we look a little bit further back, and Jordan Rudd has now made the pass of Drabkin for the Diamond Valley boys. So he moves right past him. Kai Davenport not too far away either in that battle, but as we come into this home straight, it is going to be Andrew Semmens here of the Bellarine Athletic Club with 50 metres to go in the open ambulant event. We said he came in with a 2:08 season's best. He's going to try and get there, but he's going to fall just outside of it. A great race here from Andrew Semmens. He'll crash the tape first here in the open ambulant event, awaiting the percentages as we now see Carlo Manolitsis coming down and performing really well here, Tim.
So 2:28 seed time, and we look now, it's 2:23, so he'll be under that, so they're getting really, really behind him now. So about 2:27, Drabkin, and we're seeing the battle for Davenport and Rudd is really playing out again. Davenport is really getting a move on here. Rudd just seems to be staggering, and we've got Ori Drabkin going. Boy, it is on here. Drabkin, Rudd, Davenport. Whoa, I'll give that to Rudd. My God, gee, I think about probably 0.2 of a second has now separated them in two different races, Mitch. What a finish there. Davenport threw it at the line, but Jordan Rudd just breasted the tape first. Ori Drabkin, another great performance from the Maccabi athlete. What an event. Yet again, the 800's turning it on here at Lakeside. Let's turn our attention back to the infield, and it is the presentations for the men's under 15 800 metres. The bronze medalist with a time of 2:06.93, representing Athletics Chilwell, Hugh Nucky. Our silver medalist with a time of 2:04.12 from Old Scotch, it is Bart Leeton. The Victorian champion, the gold medalist with a time of 2:02.97 from Glen Huntly, Luca Sidorides. So congratulations, Hugh, Bart and Luca, the medalists in the men's under 15 800 metre championship. Back on the track, it is the final of the women's under 17 800 metres. There are 8 starters. 2:01.73 is the Victorian state record and country record set by Georgie Clark from Deakin in the year 2000. Our 8 starters are in Station 1 from Williamstown, Natasha Rourke. Station 2 from Glen Huntly, Thanya Vijay Kumar. In 3 from South Melbourne, it is Gabrielle Vincent. In 4 from Collingwood Harriers, Karima Wakim. In 5 from Wellington Athletic Club, Ali Fleming. Station 6 from Glen Huntley, Tanasha Santosh. Station 7 from St Kevin's, Cleo Richardson. And in 8 from Athletics Essendon, Lara Sakana. They are our 8 starters in the women's under 17 800 metres.
On your marks.
So in the inner lanes, we're going to watch some action here from Vincent, also Wakeham. So Wakeham had the best of the heat, and we saw it come from behind in that. Will it play out the same this evening here, Mitch? Because it is Gabrielle Vincent who has decided that she really wants to set the pace out early. So the South Melbourne runner now just settling the pace back. And we see Santosh, I think, probably coming across from the outer lanes. Richardson positioning herself brilliantly in that mid-pack as well.
Yeah, so Vincent looking really strong out in front, and I think that is Santosh who finds herself right on the shoulder of that Cleo Richardson, not too far away. And we'll try and get a look at who that is in 4th position, tucked beautifully on the back of this pack of 3 as they start to make their way around through the first 300 metres, and I think that may be Fleming on the back of it all. So Fleming may be the one sitting there beautifully in 4th position, but we'll get a better look at it as they come past here, as it's Vincent leading out Santosh. Cleo Richardson tucked in on the rail there, looking pretty smooth at that as well. So as they start to make their way through, it is going to be these girls who hit the bell here. 65 seconds, not a lot of change. Santosh on the outside of Vincent, and it's going to ramp up from here, Tim.
Yeah, so Wakeham's giving herself a lot of work to do here. So she's currently in 5th position. Gabrielle Vincent and Santosh leading the way. Richardson sitting in 3rd spot. Fleming, as you said, gone out hard and trying to stick onto that lead pack. So Wakeham, I'm not sure we'll bridge that gap from here, and we're seeing a lot of action down the back straight. It's stride for stride. Gabrielle Vincent, South Melbourne, and Glen Huntley's Tanasha Santosh.
Yeah, they're going to try and break the spirits of Cleo here, but I think she might be able to hold on. It's Vincent leading out Santosh, 200 metres to go. She's had the benefit of the rail here, Vincent. She starts to go through the motions. She starts to find a few things and try and throw them at Santosh, but she can't quite throw her off yet. So 120 metres to go. It is Vincent. Santosh on the tail. Cleo Richardson as well now, starting to move around them. So Richardson on the corner of Santosh. She's done with being on the corner. She comes at Vincent now, goes to the arms. Cleo Richardson comes around them all, and she will be your under 17 state champion for the 800. Look at the clock, 2:11 crushes the tape.
So Santosh coming through for 3rd there. Fleming in next position. Wakeham will take next. Then Vichai Akuma, Rourke and Sakana. So great racing once again. Cleo Richardson dropping from the clouds there to come around from 3rd into their 1st position to take out the title on the women's under 17 800.
Thank you, ladies. I'm going to want lane 7, 3 and 6. Cleo, Gabrielle and Tanisha. So if you wish to grab yourselves a drink, and report straight back to you, please. Lane 7, 3 and 6.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the women's under 16 800 metre championship of Victoria. In 2:19.12 from the Mornings Peninsula Athletic Club, receiving the bronze medal, Declan Tanner. A silver medalist in a time of 2:17.75 from Box Hill, Hannah Rusmere.
Test.
And a gold medalist, the Victorian champion in a time of 2:16.97, representing Diamond Valley, Ali Brooks. So congratulations to Declan, Hannah and Ali and all competitors in the women's under 16 800 metre final. Field lining up now for the men's under 17 800 metre final, 8 starters. 148.68 is the Victorian record, Mark Holcomb from Dandenong in 1990. The country record, 151.01, Christian Davis from Corio in 2015. And in Station 1, representing Knox, it is Geno Assey. In 2 from Doncaster, Lachlan Marasco. In Station 3 from St Kevin's Amateur Athletic Club, it is Patrick Reshko. Dylan Egadawade from Keilor St Bernard's lines up in Station 4. Archie Caldo, Wendouree, is in 5. In 6, Daniel Cheever Lynch from St Stephen's. In 7, from Knox, Harvey Anderson. And in 8, from Wendouree, Zach Granger. They are our starters in the men's under 17 800 metre final.
On your marks.
So we are underway here in our men's under 17 800 metres, and we are trying to pick it up here. And there are 2 different answers. We'll reveal them at the end because I'm a little bit nervous as we start to see Egadawade just get on the inside of Caldo there. Rechko so too, and now starting to move is going to be Gino Arce. So Arce on the inside, he's just going to be beaten there by Rechko. Egadawade not far away, neither is Caldo. And on the outside there is Harvey Anderson of Knox. So 27 seconds through the first 200. And it's Dylan Egadawade just leading out Caldo. Rechko behind him there as this pack starts to string out just a little bit. And when the pace is this hot, you can understand why.
Yeah, some good form in this event, and Egadawade and Caldo are those 2 top runners that we've got our money on there, Mitch. So they're leading the way at the moment. Good running from Harvey Anderson. Cheever Lynch sitting nicely on the rails. Rechko, what can he do from there? He can bullock his way out of a bind anytime. Geno Arce is one of the X factors. They're going through 57 high. Marasco and Granger at the rear of the field.
Well, a good man to watch to dictate the pace is Archie Caldo because he rarely looks like he's struggling, but his wheels are certainly moving. So he's going to try and slingshot himself off this bend, and he just gets the better of Dylan Egadawade on the inside. So Archie Caldo going to go from a fair way out, and Dylan Egadawade is just going to try and hold on. But the class of Archie Caldo on display up this back straight. So what was a 1 metre deficit has now become a 5 metre positive, and Archie Caldo just extending away from Dylan Egadawade, and Rechko sitting there in 3rd place.
Good battle then behind them with Cheever Lynch and Anderson also kicking on, and they could take some scalps in this final straight. Archie Caldo hasn't extended the lead much more. Rechko coming now on the back of Egadawade. Archie just looking around, and he can probably hear some footsteps, and those footsteps will be Rechko as he just edges past the tiring Egadawade. And we're seeing them getting legless here. Archie Caldo will get it though. 156. Rechko, Egadawade. Then Cheever Lynch, Anderson, Marasco, Granger, and Arce. So, Mitch, I think you owe me another $1. Look at the exhaustion. We saw them legless. Even the winner was legless at the end of that one. So, once again, our 800 metres, they're coming into a tough headwind into this home straight. Archie Caldo takes it. Egadawade, I think Rechko in 2nd, Egadawade 3rd. Fantastic running, guys. Men's under 17s. So we're going back to 200 presentations now, and this is for our under 20 para event. Our 3rd place, the invitational runner, Kobe Lee Dyer. In 2nd position, Annabelle Coleman from Old Zavarians, a percentage of 75.60. And our gold medalist with a percentage of 77.21, Clara Campillos from Old Zavarians. Moving on now to the women's under 18 800 metre championship of Victoria. We have 7 finalists. Victorian record 201.73 set by Geordie Clark from Deakin in 2000, and that is also the Victorian country record. Our 7 starters are from Doncaster in lane 1, Sonna Backer. In 2, representing Yarra Rangers, Yarra Flavel. In 3 from Keilor St Bernard's, Lauren Burke. Lane 4 is vacant. In 5 from Geelong Guilds, Sophie Coltish. Lane 6 from Wellington, Ada Hill. In 7 from St Kevin's, it is Bridie Hill. And in 8 from Keilor St Bernard's, Hallie Hughes. They are your 7 starters in the under 18 women's 800.
On your marks.
So vacant lane there, and we're seeing Flavel launching out early here, Mitch. She's looking the good. She ran very well at Milers Club over 800 just a few weeks ago, around that 2:10, 2:11 mark. We've also got Bridie Hill going out nicely too early.
You certainly do as they make their way up the back straight. So it is Kiara Flavel currently leading it out. Not too far away is Bridie Hill, and I also think Ada Hill is not too far away from that as well. So through the first 200 metres, it's about 30 seconds on the clock. So Flavel's certainly not messing around, as you mentioned, Tim. And the one to follow through is going to be Bridie Hill. So Bridie Hill getting right up on the shoulder there of Kiara Flavel, the in-form athlete. Don't want to spot it too much room through 300 metres. It is Kiara Flavel of the Yarra Rangers. Bridie Hill behind her there, and starting to move through really nicely is Sophie Coltish. So Coltish sitting there in 3rd place, starting to look really strong, but it is going to be Kiara Flavel still leading them out towards the bell.
So Ada Hill also in the picture here, and it is a good opening lap at 65. It's around that 2:11, 2:12 sort of schedule for Flavel, and it looks like Bridie Hill is very comfortable sitting there. A little bit of a gap now to Coltish, and then another gap forming back to Ada Hill from Wellington. A gap back then, I think it might be a Burke from Keilor St Bernard's in the next spot, then Backer.
So it is going to be Kiara Flavel as she tries to break the spirits here of Bridie Hill behind her. And as we mentioned, it's Sophie Coltish sitting in 3rd place. She might be just clear now with 220 metres to go, but the race is certainly on up front. It's going to be Kiara Flavel trying to shake off Bridie Hill, but it's been a really hard process up until now, and it won't change with 150 left. So it's Kiara Flavel of the Yarra Rangers. 120 metres to go to be crowned the under-18 champion. She starts to get the arms pumping and the legs follow suit. So Kiara Flavel going to try and go off the rail. Here comes Bridie Hill though. She's not too far away down this home straight. It's Kiara Flavel. She's led it the entire way. Bridie Hill as well from St Kevin's. But Kiara Flavel will salute as your champion in the under-18 women's. Bridie Hill not too far away. And here comes Sophie Coltish of Geelong Guild for a bronze medal. A fantastic performance there. Ada Hill of Wellington coming down now. So too Lauren Burke. Not far away, Sian Backer. And now coming through to round it out is going to be Hallie Hughes. But fantastic running there from Kiara Flavel as she's crowned the under-18 women's 800 metre champion.
The next presentation will be for the Open Ambulant 200 metre championship. In 3rd place, collecting the bronze medal with a percentage of 70.60, Kirsty Newcomb, Ballarat Harriers. In 2nd place from Osvarians and a percentage of 73.94%, Erin Garbler. Now champion with a percentage of 75.74 over the 200 metres from Old Zavarians, Georgia, pounding. So congratulations, Kirsty, Erin and Georgia, the medalists in the open ambulant 200 metres. Men's under 18 800 metre championship. Victorian record 147.21, Paul Byrne from Deakin. It's also the Victorian country record set in 1994. There are 8 starters, and they are Jack Ellis from Chilwell is in 1. Toby Griffith, Box Hill, in 2. Ryan Costin, Ballerine, is in 3. Wolfgang Kotchinamisi from Collingwood Harriers is in 4. Evander Scott, Chilwell, he'll take lane 5. Peter Holland from Doncaster is in 6. Riley Walsh from Athletics Essendon in 7. And Alex Shears Jones from Old Scotch will start in lane 8. They're the 8 starters in the men's under 18 800 metre final.
On your marks. Stand up. On your marks.
So we are off and racing here in our men's under 18 800 metres, and it's no surprise to see Wolfgang Kotchinamisi in those Collingwood colours try and get out to the fastest start. Peter Holland of Doncaster on the outside of him, and so too Toby Griffith from Box Hill on the inside. So not too far away, there's going to be Ryan Costin, but it's all going to belong to Wolfgang Kotchinamisi as he makes his way down the back straight. The pace is well and truly on right now. 26 seconds, we'll call it, through the first 200 metres, and a man not too afraid to go after it behind him is going to be Peter Holland. So Peter Holland tucked in right behind Wolfgang Kotchinamisi. So too Toby Griffith, and now moving through is going to be Ryan Costin. So he's certainly trying to make the pinch felt early as Wolfgang Kotchinamisi, probably the class athlete in this field, and a man not too far away, as I mentioned, Peter Holland. Toby Griffith on the shoulder of him as they make their way through 400 metres. Look at the clock, 54 seconds, so they are lighting it up on the track right now.
I think they're looking for that 151.0, which is the World Under 20 qualifier. Wolfgang's been after that for a little while. Evander Scott looking pretty as well. Griffith just to the rear of him, and then Costin. But it's Peter Holland trying to charge down the back straight and chase Wolfgang Kotchinamisi down that straight. As Kotchinamisi just opens up, he's got the tailwind down there. He's got to make the most of it. And it is now Evander Scott. He is starting to move ahead of Peter Holland and start to challenge towards Kotchinamisi.
Well, Kotchinamisi is not afraid of a challenge, and it is going to come from our man Evander Scott. So Evander Scott only a few metres behind. Wolfgang hasn't had his head on the swivel. He's only been looking at the finish line. So Wolfgang Kotchinamisi chasing that 151 World Junior qualifier. Evander Scott not too far away. It does come down to the state title though. Wolfgang Kotchinamisi starts to flex his muscles down this home straight. So he's going to show his class. Let's watch the clock. 148, 150. He's going to just miss that time, but he will be your state champion, Wolfgang Kotchinamisi. And flying late is going to be Peter Holland, Evander Scott in third. And now coming through for fourth will be Ryan Costin, Toby Griffith. And rounding it out here is going to be Jack Ellis. But Wolfgang Kotchinamisi is going to be our under 18 men's 800 metre champion.
All right, let's now go to our next victory ceremony and medal presentation. It is for the men's under 16 800 metre championship. Our bronze medalist with a time of 2:00.91 from Collingwood Harriers, Charles Barrett. Our silver medalist in a time of 2:00.88 from Doncaster, Will Kattick. Now, Victorian champion, the gold medalist in a time of 2:00.46 from St Stephen's Harriers, Austin Fernando. So congratulations, Charles. Also, Will and Austin, the medalists in the men's under 16 800 metre championship.
won the 6.
So on the track now, we have our women's under 20 800 metre final. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Corio, Ella Rayson. In lane number 2, representing Sandringham, Amber Lau. In lane number 3, representing Glen Huntly, Sophia Hanlon. In lane number 4, representing Athletics Chilwell, Sky Ellis. In lane number 5, from Casey Cardinia, Brianna Sherry. And in lane number 6, from the Collingwood Harriers Athletic Club, it is Grace Young. These are all 6 starters here in the women's under 20 800 metre event.
On your marks.
So we are underway now in our women's under 20 800 metres, and we'll see who picks up the stagger early, as they seem to be trying to throw a blanket across it, but maybe in the middle there it might be Sky Ellis for Athletics Chilwell, and it actually will be. So Sky Ellis going to try and extend away just a little bit. Inside of her, Sophia Hanlon of Glen Huntly. She's going to settle into that second position, and Amber Lau not too far away in third. So it will be these 3 who are going to lead them out there. It's Sky Ellis leading out Sophia Hanlon, and Amber Lau not too far away. 32 seconds on the clock through the first 200 metres.
So 2:09.0 is the time thereafter for the World Under 20 qualification. And Sky Ellis been running well this season, and we're seeing her just getting the better of the Sophia Hanlon, the Glen Huntly runner, as they start to settle into this first 300 metres. So coming round to get the bell, and it is Ellis, then Hanlon. Gap then to Sherry, low in next position. Then the Corio runner there, Ella Rayson. And a bit of a gap back to Young from Collingwood Harriers. But Sky Ellis just controlling this pace right on 65 as she goes through. Hanlon can do that pace as well. She's been there before. So Hanlon just starting to work a little bit harder as they go around the bend and trying to get onto the back of Sky Ellis.
Yeah, she certainly is. But Sky Ellis is trying to break that up as quickly as possible. So Sophia Hanlon's about 5 metres back and going to have to do a little bit of work, but she looks strong. So Sky Ellis trying to break off the attack from Sophia Hanlon. She's still 5 metres behind as the rest of this field now starts to make their way along the back straight. So with 220 metres to go, it is Sky Ellis just starting to go through the motions here. Sophia Hanlon not too far away. 200 metres to go here for the women's under 20 800 metre title. It's belonged to Sky Ellis. Let's see whether or not it will belong to her eternally. So Sky Ellis 120 to go, looking the goods. Sophia Hanlon behind her there, but as she makes her way into this home straight, it is going to be Sky Ellis.
Great running Sky Ellis from the front all the way. So she'll be rewarded with the crown in the under 20. So let's get behind her. Look at those legs going. She's not going to leave anything to chance here. Sky Ellis going right for that line. She's not going to give up. So great running Sky Ellis. Big run here from Hanlon. She'll have to settle for second. 2:13.50 unofficial. Lowe's going to come in to get the podium spot, just going ahead of Sherry. Racing in the next position, and then Young. So Amber Lowe from Sandringham, she'll get the bronze. And that's our women's under 20 championship done and dusted.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. I need you over this way, please. I need leg numbers 4, 3, 2. That's Sky, Sophie, and Amber. If you want some water, grab some water, then we put you to the please. So 4, 3, and 2. If you want some water, grab some water, then we put you to the
Now let's go to our next open event presentation. It is for the women's open pole vault competition. Our bronze medalist with a best clearance of 3.60 metres representing Corio, Grace Barth. Second position from the Box Hill Athletic Club with a best clearance of 3.70 metres. From Box Hill it is Georgia Taylor. Our Victorian champion from the Deakin Athletic Club with a best of 3.90 metres. It is Cassidy Bradshaw. So congratulations, Grace, Georgia and Cassidy, our medalists in the Women's Open Pole Vault Championship of Victoria. So let's introduce the field now for the men's under 2800 metre championship of Victoria. State record 1:45.91 set by Paul Byrne from Deakin in 1995. That is also the Victorian country record for this age group. There are 8 starters in this event. In lane 1, representing St Kevin's, Andrew Matheson. In 2 from Knox, Bailey Morell. Lane 3 from Eureka, Isaac Rosato. In 4 from Collingwood Harriers, Joshua Tram. In 5 from Keilor St Bernard's, Mitchell Langbourne. Finian Russell from Old Zavarians lines up in lane 6. Jack Forer from Glen Huntly is in 7. And rounding out the field from Athletics Southwest is Thomas Bolch.
On your marks.
So let's get them started here. A lot of interest in Thomas Bolch from the Athletics Southwest fraternity. The guy's been playing footy and has only raced twice, and here he is in the final of the under-20s, which is one of the preeminent races here tonight. But out front, let's see what happens. And Langbourne, not surprisingly, he's the one who wants to take the lead. But Rosato just off the back of him with Tram. Also Matheson working his way up, and Bolt's just bullocking. I bet he's a half-back flanker. Look at the way he's moving.
Yeah, so he's certainly going to throw some elbows around and try and show that he belongs out there, but the man who's going to lead him through is Mitchell Langbourne. So Langbourne just trying to stretch it out. Rosato not far away. Tram right on the shoulder of him now too. So as we did mention the footballer, he's starting to move on the outside. I shouldn't call him that depending on how this 800 metres goes with Thomas Bolch, but he's starting to creep up. It's Mitchell Langbourne though. He's going to take it out hot, 53 seconds. So he's certainly going to chase down that time, even if he has to do it on his own. Tram getting on the shoulder of Rosato there, Bolch not too far away, and neither is our man from Glen Huntly in Jack Forer. But with 300 metres to go, Mitch Langbourne's been doing it by himself, and he's just starting to stretch out this field. Tram going to be the one to try and chase him down. Rosato got to get right on the shoulder to try and peg that back. But 200 metres to go. It is Mitch Langbourne, and he is flying.
Yeah, he's going for that 151.0. Only 2 guys in Australia have currently got it for the World Under-20 qualifier. So Mitch Langbourne is putting it all down on the line, but Josh Tram is coming at him. So Langbourne into the home straight now. Let's get behind him. It's brave racing. We've got to give them our support. So Langbourne going hard. Time check 140. He's going to be close here. Langbourne's just got to go for that line. He's into a stiff. Edwin Tramp's coming at him. Rosato Russell is in the next position. Let's look at that clock. 151.52. Close. Tram will be second. Rosato third. Then Russell. Next position there will be Forer. Morell, Matheson, Bolch all coming through. Great racing once again. Front runner Mitch Langbourne nearly rewarded on a good night. He's got the 151 in him.
So behind the podium now is our men's under-20 para 200 metre event. Our invitational athlete there standing behind dais number 3 is going to be Liam Griffith. And our winner of the under-20 men's para event with a percentage of 77.91, Ori Drabkin. Congratulations there to our winner of the men's under-20 para 200 metres.
So as we come towards the conclusion of the track racing here tonight at the Victorian State Track and Field Championships, it's my honour now to introduce the field in the Women's Open 800 metre Championship, the 54th running of this event. Tamsin Lewis Manu holds the record with 5 wins in this event. Charlene Rendina has the championship record at 159.0. Our defending champion is lining up again. That is Ali Sanford. She won it last year in 2:06.45. And our starters are In lane 1 from Box Hill, it is the defending champion, Ali Sanford. In 2 from Collingwood Harriers, Amy Robinson. In lane 3 from Mentone, Claudia Hollingsworth. Lane 4 from Doncaster, Abby Caldwell. Lane 5 from Box Hill, Georgia Griffith. Lane 6 from Geelong Guild, Tess Kersop Cole. Lane 7 from the Maccabi Athletic Club, Shani Landon. And in 8 from the ACT, it is Clara Dess. They're our 8 starters in the final of the Women's Open 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we are underway here in the Women's Open 800-metre final, and this is going to be an absolute cracker. Our 400-metre champion there wide in Tess Kersop Cole is going to try and get there first, but our defending champion, Ellie Sanford, might just greet her there. So on the outside of her is going to be Claudia Hollingsworth. She's just going to tuck into second place, but it is Ellie Sanford who gets right to the front. She's going to try and run it her way. Georgia Griffith not far away. Neither is Green, and so too Caldwell through the first 200.
Yeah, so tightly bunched and under that 30-second mark, so they are setting a pretty good pace. They had the tailwind down there. It's going to get a bit tougher as they come into this home straight the first time, but Sanford decided she's not going to muck around here. Hollingsworth's getting herself in good position as she always does, so Hollingsworth's just going to the outside a little bit there, and we're seeing, we watch for Kersop Cole too, because she's got the 400-metre legs, and Griffith just getting in good position. Landon just getting spat out the back, and she's now going sideways past Clara Dess.
Well, I think Ellie Sanford knows that she needs to keep that rail. 61 on the clock, so certainly not messing around. Claudia Hollingsworth on the outside, and watch out for Georgia Griffith too in those Box Hill Silks. She's only 2 back. Tess Kersop Cole not far away either, and so too is going to be Abby Caldwell. So a lot of class at the front of this field. Ellie Sanford leading it out. Claudia Hollingsworth not too far away. So too Georgia Griffith, and Kersop Cole has those 400-metre wheels. 200 metres to go. The door starts knocking, and the one behind it is going to be Claudia Hollingsworth as she now starts to approach the 200-metre mark.
So Hollingsworth takes the lead from Sanford. Griffith's still in the picture, so too Kersop Cole. Abby Caldwell fighting on well, and into this headwind, Caldwell could be a factor. So rounding around, it is Claudia Hollingsworth leading into the home straight. She is tough, she's strong, and she's smooth, and we're seeing her just move away. Now we're seeing Kersop Cole, the 400-metre champ. She's coming at them, so too Abby Caldwell, as expected. So Hollingsworth leads it. Kersop Cole and Caldwell, they'll take those next positions. Caldwell will be second, but it is Claudia Hollingsworth taking the victory. Caldwell second, Kersop Cole, then Griffith. Good run there from Sanford, but the crown this time goes to Claudia Hollingsworth from the Mentone Athletic Club. Great running.
So behind the podium now, we do have our state champion for the men's under-17 para 200 metres with 61.51%, the state champion, Kai Davenport of the Mornington Peninsula Athletic Club. Congratulations to our state champion there in the men's under-17 para 200 metres.
As we approach now the final track event of the championships, it is the men's open 800 metre championship of Victoria. This is the 62nd time that this event has been run. Chris McCarthy from Glen Huntly has the record number of wins on 5. Mike Hillard has the championship record, 146.04, set in 1985. Alex Gruen won the event last year, 152.14 from Old Melburnians. Our field of 10 is, in Station 1, representing Corio, Christian Davis. Station 2 from Athletics, Nunawading, Joel Donner. In 3 from St Kevin's, William Lewis. In 4, his teammate from St Kevin's, Felix Lonergan. In 5 from Glen Huntly, Matthew Goff. In 6 from St Kevin's, Joseph Deng. In 7 from Mornington Peninsula, Jake Stevens. In 8 from Mentone, Geordie Hoare. In 9 from Geelong Guild, Joshua Perdrasat. And in 10 from Old Scotch, Edward Baisha. 10 starters in the Open Men's 800 metre Championship of Victoria.
On your marks.
So our final event of the state championships is underway. It's our men's open 800 metres, and we'll see who gets there first. Joseph Deng not running but gliding his way to the front of this field as he makes his way around to where he can reach the absolute inside of it. Not too far away there's going to be Christian Davis of Corio, and so too is going to be Jake Stevens of the Mornington Peninsula, but it's Joseph Deng leading it out with 25 seconds through 200.
Now we've heard they're going to go for a sub 150 they can get it. The conditions aren't fabulous here for 800 metre running, but that's not going to stop them having a go, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with Deng, Davis and Stevens really charging out front. So this is setting up a really good time. You just see, I think that would be Felix Lonergan in next position, Perdrasat sitting nicely just to the outside, Hoare on the inside, then Baisha, Lewis, Goff, and it is Donner. But 1 lap to go. Deng leads.
Well, 53 seconds through the first 400. Have you ever seen an easier 53 seconds? I certainly haven't. So Joseph Deng, he's just starting to extend away from this field. It's going to be Christian Davis trying to peg them back. Felix Lonergan not far away from it either as Jake Stevens starts to fly, but it's all Joseph Deng up the back straight. He's turned this into a 20-metre lead, and with 200 metres to go, they want to go sub 150. I think Joseph Deng's in the realm of possibility. So Joseph Deng extends away, and he's looking good.
So Goff's made a big move there. They were all getting a little bit stuck behind Davis, but it's Goff who now launches through. So Deng looking so good. He's out. I've never seen this, I don't think, in an 800 at a Victorian Champs, leading by so much into that home straight. But that is Joseph Deng. Battle on now for those minor medals, and I think it might be it's Lewis and also Hoare coming through. Stevens mounting a late charge as well. Time check, I can't see because of the photographer, but it's a good time there for Deng, and it looks like Lewis. Hoare will come through for the bronze medal. Stevens, Goff, Lonergan, Perdrasat, Baisha and Davis.
150 unofficially there for Joseph Deng.
Yeah, so once again, very windy night here at Lakeside Stadium.
So behind the podium now is our women's under 17 800 metre medalists. With a time of 2:13.69 representing Glen Huntly, Tanasha Santosh. With the silver medal in a time of 2:12.33 representing South Melbourne, Gabriella Vincent. And your state champion for the women's under 17 800 metre event in a time of 2:11.17 representing St Kevin's, Cleo Richardson. Congratulations to our medalists here in the women's under 17 800 metre event.
So let's line them up for the next presentation, and it will be for the men's under 17 800 metres. In third position, in a time of 1:56.96 from Keelos and Bernards, Dylan Egadawade, to be presented by Archie Keldo. In second position, in a time of 1:56.74 from St Kevin's, Patrick Rechko. And as Archie Caldo takes his place, we see Egadawate and Rechko pick up that medal, because our new gold medalist and Victorian state champion in a time of 1:56.32. It is Archie Caldo from Wendouree. So congratulations to all the competitors there. An exciting under 17 men's 800 taken out by Caldo. So let's turn our attention back to the presentations, and now we will do the under 20 para 800 metres. In third place with percentage of 62.18, representing Old Zaverians, Amelie Larg. In second position, receiving the silver medal with percentage of 69.00, also Old Zaverians, Clara Compillis. And our gold medalist with a percentage of 83.75, once again from the Old Zaverians Athletic Club, it is Annabelle Coleman. So congratulations to Amelie, Clara and Annabelle, our medalists in the under 20 para 800.
We're still live. Oh, what a day.
So turning our attention to the board, and we see the results now for the open ambulant 800 metres, and we now will do the medal presentation. In third place, receiving the bronze medal with a percentage of 78.08 and a time of 2:43.60 from Geelong Guild, Alicia Burt. Silver medalist with a percentage of 81.37 and a time of 2:36.97 from Old Zaverians, Georgia Pounding. Now winner with a percentage of 90.90 and a time of 2:59.31 from Williamstown, Erica Gosney. So congratulations, Alicia, Georgia and Erica in the Open Ambulant 800 metre championship. Next presentation will be the men's under 17 para 800 metres, and our silver medalist in a time of 2:43.30. It is from Mornington Peninsula, Kai Davenport. In a very close run race, our gold medalist from the Diamond Valley Athletic Club in a time of 2:43.28, Jordan Rudd. Great to see the boys helping each other out with their medals. Let's see if Jordan does his traditional leap off the podium. And yep, right on cue. So great running there in our under 17 para competition for Jordan and Kai. Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the women's under 18 800 metres in a time of 2:20.62, collecting the bronze medal from the Geelong Guild Athletic Club, Sophie Coltish. In second place, collecting the silver medal in a time of 2:13.72 from St Kevin's, Bridie Hill. Our gold medalist and state champion in a time of 2:13.48 from Yarra Rangers, Kiara Flavel. So congratulations once again to all competitors in the women's under 18 800 metre championship. So we now move to our next victory ceremony and the medal presentation. It is the men's under 18 800 metre championship. In third place, receiving the bronze medal in time of 1:56.72 from Athletics Chilwell, Evander Scott. Our silver medalist in a time of 1:56.34 from Doncaster, Peter Holland. Now Victorian champion, the gold medalist from the Collingwood Harriers Athletic Club in a time of 1:54.56, Wolfgang Kotra Namezi. So congratulations to all competitors once again in the men's under 18 800 metre championship of Victoria. So our next medal presentation will be for the men's under 20 800 metre para event. And our gold medalist representing the Maccabi Club, Ori Drabkin. Time there, 2:42.81. And a percentage of 91.8. So Great performance there. Ori Drabkin from Maccabi taking out that under 20 para 800 metres. And next presentation will be for the Open Men's Ambulant 800, and with a percentage of 83.20 and a time of 2:12.09 from Ballerine, it is Andrew Semmons. And moving on to our next presentation, it is for the Women's Under-20 Long Jump Championship of Victoria. In third place, receiving the bronze medal with best distance of 5.49 metres. Representing Sandringham, it is Abby Francis. A silver medalist with the best distance of 5.68